month is a lot.
1 million barrels is not that much. It's not a huge proportion of their income. Or
what country? Qatar. Oh yeah, Qatar is gas. Yeah, they're about. I think they're like 18 to 20% of the world's gas is from Qatar.
And that's the number one LNG.
It's number one. Yeah. But they shut it down. And if they're going to bring it back up again when this is over, it's going to take at least a month before they're going to start production.
LNG supply, Russia is number one. Qatar is number two, and Qatar was supplying the Far East as well as the Europe. Qatar was earmarked to supply the Europe because of the Russian invasion of Ukraine. So Europe is in deep shit ahead. And also these numbers really do not aid the critical importance and impact to the financial markets. Even if one of the OPEC countries cuts down on the number, unless and until other countries do not put up their numbers, this would have a massive ripple effect on the financial markets. And this is what the United States is currently trying to prevent. If the United States fails in preventing this impact to the financials, the whole fucking world would be in trouble. And that's what the game is about, you see, to impact the financial markets and force the hand of the States, you see.
But America uses about 20 million barrels a day, right? And Qatar actually comes up, is able to do 1 million. What about Saudi Arabia?
But Saudi Arabia does about 7 to 8 million, and they have the production capabilities.
Well, even 5%. America gets less than 5%.
The oil market doesn't depend on any of it.
I know, it depends on Canada.
Yeah, but it's the international price.
Venezuela.
Yeah, that's the thing. Is that the price?
Well, then they get a little bit.
Mexico. Sorry, Mexico.
The oil is silly garbage.
No, it's actually
it's too heavy.
It's garbage.
Heavy, but the thing is that America has the what's it called? The manufacturing refinery capability to actually need that oil. So
yeah, but it's not the number one choice.
It's not tasty. That's what leads.
That's fine. They still get it at a discount because it's not that good. Anyway, but
I think Iranian oil is more tasty, no?
The Gulf oil is the best oil.
They should top notch.
But yeah, when the price goes up, it's both a good thing and a bad thing for America. Because when the price goes up, it makes their shale production, which is more expensive, a lot more expensive. And then you're going to have a lot more companies investing. And the way that America's oil market works, it's the exact opposite of like the Gulf countries, which have a monopoly from the government. In America, it's all privately owned, very decentralized, a bunch of different companies, a bunch of different oil services companies that work for this. So it's very decentralized. So it really needs a free market valuation. It's not like a government can just decide to produce. No, it has to convince the companies to invest in yada, yada, yada. And in order to do so, oil prices have to be high in order to justify the investment. So this is not necessarily a bad thing for America. Who loses from this is actually China and Europe, especially.
And the consumers.
And the consumers, of course, yes.
Yeah,
but I'm saying on a nationwide level.
The Los Angeles price is going up to $5 a gallon. We're going to go up to $6 probably next week in this year or something.
I don't understand gallons. You imperial people. I don't.
Yeah, we're the best people here. Gallon is the way to go, man.
Oh my God.
That's what makes it cheaper instead of liters.
No.
You pay like $1.60, right, per liter or some shit.
Yeah, $1.60 is cheaper than $5.
No, it's not cheaper.
It's cheap, of course. $1.40 is less than $5. Come on, man.
So you just gotta
to get the real price.
Just gotta go in there with the $1.40. Hey, can I have 1 liter? Where's it gonna get you? Like 7 kilometers or 5 kilometers?
Hey, drop the guy a 20, Like, give him a 20 and tell him to keep the change, bro.
But you know one thing I do like about Canada, you fill up gas, right? And then you pay for it. But in America, you have to pay first, then you pay for.
Actually, no, it's not the case anymore.
I mean, in
Now,
America, you have to pay
now we have to pay first. Now we have to pay first in Canada.
Oh, Petro Canada?
Yeah. Those days that where you fill up and then you pay, those are a long time ago.
Only in good areas, all right?
Everywhere. That's the standard now.
Okay, cool.
Yeah. I mean, because of all these immigrants doing crimes.
Lux, you heard about the Sadaf came up. Sadaf, are you Canadian?
No.
She's worried about her oil price. Are you worried about oil prices? No? No, she's not worried about oil prices.
Oh,
Anybody else worried about oil prices?
well, I was looking at natural gas.
Not at all.
Qatar natural gas is actually the cheapest to produce. It's also for Europe, because somebody brought up Europe here. I was curious about that. And the distance, of course, is shorter. So shorter distance, and it's also cheaper to produce from Qatar. So Europe's options now are the U.S. The U.S. Produces natural gas. However, it's more expensive, and the shipping costs are more. So either way, Europe is going to be paying a lot more for natural gas for their industry, and this drags on for their fall and winter.
So now, Edward, do you think that Trump actually thought about this to not only topple the regime and the oil?
Wait, to keep the oil?
Yeah, like to get the oil, from Iran. Like,
I'm sure.
To topple the regime. The next thing on his mind is, get his hands on Iranian oil.
I'm sure. Look what he's done in Venezuela. I mean, he has Venezuelan oil money going to an account in Qatar, or various accounts in Qatar, Qatari banks. Why? You have to ask yourself why. It's very strange. And I think he wanted a government in there that would be beneficial to him financially. He's made a lot of money from being president. It was a business opportunity for him. But this year is an epic fail. What he's done here is a massive, massive fail. And
It was a temporary thing. It says they were temporarily routed through a U.S. control account in Qatar in early 2026 to shield from creditors. But Trump administration redirected them to a U.S. Treasury account by February 2026. So it's going to U.S.
Yeah, that's going to the U.S. But what do you mean by shielded by creditors?
Yeah. I asked Venezuela oil money is going to Qatar now. It says not anymore. Venezuela oil's revenue over $1 billion from sales to U.S. refineries in Europe were temporarily routed through a U.S. control account in Qatar in early 2026 to shield from creditors. But the Trump administration redirected them to a U.S. Treasury account by February 2026. Let me see.
So you could ask it. What do you mean? Who were the creditors? Did they owe Venezuela owe money?
No, there was an illegal case in the United States against Venezuela, which was filed by an ex-Costa Rica or somebody resident of the United States, about $4 or $5 billion. And that was ongoing when the attack on Venezuela happened. So I believe the case was settled because Venezuela owned a refinery in the United States. That was then set against that legal ruling and given to that big businessman who's the number one supporter of Rubio. The guy who supports Rubio is the guy who had a case against Venezuela, about $4 or $5 billion, you see. So that, I believe, I'm just guessing now, that's the one that we're talking about crediting.
It makes sense.
So I'll read it out to you. I asked a follow-up question. Who were the creditors? Venezuela's main creditors pursuing claims on its oil revenues, including bondholders, from $60 billion per sovereign defaults. ExxonMobil, ConocoPhillips, and other expropriated oil firms seeking billions in compensation for nationalized assets. The Qatar account was used to shield funds from U.S. court judgments like Conoco's $8.2 billion award and Exxon's claim.
So he's even not even he's going against the oil companies too. He doesn't care.
Yeah.
You know.
I don't think about.
Sorry, Emir, can you read your back channel?
Sure. Back channel. What is it?
Sorry for interrupting.
What's his name, by the way?
The guy from yesterday, what was his name? The German guy.
Which one?
Wait, Sally was there yesterday.
You remember the one from yesterday that was here and just arguing about the whole thing about the Palestine.
Do you have an idea of his name?
Yeah, let me write it to you. His name.
It looks like Iran hit U.S. flagged tanker trying to cross the Straits of Hormuz. So it doesn't look like they're playing around. And Israel is stopping from leaving the country. Just going over this.
Edward, you missed out on the argument yesterday. I think it was Velvet or somebody. Velvet was making this argument. You know, from Iran?
Yes, my God.
He made an argument that while he supports attack on his own country by Israel and America, they have to protect, according to international law, they have to protect, the civilians. And I brought up the example. I said, if they really gave two shits about internet, why didn't they protect Palestinians?
Well, that's true. But also, you're also breaking international law by attacking Iran to begin with. How can you use international law, then, ignore it? You ignore it for the attack, and then you want to use it after the attack starts at your convenience. It doesn't work that way.
It's criminal to even suggest that Israel is compliant with the international law. That's just criminal to even suggest it. You see, and by the way, Velvet is not Iranian; it's from Israel.
So when Iran was attacked by Israel, Troop Promise 1 and 2, Iran filled out the paperwork and the Article 5 and declared Article 5 and gave it to the UN, and then they attacked Israel. So they did it legally. Here, there was no Article 5 by Israel or the US. They attacked. And in Article 5, there has to be an imminent threat of danger. But here, there wasn't one. They were at the end of their negotiations. They were about to, sign a deal. So, Iran agreed.
And you think America gives any weight to any international law, Edward? Like, does international law have any weight anywhere?
No, I'm not saying that. Amir brought up somebody else was arguing.
Yes, it wasn't my argument. We have this guy called Velvet. He's from Iran, and he supports the attack on his own country to topple the regime.
Which is against international law.
Yeah, and the idiot, somebody told him, bro, it means by default they would kill civilians or whatever to get to IRGC because IRGC is embedded into everything. Right, so the guy goes, no, they're supposed to protect the civilians according to, TTP or what is it? It's like a special protection, right, for civilians according to national law, whatever, bullshit. And tells you how naive those faggots are, huh? He kind of sounds feminine.
No, Amir, I'm telling you, psychometrically, even when I called him a homosexual, he didn't deny it.
What does psychometric mean?
Psychometrics means that there's a metric in your profile based on like your ability to have openness, neuroticism, agreeability, and all this.
You can you can just call the guy a faggot and just get over with.
Yeah, I know. But I was observing him for a week before I made my final conclusion. If you look at like homosexual men, right? They don't think about the consequences of their actions properly. And like this person, for the last week, I've been hearing him, yeah, sanctions are great, even though his own people are starving, right? Oh yeah, Iran should get bombed. Yeah, and I'm not pro Islam. Like all the Iranians are like, yeah, it's fine, whatever, Islam, but we don't want it to be in the government. This guy is like vehemently against Islam because Islam hates gays. That's why he wants to burn the whole country down, so he can get digged down by other men in his own country. That's what his dream is.
He says he's not gay. He says he's not gay. He sounds gay, and his name is Velvet.
He didn't say he's not gay.
He did.
No, he
I'm
didn't.
not gay. I'm not gay. That's what he said.
No, he didn't. No, dude, I called him homosexual. He just sat there quietly.
He's like that. He's not gay.
I'm not saying with you.
He's not gay. He's a faggot. Did you just get that fucking term? That's not just we have a lot of people that are gay and.
No, this is no offense to gay people. It's just people don't do well in politics, is what I'm saying. You know,
I want to tell Jim that
their priorities are like, you know, they want to have fun and go out. You know, they don't really think about the consequences of children, and they'll never have children, and drag on family structures because they're always cheating on their gay partners because they're men. You know, like that's how gay people think. You know, they don't think beyond that.
See, I don't call them faggots, Jinda, because I'm scared of gay people. Because if they get angry, they come out of the woodwork and they'll take you down. They're like, oh,
you're taking her down.
These Bachicunis need to like calm down with their political assessments. Honestly, they're just making themselves look stupider and stupider.
That is crazy.
They don't have a political assessment. I can't believe a country of Iran. This is surprising to me. The culture, I don't know what it is, but Palestinians, we have, a political discourse amongst ourselves and outsiders. But there's some semblance to it. There's some organization to it. Iranians, I don't know what the hell's going on.
This is a recent phenomenon.
Is it?
No, it wasn't like this. I think a year ago or so, it was never like this. You see.
I haven't had much exposure to Iranians.
I'm here for you. I'll protect you from Iranians.
Also, I have another point. It's far better, and I mean far better, to be gay than be a traitor to your own country and your own people. So I wouldn't blame him for being, anything sexuality wise. I would totally condemn him for betraying his own people.
Seems like you are a very expert person in political science and everything. I just have a question. So, what should be the resolution if a regime kills its own citizens?
That is between its own people and the government. It would have nothing to do.
What's the resolution? What's the resolution? If people are
to lift the sanctions and give the people more power so they can make money and control their economy, which is what Obama was doing.
Shut up! I'm asking a question.
Shut up! No logic allowed. Don't use logic. Be polite, Omid. Calm down.
You're not allowed to use logic.
I'm asking a question. What is the resolution when a regime kills its own citizens who are armless? Just let me know about that. What's the resolution?
Behave and
you were talking about United Nations. You were talking about I don't know what other.
I'm not sure if it's the same person, but he had an answer yesterday. I think he started with get rid of Zionism and everything. Everyone will be happy. Is that the same person who's here? I don't know.
Maybe not, but he could own that answer. That's a good answer.
Yeah. I think it was Hadi who was saying that he was saying
all the things that made sense.
Well, I think Omid's line of questioning is quite hypocritical because countries do have the ability to police their states the way they need to, and no, that's not considered terrorism. Now, if you Mossad agents to create riots and they're no longer innocent protesters, they have Molotovs that are being thrown in the mosques. At that point, that is your prerogative.
I'm just saying, if there is a regime,
but I will only
almost things.
Okay,
what
it's
is
not
the
a
resolution?
Okay, you're gonna hold standard. That's fine. If you hold that standard, I'm going to hold you both for Reza Shah and Mohammad Reza Shah for the Black Friday massacre, and Reza Shah also killed. Guys,
I'm not.
Hold on. Okay, let me finish my
Reza
sentence.
Shah. I'm not talking about Reza Shah. I'm just talking about the current regime in Iran.
Okay, but I'm gonna hold you. Listen, Omid. If a country has been ruled in that fashion for the last 100 years, and now you come live in the West, and now you have all these political ideologies that you want to project onto a country that's literally lived like that, where monarchs will kill the people should they step out of line, and now the Iranian Republic is doing that, then you're not allowed to come and say what they can and can't do, because it is that country how it's been run for the last century. And that is not
actually acting the same. The monarchy because they behave the same. They kill people.
Hold on. There's another argument here. Hadi, can you also say that, okay, if you don't, you're asking this question, but you have to also then say, well, the first thing, one of the main things you should be doing is ensuring that, the United States does not place sanctions on the nation, which we know sanctions affect who? The government?
People.
No, the people.
The people.
Okay, well, Edward, can I?
This is football. The
political illiterate. I add something.
I'll respect you. Let me ask you this, Edward, because you asked about. You correctly said that the sanctions will have impact on Turkey. But what happens is the process is not about the economy shifts. If it is about the ruling system, what happens?
Okay, what I'm saying to you is, if you're going to ask that question, you should at least say, you know what? The U.S. has no right placing sanctions on the nation of Iran, on my people.
The sanctions,
you say this.
System is not.
But you don't believe this, do you? You're fine with the sanctions.
But do you believe that?
Are you fine with the sanctions? Are you okay with the sanctions?
No.
Okay, so why don't you talk? So one of the ways for your people to get more representation is if you lift the sanctions and have highly educated, which a lot of Iranians are, able to get the resources that they need to build products, to also sell their services, not just in Iran, but around the world, allowing a strong middle class to emerge that can take on and speak up against injustices in Iran.
Emerging the system?
No, it can't emerge now because you have what do you call it? You have sanctions.
Station, which is a fiction.
But you have sanctions for
We're talking about reality.
Okay, reality is, so it doesn't matter. Edward, hold on. Reality is...
If reality is that regime does not want referendum, people were asking, okay, let's have a referendum and see what people...
Okay, they don't want it.
Ruling system.
So what do you do?
They don't want it. And if people come to protest, they kill them. That's how...
Okay, you don't want it, but you got to say at least no sanctions. If you had a strong middle class, then you could at least push against the ruling class. That's how it works.
Listen for a moment. Supposedly, the United Nations was established to get rid of the tyranny, but unfortunately, it's broken, and it's not helping, citizens, the ordinary people, to have their rights.
But ordinary people are being affected by the sanctions. Okay,
yeah.
Let's go.
You're not getting that. It's a logical fallacy.
Okay, killing their own people is wrong. Okay, we know this. But if you want change, you have to have the environment where change is, there's the potential for change. There is zero potential for change when you have an environment where you have sanctions that have choked off your entire economy and starved your people. Okay? When your people are starving, they're not worried about overthrowing the government. But when you give them the resources and stability and take away the uncertainty, then that's a different question. And that's when you could start talking about, okay, we need change in Iran. But first, talk about feeding the people and who's responsible for ensuring that they are not fed, that they are not able to realize their potential, make money for themselves, go to college for free for the most part, right, in Iran, and come out and not be able to get a job, not be able to travel most places. Very difficult out of Iran. You have sanctions for everything. How many companies in Iran were destroyed because of the sanctions?
May I ask you a question?
I would like hearts and thumbs up, please.
Don't do that. You don't need validation.
I'm
What is the question?
You don't need validation.
Their own people have
But listen, it's not every people in Iran is a poor person and it's just a enoughness.
Yeah, let the ladies
Even middle class, not everyone is.
I think Ahmed Rahab wanted to speak. Let's ladies first. Go on, Rahab. Right, you support the attack on Iran, right? I know. Okay, how can I get you to change your mind?
Cannot change my mind, you know.
I need you to change
Because
your mind.
I cannot, because I thought about a lot on the subject, and I think the best thing to do right now for my country is to support this, unfortunately. Because if I don't support it, I think they're gonna wipe out Iran from the map. That's my thought on that matter. And I don't have the power to stop that war either. So what my question was about that, was the sanction US fault or Islamic regime's fault?
The Islamic regime is the US's fault, and the sanctions is the US's fault, and the fall of Mossadegh is US's fault, and the displacements of the Pahlavi monarch is US's fault. So how many times are you going to let the US fuck up your country?
So what about England? What about...
Yes, they're all the same. MI6 and CIA were working to overthrow Mossadegh, right?
Why they didn't stand up against... It's my curiosity. Always ask this question: why did they say death to America, not death to England? Because England was stealing colonial parade stealing from Iran, along from Qajar. They took 2 lands from us. That's not to stop.
Just because we hear Magba America many times, I've been in Mashhad. They say Magba Inglis as much as they say Magba America. It's just that it doesn't fit the propaganda.
What policy on the America like that, but not on England like that?
It doesn't rhyme. It doesn't rhyme.
It's something is smell is there. Something is smell. But why they don't hate Soviet Union, where they took us from? They took Azerbaijan from us.
Because politics is a dirty game, and people basically, enemy of my enemy is my friend. Russia, after the Cold War, became sworn enemies with America seeking revenge. So Iran is going to play it differently, just like how Iran has been trying to
back then, why was that? Why?
Because we had a curse, Rahat, that we had one of the most strategic geographical countries on the planet, if not the most. And Russia and England were fighting over who's going to control our resources more after the World Wars. And there were so many different things that happened prior to the World Wars, where even borders, like our country wasn't just Iran, it was Persia, it was Khorasan. And all of these things got taken away from us over time through Mongol invasions, through downfalls of caliphates, to the Ottoman fall, to the World Wars. All of these things just kept changing over time. Dynasties switched hands from Qajar to Safavids to Buyid. All of these things kept changing until we became a very desolate and broken country that was being colonized.
And we didn't fully get colonized like the rest of some of the other Arab countries. Benny Goy can tell you more about that. He's like a rebel on this. But the point is that we have always been victims until
I think we are still colonized. You know, it seems we are still colonized by Britain or Britains.
We're being tortured. We're being tortured right now. We're not colonized. I think, Raha, when you look like the Obama deal, Obama was smart enough not to want to go to war with Iran because of the strategical positioning of Iran, which we're seeing now, right now. And you're seeing what we're doing with the Hormuz Strait. So Obama smart enough in his administration to realize that if the free markets are open up to the Iranian people instead of government, the regime having a stranglehold on the black markets and the smugglers they control the borders of, they can easily do, well then Iranians will then have the ability to build infrastructure and move from a war economy to a stable economy. Because as soon as the Iran and Iraq war happened, sanctions were put on us and we were left to die. They wanted to just kill our people and just leave us out to die. And somehow,
I'm sorry I break your speech, but what was the hijab thing? What was the, those... the band of alcohol, the band of music, the band of dance, the band of lots of cool things in the... in the country. What was about that?
I'll tell you, because instead of just vehemently saying fuck Islam, it ruined our country, right? Let's look at why Islam suddenly became the main core or theocracy religion or the theocratic government that it became. So we have to rewind this. Iran was, centuries of Muslims living there for over 1,000 years. Islam was under, dynasties that were Muslim, if not Shiite, like the Safavids. And so there is an entire culture and race of Iranians that are basically practicing. Now we fast forward from centuries of being Muslim to 1936, where Reza Shah Pahlavi put in a policy known as Kashf Hijab. As part of this rapid modernization and westernization efforts, police were ordered to forcibly remove veils from women in public spaces, a policy that lasted until 1941, so about 7 years, or 5 years, sorry. So, I know Basijis and everybody hates these guys, and I don't like that behavior, like putting people in vans and beating them up until they, Max, I'm totally with you on that. You shouldn't be forcing people, right? The issue is that the reason why got all of its momentum, you have to be fair, that wasn't America's doing, that was our doing. We had an asshole king who made Islam demonized to a majority Muslim country. He wanted to Western, in fact, he was known to kill people eventually, and I'll tell you the sources if you want to know. So when the U.S. came to topple the Pahlavi dynasty, when Mohammad Reza Shah came, and Mohammad Reza Shah was negotiating oil and saying no to the U.S., he was criticizing Israel, he went on the BBC interview saying that America is owned by Israel. By the way, they don't like that when you do that, especially during that era. The only other guy that had a theory of government that they could find, they were rummaging to find another solution to this. They found out about a guy named Khomeini in France in a village that was exiled, whose father was killed by Reza Shah, and he had all these theories of government and Islam. They already knew the region was Muslim, so they started publishing papers. They started putting his work in the New York Times poetry and Islam being the future of the world and all this. So those fuckers put Khomeini there because of the anti-Islamic sentiment. The Iranian people are rebellious by nature, and they were fighting for Islam. It wasn't me who was protesting. It was our grandparents. There were people that were fighting in the streets for Islam. And I totally get where you're coming from. You came to the West. You're sick of it. You're sick of the totalitarian, crazy regime. But let's not forget how we got here. Right? And right now, Iran is, hold on, let me finish.
Why they are continuing?
I don't buy that, man.
Well, you don't buy facts? Okay, go ahead and counter.
Is that a fact? Okay, just put sources.
Hadi has a fact. The majority in Iran were Muslim. They pray to they accept the law. Even the girls back then, during Muhammad Reza Shah get married under age of 18, I don't know if there was a law that banned the marriage of the girls under 18. I don't know, but there was lots of people who married under the age of 18. Even my mom married when she was 11 years old. You know?
Well, this whole Raha, this whole 18-year-old marriage thing is fairly recent in human civilization. And this took us as humans time to really understand our psychology.
You know, honey, what I think Islam damaged during the Muhammad Reza Shah worse than during Islamic regime, because Islamic regime, I don't support Islamic regime, by the way, but there is one in that Islamic regime come and bring Nesa Sawadamzi. You know, what we can call it in English? I don't know. The re-education.
Literacy.
Yeah. Then lots of people go there and get more educated. You know, we had lots of.
We had maqam. That's what you're saying. Yeah, we had. I agree with you.
Yeah, the rate of education was it's during regime. Growth of education is more than Pahlavi's time. So because of that, I don't support Pahlavi's policy, because those things happen in the society, and Pahlavi just only focus on the city, not on the villages. But in reverse, Islamic League focus on the villages and focus on the education for the people who reach the right education. There was lots of girls who were banned by their own family. You know, there is no law to protect them from their own family. But the Islamic regime come and build school girls, so the family accept that to send the girl to school. That was good things.
Yeah.
Yeah, but there was bad things too. Why we couldn't be like Turkey, or why we couldn't be like I don't know, somewhere else. So
I love Turkey too. I've been there 4 times. I get it, right? But it required. See, Turkey is not a geographically strategic place for oil, or it doesn't have the Hormuz Hormuz or the Hormuz Strait. Iran has this stubbornness to it, whether it's a Shah or an Islamic regime, that when they're being dicked around by the West, they're going to say, no, we're not going to listen, watch us. They'll keep doing it. It doesn't matter what regime change happens, they'll keep doing it. And during this war, we're seeing Iran strangle the world's economy, because they're saying, we're done with you guys. You need to get out of the Middle East. So this is a reality of what's happening, Raha. Like, we wanted a change. They tried to force a change, and they did it in this nomad-y way, right? And now, if there was even a 10% chance that there was going to be a regime change, they destroyed that, because they turned Khamenei into a martyr, and they made people feel like their country's under fire, and now people will fall under the banner of the Islamic regime, and they fully trust.
Fully, I don't get that. By the way, I don't support Pahlavi. If you think I'm a monarch kind of lover, I'm not monarch lover. I hate both monarchs and Islamic ideology. But how you generalize that all people are gonna support? I mean, I don't understand that.
See,
I don't know.
Because they have Gayrat over their land. It's not because they love Islam.
Hadi,
and not only that, I just want to point this out. If you're in the Telegram group, you can.
What is Gayrat? Maybe it's good that everyone knows about the definition of Gayrat. Go ahead.
Okay, Amit, the thing is that if you are a part of the Telegram group, you can go ahead and look at what the Financial Times started talking about, because they started interviewing specifically people who are fully against the IRGC and their feelings from before and after. And they even notably pointed out what exactly Hadi is talking about, right? Not only did they point out that, yes, Khamenei became a martyr, and now they're a little bit more sympathetic to the IRGC. After the entire chemical attack and chemical warfare that Israel and America did on them, they're like,
why the hell do we want these guys to save us? They're also the people that went ahead and bombed our kids too. Like, this makes no sense. Of course we're going to support the RGC, even though we hate them.
Okay, wait. Of course not. I'm not saying, but you can't generalize the whole population of Iran. At least from my circle of connections of people in Iran, they don't support the regime, and they are also the citizen of Iran. I mean, you can't generalize. I'm not saying Hadi is wrong in all his argument. I'm just saying
Are you Iranian, Ahmed?
when you say
Are you Iranian? Ahmed, are you Iranian?
of course I am.
Okay. Do you support IRGC?
Of course not.
Do you support Raza Pahlavi?
Of course not.
Do you support bombing of your own country?
No.
Okay. So you tell me your solution. How are you going to do regime change? Let's go.
I don't have a solution, of course, but I'm not here to defend the evils. That's the
No,
thing.
I'm not defending evil.
You can't just bring arguments to defend evil side.
I'm asking you. Look. The same question you asked Hadi. Do I not have the right to ask you the same question? What is your plan?
Of course you have the right, but I have no resolution. But when people are trying to give a resolution which is a hidden propaganda is in their arguments, I'm free to.
Okay.
But
I'm gonna make the argument, right, and see if you can refute it. During war times, every party out there, including in America or even inside Israel or any part of the world, let's say your country is under attack. Okay, let's say the rating of your leader was like at 10%, right? Do you know the rating usually go up because you're defending your nation, all right? So at this moment,
I don't know what you're saying. Continue.
Okay, during the 12-day war, last 12-day war, a lot of Raza Pahlavi supporters were waving the flag and posting his picture and whatever. But when they see the damages and when they see an outside entity called Israel in America, doing the attack on their own nation, a lot of them they switch sides just for temporary, just for the time being, because they
do you have any
Amit. The internal affairs, like toppling the regime, that's up to the Iranian people. They're going to do it, correct? But you have Raza Pahlavi supporters even I'm in Los Angeles, right? At these protests, they're waving Israeli flag and doing a whole bunch of stupid shit.
I don't support that.
Even online, there's a lot of propaganda, and it's done by the Raza Pahlavi supporters.
There you go.
Now, hold on. So during this time, this war time, do you support armed resistance against the entity called Israel in America?
Of course, yes, but not IRGC.
Okay, not IRGC.
Because that same entity, wait a sec, that same entity, less than a month ago, killed its own citizen. How can I support that?
Hold on a second, Lee, hold on. Look, where I'm going with this is, let's say I'm a demonic piece of shit that has killed a whole bunch of people, right? Atrocities, I've done 50, 100 people, thousands of people.
Mm-hmm.
Now, but at the same time, he's the only person that can actually defend your honor using his weaponry or whatever, right? He's like he's still evil. Look, he's still evil. Oh my, hold on. He's still evil. But what do you do to protect your nation, protect your honor from let's say for honor meaning from your daughters and sisters or your mother's getting raped from this entity called Israel or America? How would you have to side with the criminal or terrorist, right? They
had chance to had a referendum, in my opinion, and people then would support.
I'm not talking about at this moment.
At this moment, this is very late moment. You can't just ask me now that the evil in the country killed your brother. Now you're going to support it because now defending your country. That's not how it works, man. If you have someone killed in your family by an evil, you will never support that.
Did you lose a family member?
Yes, I do.
Okay, you lost a family member. Now the big question for you is: are you gonna go? Are you gonna fly? I know you live in the West because they don't have internet. They have internet problems in Iran. Are you gonna fly over there and fight Israel in America?
Of course not. Am I crazy?
So who should fight on your behalf to protect your mothers and sisters and whatnot?
It's not IRGC for sure.
Okay, not IRGC. Then who should go over there and protect your nation as well? You know the nation, right?
We're trapped in a debt block situation. We don't know what to do.
No, but
That's
how do you protect? Who's going to protect the country? Who has the biggest
It could be people, but they're not allowing people, because if they start saying, hey, you know what, we're gonna go away and we want to have a change, I can assure you people will start to defend their country.
I'm going to draw another example for you. Let's see if you can answer it properly, right? Let's say your people are getting genocided, right? But there is one demon entity that can protect your people from getting genocided. Would you side with that entity?
Get into your fictitious story there. I mean,
no. I'm asking you. Would you side with that entity?
Now you're trying.
Just answer the question.
Go and read the definition of logical fallacy.
Can you? Can you? I'm just asking a question. If there's let's say your people are getting genocided. It's a hypothetical. Your people are getting genocided. Like let's say millions and millions of people getting genocided. It happened to the Jews. Okay. Now, not just Jews, there are other people as well, like Armenian and a whole bunch of other people, right? Now, let's say your people are getting genocided, but there's an entity out there that's demonic as hell, but it's willing to free your people and save your people. Would you side with that entity?
The problem is you see only one entity as a solution. There, you're not saying.
I didn't say solution. I'm not giving you a solution.
Your hypothetical is wrong. I mean, your premise is wrong. You're just giving me a premise. Okay, if there is like are you gonna marry any other man, or if I die?
That's not it. Bro, stop the cap. That's not even the example. The example is very simple, right? It's a hypothetical, right? I just say yes or no. Your people are getting genocided, okay? To protect your people.
Get the side of an evil that kills its own people, because that evil is doing it for their own benefit.
So if you're not gonna side with the evil, who's gonna free your people? Let's go that route.
People will find their way to feed themselves.
So people are getting killed. On one side, you got people are getting butchered, slaughtered, and raped, and do the whole all types of atrocities are happening.
Yes, they'll find a way. Finally, they'll find a way to kind of attack and do.
How will they find a way? They're getting butchered and slaughtered.
Yes, they're butchered. Unfortunately, that's the situation. They've been imprisoned. What you gonna do?
For Iran, same can go for Iran.
I don't know, man. Look, you're very intellectually dishonest, by the way, Amit.
You know what's really funny about this, right?
He knows I was going to get him on that. He knows, and I would side with any demonic entity that could save, people. Like in the genocide that was going on in Gaza. I was looking for some demonic entity to come in and stop the fucking genocide.
You know why, Amir? Because in order to destroy a demon, you have to become on your side.
Again, kills you. What you gonna do then?
Omid, when you're faced with monsters that kill millions of lives and think they're entitled to it, you need a monster to fight on your side. You can't be handing out roses. Empires have fallen. Kind kings have fallen because of this. And if you're going to blame Iran for killing its own people, I want you to come up with one scenario where there was a regime change and people did not lose their lives, both on the government side and the protest side. If you have that standard, if you apply that standard, then every regime change is evil. And every government is evil. Even in the U.S. right now, as we protest, many people have lost their lives to ICE. Families have been torn apart. But you don't see people turning against their own country right now. The Iranians are the only ones emotional.
Now you're comparing two different situations. First of all, the U.S. is a big evil plus Israel.
Okay, and who's going to fight that battle? The Arab countries don't care.
You can't. Do you not understand what you're saying to yourself?
I'll go on mute. Go ahead.
Ahmed, I want you to understand something, right? You're talking about America, my country, and Israel being big evils that are going ahead and killing your own people, right? Then you have the IRGC. Again, I agree, they're a big evil. I would wish nothing else but to see the IRGC dissolve after this entire conflict. I could care less about that, right? But they are the only people around that are saying, you know what? I need to protect the Iranians, right? The other evils around are just going ahead and say, let's kill every single Iranian possible, right?
That
I don't see the logic here that you're presenting of it.
you have to prove that the IRGC is doing it to defend its people, not its interest in the country. You have to first prove that.
What people doesn't go ahead and do things in their own interest?
That's interest. Sorry.
Installing gold, having access to all the resources in the country, from the banking system, insurance system, all the manufacturers, everything. You're defending that.
Yeah, of course you're going to defend that.
Not so.
That's like saying, okay, does an employer give you a job because they feel like giving you charity and they're like, oh, this guy's nice, I should give him a job. No, they're like, hey, this guy brings me value, right? I need to go ahead and defend that value until I've used him up and thrown him aside, right?
You can say,
no entity in this world is just going to be like, oh yeah, happy-go-lucky, I'm going to kiss and hug you because I love you. No, it's not going to do that.
They're not defending the people of Iran. That's the argument.
The interest is a part of the people. You understand that, right? They live there. The entire country is their interest.
If it was people, why are they killing their own people then?
No, they suppressed. They definitely are.
Oh, they suppressed. Okay, now that's a new narrative I hear. Okay, guys,
what narrative?
No. We've been pointing this out to you. What new narrative?
Please don't judge. Okay, what narrative? What exactly you are talking about? Yes, IRGC suppressed.
You're saying the IRGC suppress its people. No, they're not suppressing. They're killing their people. It's not a story.
No. Listen. So, I want to know what is your kind of way of thinking, because I'm still struggling. How do you think? IRGC is killing its own people. Therefore, American war to topple Iranian regime is justified.
Who said that? Did I support that? Did I support that?
No. I'm asking the question because I cannot fully understand what you are exactly saying. IRGC is killing people. Okay, yeah. So then what? Is American war is justified? Yes, no. Okay,
it's not.
Do you support military action against Iran?
No.
So do you support Iranian defense forces, army, IRGC, and whatever capability available has to defend Iran, people of Iran, and their own interests?
That's the problem. If you eliminate the people of Iran, then I say yes. I mean, I understand IRGC is defending Iran for its own interest. It doesn't want to lose that.
What happens if IRGC is armed at this moment? What happens if IRGC? Do you really think if, but let me just bring two examples. Libya, they put all their nuclear things on the ship and sent it. They destroyed Iraq, Saddam. They shortened the range of their missiles to 300 kilometers. And then they were under sanctions for years. The death toll is over 1 million, and it got occupied. Do you think occupation of Iran will not be costly, and it will not be at the cost of death of Iranian people? So what exactly you are saying? So IRGC has to do something at the time that Iran is under attack? Are you saying this?
No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying IRGC, your statement, what I was opposing was your argument was IRGC is defending Iranian people. I said, don't the wrong side. They are defending their interests. Okay, if we agree on that part, then you will ask me, okay, what's the solution for the Iran to not be occupied? That's your question, I guess, right?
No, my question is what exactly you are talking about, because it's hard to understand.
You're not understanding it. Maybe you have to listen carefully.
I would like to listen carefully.
Okay, if you give me a chance, I will say what I mean.
Clear it up real quick. So he's clearly stating that the interest of the of the guard is different from the interest of the people.
Correct. No, we understand that part. That's not the point we're discussing.
So then he's asking, so now we know there, so now he's asking, okay, if occupation isn't a part of it, what's the new solution? Let's say America doesn't want to occupy, Israel doesn't want to occupy. They just want to remove the regime. And the people...
I don't believe that, by the way, but yeah, go ahead.
Let's just say, yeah, people's interest is to like create some sort of government structure that reflects the interest of the people. That would just remove the IRGC, right? And you would be okay with that?
Yes, of course. People in Iran, I'll tell you this, no nation, no foreign entity can intervene inside a nation that believes its country and its government. The problem,
That's wrong.
The problem in Iran is the IRGC is not holding side. It's just doing it for its own interest, and people understand that. That's why people. I don't want to generalize like Hadi that all population. No, some population in Iran. I don't have any statistics. No one has any statistics. But if 30% of Iranians are not supporting IRGC, is because they don't believe in what they did, because they know it's evil. When the war is ended, they will start again killing us, because after 12 days war, they started killing people.
Hey, Ahmed, I want you to understand something.
As Iranian
Confiscating their assets because they're oppositions. What is this?
Ahmed, I need you to understand something. No one's talking about like, oh, hey, the Iranians don't have the right to go ahead and install their own. You said something that I completely agree with. If the Iranians all colloquially go ahead and say, you know what, we need a government that better represents ourselves and our interests and all that stuff or whatever, the Iranians have the right to do so. I could give less of a crap about the IRGC, right? But the problem in this specific instance is, right now, you have my country bombing your country, targeting your civilians, targeting everything to do with your well-being, right? And you only have the IRGC that has the missiles, the weapons, the capabilities to go ahead and strike back, actually do something, actually defend. When you go ahead and give me the position of, oh, but some random entity within our government will go ahead and, take out America or Israel and defend us or whatever, that's just fantasy. That's la la land. What are you talking about? One second, I didn't finish. One second. So in this entire moment, I'm saying, look, right now, as an Iranian person, or if there's an Iranian person going ahead and living in Iran, having experienced all of the things that my government and Israel is doing right now to your people, right? For that time being, they are going to support the IRGC, whether they know that they support them or not, or whatever, right? Just to make sure that they themselves can live another day and their kids can live another day. The moment the conflict stops and the Iranians are like, okay, conflict is done, we're not having to deal with Israel and America anymore. Now we want to go ahead and install a government that actually benefits us. They're free to go ahead and do so. Who's going to stop them, right? They can go ahead and riot, they can go ahead and do whatever. It'll be a regime change and you guys can celebrate it.
You think that if they go on a riot, they're going to have their, they can do any change because they're options. How does it cost?
Do you know what comes with the cost?
You know that? Okay, democracy comes with a cost.
Just a second. I heard you. But the war, look, Iranians want democracy. I agree with you. Okay. I don't, at this moment, think there is large percentage of Iranians, which I don't know, 50% plus 1% that supports democracy and they want more liberal government and stuff like that. Okay, let's agree on this one, hypothetically. We don't have no number. But why some people at this moment don't want to pay the cost of freedom and they want to expense it at the bill of American taxpayers? Why America has to pay that? Look, yes, tomorrow if you go to the street, you're going to be shot. If after 1 year you go to the street, you might be. Same way that I was imprisoned in Iran for fighting for more democracy and more democratic governance in my country. Yes, freedom comes with a cost. You stay away and say, oh, but they're going to kill us. Yes, they're going to kill you. Do you think Black Africans in South Africa, they weren't killed? Do you think apartheid regime was kind of done just by Lala and a romantic poems? No, people got hurt, people got killed, and this is cost of freedom.
Every nation has to pick their own fight. However, at this very moment, I side up personally with Iran and Iranian defense forces because I think there should be first an Iran, then second we talk about the governance. And at the moment, IRGC is part of Iranian defense forces that are trying to at least maintain Iranian integral territory, territorial integrity, and also they are showing they're flexing their muscles.
Iranian people who support IRGC, just to be clear, more
I do not support. I do not support. I support
Iranian people and IRGC.
No, just I repeat my sentence.
Iranian people, you need to make it clear which Iranian people, because Iranian people are divided.
It's a very good. Okay, why I do not support Pahlavi? It's exactly and why I don't support which Iranian story. That's first of all, I stand with Iran. And I believe Iran is a colorful, diverse, and full of different people. Iran is not as it's portrayed by Pahlavists, that 90% functions of Pahlavi. Iranians are not Muslim. Believe me. No. Listen, let me finish. Let me finish. You ask a question, I'm answering it. Let me finish. You ask a question. I believe Iran is colorful. I believe I drink alcohol, but my grandma does the prayer 5 times a day. I believe this is the case in every Iranian family because we are very different, practicing Muslim, non-practicing Muslim. And I do not support any narrative, any story that wants to polarize and divide or draw a line that Iran is either IRGC or pro-Trump, pro-war, or Pahlavi, something like that. No, Iran is not like that. However, again,
reality, it is like that.
Come to reality, it is like that. So it's two camps. So you are saying there are just two camps.
Supporters, I see so many Pahlavi supporters. I'm in the West. I can see so many. Like when I say so many, I'm not giving any statistics.
I'm so many as well. But I'm
right there. Then why you give out narratives? I mean, come on.
What narrative? I'm just expanding how that's how propaganda and brainwash works. Because when you are exposed out of your to information that it is outside of your echo chamber, you immediately only response that you can find for that is, you are the enemy. You are IRGC. No, I'm not IRGC. I have a very clear track record. I have no association with.
When did I say you're IRGC?
No. I just said that because I'm shedding a new type of information, I'm immediately. No, you just said there are just two camps. IRGC and Shah.
I think, Ahmed, we're not going to get anywhere. Yes, Shannon, did you want to chime in? And we have Mahdi here as well.
I just want to add something to Mo's speech. I didn't want to interrupt. So basically, Mo is saying there are either two. I don't want to say there are either two sides. Pahlavi, just see. Pahlavi is nothing to do with the religion. Pahlavi is basically just a secular kind of. We want to call it a monarchy. I personally want a monarchy. However, Pahlavi doesn't want a monarchy. He is saying that religion and politics is two different things. So basically, if your grandma wants to pray 5 times a day, she's more than welcome to do so. If you want to drink, you're more than welcome to do so. It's nothing to do with the politics. People are free to do whatever they want.
So I have this follow-up question for you, Shannon. So I see, do you support the attack on your own country, Iran?
This is not an attack. This is a rescue. So basically,
even West is not saying.
Yeah,
even America is not saying.
Hang on, more, please, hang on. I wanna, So while they're rescuing Iranians, they end up killing 1,000, 2,000, 5,000 people. Would it be justified?
No, though if they don't kill IRGC, if they don't get rid of IRGC, there will be more people killed.
No, let's say they get rid of IRGC. The 5,000, let's say 5,000 civilians are killed. Would that be justified?
It was 42,000, just to let you know. It was 42.
No, I'm talking about right now, right? This war, so-called war. If they're attacking, and let's say they kill maybe 500 or 1,000 IRGC, but at the same time they kill 5,000 civilians, would that be justified?
Of course. Do you know why? Because I personally,
Sorry,
can
you repeat the question? Fast, of course. I would like to give Shannon a second time to talk.
No, please, brother, hang on. The question is very simple. I'm going to repeat it for the room. The question was, I asked Shannon, right now this war is going on, right? The so-called war. And let's say, they killed 500 IRGC members, right? Or 1,000 IRGC members, but at the same time, they end up killing 5,000 civilians. Would that be justified? Shannon said, yes, it will be justified, and she's explaining it to me. There's nuances around it. Go on now, Shannon. What were you saying?
So every war has its own consequences. Everything has got a price. I understand if there is a war, there must be some killings going on. Some civilians, some unarmed civilians will be killed. I understand that. This is very sad. This is very tragic. However, this will happen.
Would you sacrifice your life for the freedom?
Sorry, let me explain that actually. There's two. My main enemy is IRGC, and the rescue team is the Israel or the USA. So if I am supposed to be killed, I'd rather be killed by USA or Israel because I have a lot of reasons for that.
Would you fight the fight on the ground to get your
let me finish my first sentence. I'll come back to your question.
Sure.
So if I don't know how much you know about the news, how much you follow the news. When IRGC was killing my people, they were charging them around $1,000 for every dead body to give the dead body to their families. This is famous for bullet money. So they charge the people. They charge
that's not my question, Shannon. My question is, would you go give your life for the freedom? Would you go sacrifice your family members, your kids, if you have kids, or your parents, or your husband? Would you sacrifice them for your freedom?
I would. Yes, I'd rather be killed. Then my whole country will be free. Then my people will be free.
All right. So if 5,000 people are killed, the civilians, and let's say 1,000 IRGC members are killed, it would be justified. It would be okay with you, even if it included about 500 children. It would be okay with you.
Yes, do you know why? Because if IRGC stays, there will be more and more children being murdered. There will be not murdered, slaughtered. There will be literally millions of people, including my family, including my...
So this question goes for you, just like the Jews, there's about 6 million Jews that were put in the ovens and whatnot. So let's say if 6 million Iranians get killed for your freedom, would it be justified?
There will not be 6 million Iranians.
There was 1 million.
Hang on a second more. Let's say if they throw a nuclear bomb on Iran, because IRGC is not, and according to Iran International, which I don't really like the source, right? Iran International says 20% of Iranians, they support IRGC. 20% of 93 million is close to 17, 18 million people. So what would you do with those people that actually stand with IRGC, that support IRGC? Can they destroy Pahlavi, the monuments and whatever, like a building or whatever? Can they destroy it and not get charged?
Pahlavi is very democratic guy, and he believes in vote. He believes in election.
I understand. Can they destroy? Yeah, but can they destroy like 500 cars or 300 cars? Can they destroy whatever religion Pahlavi believes in? Can they destroy those places, the place of worship?
Let me get that straight. Yeah. Pahlavi. At the beginning, we didn't destroy all the cars and the cities and people, right? We started very peaceful protest
No, I'm not asking you whether. I'm not asking about your situation. I'm talking about, let's say Pahlavi comes in, those 18 million people that are anti-Pahlavi, and they protest on the streets after you have this monarchy system in place.
Or not peacefully?
No. I mean, if they were to destroy because they do not want Pahlavi in there, but you guys want Pahlavi.
They cannot destroy. No.
Can't they torch like the place of worship?
No, they can't do that.
Why not?
No, they can't do that. If you want, let's say you're a student, you don't like your teacher, you just don't go throw a stone at their face, right? You go peacefully, you talk to the teacher.
Can they use those what is it, cocktail? What they torch the mosque or something? Can they do that?
Okay. No, let me explain. We didn't start off that.
No, not you. I'm not saying anything to do with you. I'm saying if monarchy system comes back in because I want to know your position. I'm exploring. Thank you for coming in, Shannon. Appreciate it. I'm just exploring your position. I know a lot of people want to speak to you. Just maybe 30 more seconds, brother, and then I'm done. So, let's say the Pahlavi comes in, and I know he wrote a book. It's about over 100 pages long. He wants to be a transitional body, but at the same time, if he doesn't, America tells him, no, you don't have to be transitional. There's a background noise from your microphone, Shannon. And he's told that he's told that you're not, you're not a transitional body, but you're just gonna be the leader. You don't have to worry about transition or anything. And let's say if the people are, let's say majority of people don't want him, but he's a dictator. He's going to be there just like his dad and his grandfather. And there's people like that 20%. Maybe you can have 30%. Maybe 30% of Iranians don't support Reza Pahlavi, and they're protesting. They're burning down cars and hospitals and this and that. While he's a leader, would they get away with these crimes? Would they not get charged?
They will get charged because we have something called election. We do vote. If the number of votes is big enough, he will go away. He's a Democrat guy.
All right, I'm going to give it to Mo. Let's try to keep it civilized more. It's on you, and then Hadi wants to speak, and I think Raha wants to speak as well.
Just let them finish the cycle, and then I go, and then Hadi.
You want to go? Okay, you want to give it to Raha? Raha, go on, Raha. He's being gentleman. Wow.
Thank you, Mama. So, you asked two cool questions of Shannon. So, I had the same IQ during the 12-day wars with my friend who lives in Iran. Then I told her, we have to stop the war. War is destroying the environment. War is destroying everything. I just want to answer your question with her answer. She told me the war has cost. Freedom has cost. If for reaching the freedom, killing some people. How can I say it? But let me think. I am translating from
I didn't just say it. I said it's justified. That was my question. Nima, please hang on a second. Nima, hang on, please.
Maybe I can't translate.
Hang on, Nima, please hang on. Raha, it wasn't the question. The question was, is it justified if they end up killing 5,000 civilians with 1,000 or 500 IRGC members killed? Is it justified? Shannon said yes, it's justified. Right?
That's what I said as well. Can I translate?
I don't.
This is not my answer, Amir. You know that.
No. I'm just clarifying.
I know you're.
I'm just clarifying.
I understand your question. So, my friends told me we have to pay the cost for the freedom. So, if it costs 5 million people, because some people died, so they pay that cost. I am against it, but why they want that? I cannot do anything to that mentality. You know what I mean? And the thing you ask from Shannon, will you sacrifice yourself for freedom? No, if you ask me that the same question, I don't sacrifice myself because I want the freedom to live.
You want
know?
freedom, but you're not going to sacrifice yourself. That's crazy.
I will do
I
that.
want freedom to live. I don't want I don't want freedom to get killed. You know what I mean?
Okay. So, Raha, let me know when you're done. I think Mo wants to tell you. You done, Raha?
Yeah, I'm done.
Okay, go on, Mo.
That was a little bit interesting because, so if you want freedom to leave, all I said was, if you want freedom, the Iranian problems is up to Iranian people, not any foreign intervention. And if you want freedom, you have to pay the cost, as we did, as the previous generation did, as generation to come will do. Against American intervention, and that's here the hypocrisy of the Pahlavists. They can just sympathize. My heart goes and aches with the victims of the January events in Iran. But my heart extremely aches for the 7 to 12 years old kids being bombed by American bombs. And if you cannot sympathize with both victims and just see the other part as a collateral damage, there is something wrong with your humanity. That's as clear as this. This is being selective. If you cannot see the victims of this war and just say, yeah, of course, we can tolerate that everything has a side effect. No, those little girls who died in the school bombing, and even if they are by IRGC and you are just saying, it's collateral damage, something is wrong.
Is something not wrong? You are our enemies, Mo.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I am your enemy and you cannot talk and you want to threat. It's okay. It's okay.
Of course, it's okay.
Because you know what?
We are now fighting. You know.
I have a question.
Actually, yes, we are fighting.
Sally,
let him finish. Let him finish.
Let him finish, brother. Let me finish.
I'm ready to be disappointed. Go on, Nima. Go ahead.
Listen, brother. First of all, sorry for my English, because my first language is actually German. But I'm trying to say what is my opinion. I, as an Iranian guy, feel you all who support IRGC like
did I support IRGC? Did I support IRGC?
Look, no, I am not idiot.
No, you are idiot. You are idiot because when you confidently say I'm not idiot, you are idiot.
Okay, no problem. Just let me finish, and then you have your turn, brother. You have your turn. You say Pahlavis should take responsibility for this killing for the last 2 months.
I said, who said that?
Your leader said, Mushari said,
why? That's my problem. Did you hear me saying Pahlavi has to take responsibility of that?
You said, listen to me. Are Mushari your leader or not?
No, it's what are you talking about? First of all, Ayatollah Khamenei is not my leader. He hasn't been my leader.
Yes, you think I'm idiot.
You are an idiot. To be honest, my friend, at the bottom of my heart, you are an idiot. Because my heart is just black and white for me. Sorry, let me finish. 10 seconds and I give it to Hadi. 10 seconds and I give it to Hadi.
Mo and then Hadi and then
At the bottom of my heart, and I don't mean it as an insult, at the bottom of, and I believe that you are idiot because you see the word black and white. Okay. The word is not black and white. It's a
large spectrum of different opinion and different people. You are because you simplify everything down to false dichotomy of RGC and Pahlavi.
You say the right thing about our crown prince.
Nima, you gotta stop interrupting. Let Mo land, and then you get a mic time. Sally, I'll give you the mic as well. Mo, are you done?
I will sacrifice my life for our children. We have many children in Iran. You know, Iran is big countries. We have a long history. Our history. Let me say.
Do you hear what I'm saying? Do you support Raza Pahlavi?
Of course, he's in my heart. He's only choice. He's our only choice, and he's our leader. I support him. I support him till I die. You know, because he loves Iran. He loves Iran. He's only guys who loves Iran.
He also loves pizza.
Let me finish. Taran, Buzu, Baba, Koskesh. He loves pizza.
Stop cursing out
I didn't understand that.
Stop cursing out in Gumi. Stop doing that.
He was swearing at me. I got the swears, I got the vibes, but I don't understand it. But that's enough.
Hey, Mother Gender, Mother Gender, stop cursing. We have women here.
I don't think Nima has anything to offer the room, to be honest.
Yeah, I
think just take him down. His English is awful.
Thank you, Nima. Thank you.
Go to your German rooms and your echo chambers. You have nothing to offer, like a room full of people that want to actually discuss facts, Nima. Like it's
Adi, what do you think about Shannon's position? That was very interesting, huh?
I really feel bad for her. Because I could tell, like, she means well, right? But, like, from a political landscape, dynamics of power, geopolitics, her understanding of what should happen is riddled with hypocrisy. It's riddled with failure. Should things go as the way she says she wants to go, Iran will not last a week. And this is just because of the power dynamics of the world. I recommend everybody really read the 48 Laws of Power and also 33 Laws of War by Robert Greene. I think it'll help understand how power dynamics shift throughout the world. I think the political literacy as well for a lot of the Iranians has been conflated with so many different subjects, Amir, that they don't really know how to, where to side themselves. So let's break this down, right? You have the people that are clearly tired of the economy, right? They're tired of the...
Ali, you know what I want to see, bro? I want you to engage with Shannon and see, maybe, see where this goes. What do you think about that?
Yeah, sure. I mean, Shannon, I'm gonna open this, and I want you to work with me. Let's do a back and forth real quick. Imagine, right? There's an oil company, right? And this oil company started out as like a small business, right? So it's all like family members running the show and stuff. And they start hiring employees and they start growing. And as time comes on, what happens is you make a deal with this other bigger company, but you don't know how to make a deal well. So what they do is they take 85% of your profits and they leave you with 15%. Because you didn't have the ability to know how to basically go through with this, the board members took advantage of this oil company. Then one day you realize that, hey, this is my oil, and this bigger company that came to act like, to help me and my employees, they're actually screwing me over, and they're taking everything, and they're living their lives off of my employees and my hard work's back. So you then set up a meeting, right? You say, all right, you tell your employees, I'm done being extracted. Guys, we deserve more than this. Maybe not all of it because they kind of helped us, but I think at least we deserve 50%, if not 100. So you go to the board meeting and you tell, this bigger company that came and screwed you over, you tell them, look, guys, I'm done with this. This is not fair. This is our resources. These are our materials. These are our people. I'm done with this. And by the time you walk out of the room, they have you killed. All right? And then they put some new CEO in power that basically works with them better. So now you lost your family to start. You started this family business, now you're dead. And they put the people that killed you, they're such bastards, they put someone else in charge. And then the next person that comes in charge starts to look around and see, hey, the last CEO had a point. This is kind of, this is a bad situation for us. We keep getting extracted. They're taking 85% of our profits. Well, let me negotiate this. Let me at least bring this. I feel exploited. Let me try to renegotiate this. So guess what they do? They go and find some dumbass, okay? They go find some weird dumbass that doesn't know anything about oil companies, and then they kill the next CEO that they put in who challenged them. So now they've killed 2 CEOs. And they're hoping that dumbass, right, is going to basically wreck the whole company. And then in the world of business, something is going to happen. It's called a hostile takeover. They're basically going to let a bad CEO run this company to the ground, right? And then you're going to come do a hostile takeover and just take all of it. Get rid of it. Because twice they changed CEOs and it didn't work. Turns out that dumbass they put, he's so stubborn, he's not going anywhere. So they try to assassinate him. They try to get rid of him. They start making his oil company suffer. But he goes, no, God is on my side. I'm not going to go anywhere, right? That's what happens, right? So now you look at what's happening in Iran, and the people that you said are going to save you and you're ready to die by their hand has a resume of screwing your company over twice. And every other company outside of your company that they've touched, and let's say that company is called Iraq, let's say that company is called Libya, let's say that company is called Afghanistan, let's say that company, any country or any company they've ever touched, you know what their resume says? That company fails. They have never touched, Israel and America have never touched a company, I'm saying company just for you to understand what's happening. Never have they touched a company/country and that country has succeeded. Every time they've taken military action upon a company, what happens is it gets destroyed, they take their resources, and the infrastructure is so badly damaged that that country will take the next 100 years to recover. The biggest example is whenever they killed 1 million Iraqis to get rid of Saddam Hussein. And by the way, if you ask Iraqis today, they'll tell you, we miss Saddam, even though he killed our family members, we miss Saddam because back when Saddam was around, we actually had a country. Now we have no infrastructure, we have no electricity or anything. And on top of the fact that they destroyed that country, in 2014, these people funded ISIS to come into Iraq and destroy it even more. Okay? So they will never let countries like Iraq recover. And when they do find your freedom that you call, democracy or Shah or as a monarch, whatever you want to call, you think that they have, with this track record, good intentions for the Iranian people, and that they have somehow the ability to make Iran thrive like Dubai. And this is why I said I feel bad for you, because you were sold a lie. They used your emotions of hate towards Islam and hate towards the state of the country when they themselves put the sanctions on your country to make our people suffer. And they got you emotionally charged with some of the theocratic rulings, which again, I don't agree with, but that's how Iran is being run. It was like that under the Shah. It was like that under the Islamic regime. And now they have you saying, I want to die by the hand of Israel. Shannon, I'm going to stop talking. What are your thoughts on that?
Okay, I did make a few notes because I want to cover everything that you spoke about. Can I just, before I start my conversation, can I actually ask you where you're from? I realize that your name is Iranian, though...
من ایرانی هستم، بچه تهران، نیاوران دم کافه شاپ.
Okay, thank you.
من دارابادیم.
Alright, I just asked Hadi. The reason why I asked actually, can I just appreciate everyone not interrupting, because I'm not a fighter. If I feel I am being attacked, I'm just going to respectfully leave the room. I really appreciate if you just respect while I'm talking, because I've got ADHD as well. I can't just concentrate as well as listen as I talk.
I'll make sure nobody interrupts each other, okay? I'm with you.
I appreciate that. Thank you. So first of all, you mentioned something about hate for Islam. Can I just confirm something? I never had hate for Islam. I was never a rightist or leftist. I was a pro-Palestine before all of that whatever is going on. I had a lot of friends. We used to go to protest together. We used to go protest for Palestine, LGBTQ, for all the leftist stuff. One of my friends during all those protests, they got arrested, and we were busy with all the court and stuff like this. So I was a proper pro-Palestinian squad. Then what happened when this internet blackout happened to Iran, I went to this group chat that I had with my friends, and I was like, guys, this is what is going on in Iran. They're killing my people, and they cut off the internet. Nothing is coming out of the country. I know people are being slaughtered. Pure silence. Nothing. Not even a like or anything. A few hours later, same message, guys, this is what is going on. Can you be the voice of Iran? No one responded to my message. A day later, someone just sent something about Palestine. And I was like, listen, there is something more important going on around the world. Can you speak about Iran for a change, not speak about Palestine? I am a pro-Palestinian, but today, at this specific moment, Iran is very more important than Palestine or any other nation, because there are people being killed. There's no internet. We don't know what is going on. Can you be the voice of Iran for 1 second? Just forget about Palestine. I know we all care about Palestine. And do you know what they told me? They sent me an AI created video that people are actually in love with IRGC. People actually love IRGC. And you're all lying. And I was like, listen, you're not Iranian. I'm Iranian. I know what is going on in Iran. These protests are all AI made, and there's nothing. I know the real protest. I lived there. I know how that works. So I started educating them how that works in Iran, and IRGC is actually murdering. And after a long discussion, do you know what they told me? They said, IRGC is supporting Palestine, and we don't care about a few Iranian lives to be sacrificed for Palestine. So, you know what? We'd rather IRGC stay than Iranians being slaughtered. At that moment, I realized that all of these friends of mine, I used to call them friends, all of these people, I thought they were good people. They had good hearts. They had good intention. I realized, not really. All they care about is actually just ideology. They don't care about humanity. They have a bias. They're human activists, but they have a bias. They don't care about humanity. And then all they care about is just their ideology, which is...
Shannon, I'm not trying to interrupt you to be rude, but I asked you a question about the scenario I sent. You said you made some notes, but I don't feel like you're answering my question. What do you feel about the resume of the West in every country they touch leading to destruction, and now they have interest in Iran? What do you think about that? Do you still trust them?
Yes, yeah, I'll come back to this question as well. Yes, you're right. Let me finish my previous thing as well. At that point, I became, from a pro-Palestinian, I became a Zionist. Yes, I am a Zionist now. So I'm going to answer your other question now. You're talking about company and oil. Let me tell you another scenario now. Mo, let me finish, and then we can talk. So I'm going to give you a scenario now. You are living, let's say you're a 5-year-old, you have a parent who are actually beating you. They're really bad parents. They don't know how to do parenting stuff. They don't know. They're just hitting you. You can't go to school. You can't learn anything. You can't live your life. You can't have proper food. And what they do, some few people are going to save you. And of course, they may take you, or they may take your, I don't know, the jewelry you have. They may take whatever you have. At that moment, I don't know. I assume everyone's over 18 in this room. So I'm just gonna say stuff that I consider everyone over 18. I have people in my country. They're being raped in the jails. They're being slaughtered in jails, and at this moment, you don't care about money. All you care about, I want to give whatever I have. I want to give all the money I have, all the jewelry I have, all the oil I have, and I just want to be free. At this specific moment, the last thing you care about is money. You're talking about profit of a company. You talk about the profit of the oil. Someone's taking, I don't know, 85% of the oil money. I don't care. At this moment, I just want to be free. I just want someone not raping my sisters, not killing my brothers and sisters. That's all I care. I don't care about money at this moment. Does that answer your question?
But you don't care. No. Sorry, Hadi. Can I just
go ahead?
One thing, Shannon. Probably we needed to talk earlier that you don't do this glide from pro-Palestinian to Zionism just this rapidly. The main reason that Arab world and Muslim world didn't support the latest uprising in Iran was the Pahlavis. They strongly associated themselves with Israel, and we know that there's also leftists, we know that there's a conflict ongoing in Gaza and a genocide according to International Court of Justice. Netanyahu is a war criminal and a genocide has happened. So they were very, very shocked. So if Iranian uprising could keep the originality and fight for its own battle and do not include Israeli flags, probably could get some sympathy from left pro-Palestinians and the other. Yeah, of course, but just if you are wondering why Arab world was distancing or Muslim world was distancing, it was like this heavy, even now, when you see Pahlavi flag, you see Israeli flag too. Which, if you are genuinely, yes, I give you, if you genuinely are worried about Iran, you can fight for Iran without bringing Israel into the picture, especially given the last 16 months. And according to International Court of Criminal Court, Netanyahu is a war criminal. And we know there are very big atrocities. If we are talking about genocide, killing, slaughtering, let's to be fair and look at the world as is, not as we want to portray that, the atrocities that happened in the biggest open-air prison of the world, Gaza, is beyond, it makes you speechless. So, yeah, please go.
Actually, so all of this scenario that I was talking about, it was before Israel attacked. So it was nothing to do with Pahlavi. It was people just got killed. Pahlavi's name was not even mentioned, and none of my pro-Palestinian friends actually they didn't even want to talk about Iran. All they wanted to talk about was Palestine. And then I was like, you know what? I'm so sorry. I respect everyone in this room, but fuck Palestine, because all you care about is your ideology. You don't care about Iran.
Can I interrupt you? No. Everybody is fighting its own battle. Look, Iranians are fighting.
Hang on. Let her finish, and then I have to respond to Shannon. Go on, Shannon.
There was no Pahlavi on that time. When I was begging my friends, there was no Pahlavi's name, there was no Israel name. Later on, when Israel attacked Iran, all of my pro-Palestinians, I left the group chat and I never mentioned anything to anybody else. And no one actually asked me why you left the group chat, why you sad, or if you're sad or not. When Israel attacked, everyone got back to me and was, oh, I'm so sorry, Shannon, about what happened in Iran. I'm so sorry Israel attacked you. And I was like, oi, shut up. I'm living the happiest day of my life. Now you're sad about this? Now you're sad about Iran being attacked by Israel? When I was begging you to be voice of Iran, you were silent about this. Now Israel, your favorite headline news, is out there. Now you're approaching me and you're sorry for 5,000 people are being killed. You're not sorry for 42,000 people being killed.
Sharon, are you sorry for 80,000 Palestinians?
I need to check. Mo. I said I need to respond, bro. Can you please stop? Shannon, you understand that two things can be true. There's people on the Palestinian side. You know, some of them stand with the IRGC, some of them don't stand with the IRGC. A lot of them stand with the Iranian people. Okay.
I have not seen.
Hold on a second, Shannon. Hold on. So if there's Palestinians that live inside Palestine, right, and they see the struggle that you have to go for, back and forth, whatever, with the with the regime or whatever. Remember early on that I asked you a question? 20% according to Iran International, they stand with IRGC. This is coming from Iran International, which I don't like. I hate the source. Okay?
We don't have any statistics. We do.
Iran International. I can provide you sources. Iran International says 20% stand with IRGC. And Gaman survey, hold up, and the Gaman survey says 31 or 33% stand with Reza Pahlavi. Okay, there was a survey done. My question to you, if the Reza Pahlavi support is in minority, 31, 32%, you have IRGC support as 20%. The other Iranians, they don't want Reza Pahlavi, right? Should we not respect whoever's living on that land, respect their decision, what they want, have that democracy and whatnot, a secular system? Why should we, and you could still, support the Palestinian cause and support your Iranian people and stand with Iranian people, because the majority of them don't stand with Reza Pahlavi according to the survey.
Can I answer, or do you still have more questions?
Sure. Go on, sir.
I do not support Palestinians anymore because all I realized recently is all they care about is their ideology. And I told my friend, when my friend approached me, he was like, you know what, let's meet over coffee and this, that. And I was like, with me being Zionist, he was like, no, I'm not sharing a space with Zionists. This is his actual words. I'm not sharing a space with the Zionists. I was like, so you don't care about your friend. All you care about is ideology. He was like, no, I respect you as a friend. I was like, I respect you as a friend, but as a Zionist, I still respect you as a friend, and I'm happy to share my space. But as a pro-Palestinian, you're not happy to share a space with a Zionist who's also your friend as well. So, no, I'm so sorry.
What is your definition of Zionism?
I am against anything to do with Palestine now.
No, that's fine. What is the definition of Zionism?
They want their land.
Okay. The definition of Zionism, according to founding fathers of Israel, Theodor Herzl, Chaim Weizmann, Eliezer ben Yehuda, Ben Gurion, Golda Meir, their definition of Zionism was colonize and colonization. Okay? Now, you could, and look, since when colonize and colonization has been good? It has never been good. And that's what they want to.
You said they colonized.
They did colonize. They literally. Okay, I'll give you some examples. Golanites is located in Syria, which is colonized by the Zionist Jews. A buffer zone in Syria is colonized and occupied by the Zionist Jews. Shiva farms on the border of Israel and Lebanon. Shiva farms located. It's colonized and occupied by who? The Zionist Jews, the Zionist entity called Israel. In the West Bank, there's 920 checkpoints
Area C is 60% of the West Bank. Area B is 22%. Area A is 18%. Palestinians, they live on less than 40% of the West Bank. Rest of it is occupied and colonized, and they're building more settlements in the West Bank by who? By the Zionist entity called Israel. Colonized Gaza. No, it's not their land. It belongs to the Palestinians. According to international law, it's occupied. I can give you source one after another. I used to debate the Zionists right after. That's why a lot of Zionists are triggered by my presence. I used to debate them. I could provide you one after another.
To share a space with the
No. But you. I don't think you know the actual meaning of Zion. I think you're confused, Shannon.
I am not
Both
confused.
things can be true. Both things can be true. You could stand. You could support your Reza Pahlavi, whatever. Right? It's your choice at the end of the day. Okay. I cannot shove my belief system down your throat. But my position, I don't support IRGC or Reza Pahlavi. So is Edward. Edward is a Palestinian. He doesn't support IRGC or Reza Pahlavi. Right? But what I see is I feel really sad when I see you guys at that protest. I'm in Los Angeles, by the way, Shannon. In Los Angeles, they're protesting right for.
If I'll.
Originally, I'll tell you about it. I'm not nationalistic. In Los Angeles, there was people protesting. I would love to stand with you guys for your freedom, but guess what? They were waving the Israeli flag. You see what I'm saying? I don't mind supporting Iranian people.
Okay.
Yeah, but I can't.
No. Let me tell you why. You guys turned your back on us. That's the only people who didn't turn their back on us was Israel and the United States.
Oh, shut the fuck up. Come on. You're the dumbest broad I've ever met on this app.
Shannon, Israeli flag was very dominant.
Little cute girl with your fake stories.
Shannon, I want to fact check. I want to fact check.
Okay, let's get Edward's voice in there. See if a Palestinian speaks to her, maybe what does she think? Does he have a right to exist, Shannon?
Can I just say something? If anyone swears, I'm not going to say here.
No, I speak Farsi. I didn't swear. I want to fact check you here.
Hold on, let's hear Shannon speak Farsi. Yeah, Mo's right. Can you speak Farsi, Shannon?
I would.
Of course. بله که میتونم فارسی صحبت کنم. بهتر از تو قیاف نفس میتونم فارسی صحبت کنم.
اوکی، از کجا ایرانی؟
Shiraz. Proudly from Shiraz.
You're probably from Shiraz and you want Israel to bomb it?
ببین اگر حداقل شیراز رو بمب بزنه حداقل پول جنازه رو نمیگیره. جمهوری اسلامی تو که
Well, translate what she just said. Hold on, translate what she just said.
Of course, I'm going to translate to myself. I said, if Israel bomb us, they don't charge us the bullet money, but the IRGC charges us the bullet money.
You know why? Let me tell you, because the bullet money is already paid by American taxpayer to Israeli. Your beautiful Zionist piece.
Can I say let's not curse. So look, Shannon, I'll let you talk to Edward. He's a Palestinian from the West Bank.
I'm confused though.
Yeah, go on, Edward.
I'm confused, Shannon, because when you were telling your story, what happened to you in this group, and you were talking about the protests and how many people were being killed and nobody paid attention, but then you said that to Amir that this was before what happened in Gaza.
No, I never said before what happened to Gaza.
That's what you said.
No. I said before Reza Pahlavi's name was.
No, you're right. You did say that, but you said this is before what happened in Gaza. This was before.
No, I never.
Because Amir literally brought up to you, or somebody else brought up, well, Palestinians were dealing with what was happening, and not Palestinians, Muslims. Yeah, you brought it up, right? That Muslims were dealing with this.
I said. Let me tell you. She didn't. I said the reason that latest uprising in Iran couldn't gain the sympathy from Muslim and Arab world was the dominance of Israeli flag, while Palestinians were being massacred by Israel. They saw Pahlavis coming to the street holding Israeli flag, and I, as a very neutral person who guys, you know me so far. I can understand why leftist Palestinians and Arab world couldn't sympathize with the latest uprising. That was exactly what.
And then you, Shannon, said, no, this was before what has currently been happening in Palestine to the Palestinians. So that confuses me when you're telling your story. It's a major discrepancy. Now I can tell you the majority of Palestinians stand with the Iranian people, and the majority.
Can you show me?
Nearly all Palestinians. I'm sorry.
Can you show me a Palestinian who
actually... I think you'll be hard-pressed to find Palestinians that would stand with the IRGC.
That's the
both ideologically and because of the crimes that the IRGC have done over the years that are well known. And because also the IRGC with Hezbollah killed thousands of Palestinians in Syria too. So, come on.
Are you against this law? He had to force it as a law to remove that hijab. And a lot of other stuff, yes. He killed a lot of people because they wanted to split Iran into pieces. They wanted to remove Iran from the maps. So he had to be a dictator to be able. I believe Middle East has. Let's, Mister, stop coming into my mic. If you want. You can.
Wait, you should talk about the Shah, she talk about IRGC. She's talking about the grandfather.
Shah was also a dictator as well. Even though I support him, but Shah was also a dictator, and I think Middle East do need that dictatorship because Middle East is not open-minded enough. People of Middle East are not educated enough.
Aren't you from Middle East? Aren't you from Middle East?
I am from
You are the exception, right? Because she's becoming racist now. No, people of Middle East are mentally incapable now.
No, did I interrupt you when you were talking?
No, because I don't buy anti-Semitism. I don't buy racist bullshit. I don't buy this stuff. But you are racist because you're saying people of this is a racist system.
No. That's not racist.
Sean, you're unbelievable. I'm just telling you, you are literally unbelievable. It's just a pile of everything mashed up together. One point you're fighting against dictatorship. One point you're fighting against dictatorship, and then 2 seconds later, you say you would actually join Sawak to kill people.
Yes, I do.
Because you're a dumb. Because you're a
I was never against dictatorship.
Answer me one thing. Is your opinion based on a core value that makes you who you are?
Can you send Mr. down, please?
Hang on, please.
Can you send Mr. down?
I think Sally, hang on a second, Shannon. Sally has a question. Please, nobody come off the mic. It's a conversation between Sally and Shannon.
I'm happy to speak to Sally. So can you send Mr. down?
No,
it's okay. Mister, just hang on a second, brother. Hang on. Let Sally engage, and please don't come off the mic. Nobody. Go on.
Yes, I am
Sally.
happy to talk to Sally, but can you send Mr. down?
No, he can't.
It's okay. He won't come off the mic. So just Mister, please don't come off the mic. That's it. Go on, Sally. Okay, cool. Sally, go on.
See, if your identity built on a core value that you say lying is bad. Lying in any situation is bad. It doesn't matter if lying is beneficial to me, then it's good. Then it's just hypocrisy. If you're against dictatorship, the dictatorship is wrong in any way, not because that's my favorite dictatorship. It's just show how empty is your how weak is your moral structure. It's just like, if it's in my benefit, if it's aligned with my belief, then it's good. If not, then I'm against it. It's just like, that's why I say, like, it doesn't make sense. You have no coherence. It's just like, you're just following what's in your benefit, not what actually, like, let's put aside all these political debates, all of this debate. Who are you as a Shannon? Like beside your political identity, your actual identity, like, before you are Iranian, before you are any, like, before even you are Shannon,
You are a human. Who is that human? Find that, because that should be something based on the solid structures of the value, not what's in your benefit, not what your political opinion is. You see, that's why I'm telling you, it doesn't make sense. You're either a hypocrite or you're my apologies, don't want to stupid. It's just that you're either ignorant or you are stupid. It doesn't. It's nothing in between. Because if it was, it should have a solid structure of the value that you stand upon, not just changing side because it's in your benefit or it's against your benefit. Do you get what I'm trying to say?
I totally understand what you're trying to say, and I never said I'm against dictatorship. I never mentioned that. I never said that. I believe Middle East do need the dictatorship because, as I said, I'm a Middle Eastern, I'm an Iranian, and I do believe that us Middle Eastern, we don't deserve democracy because we can't just solve a problem by talking. We can't. We are bombing each other rather than talking. We are using guns rather than talking. So we do need that sort of force on our people, including myself, because we are mentally not stable enough to have like a modern.
God, this. I'm sorry, Amir. I cannot. Just 30 seconds. First of all, Shannon, at the very beginning of your engagement in this room, King the mic, you said, Reza, you claimed Reza Pahlavi is a very democratic person. He is pro-democracy. He wants to conduct. And now, toward the end, we realize that you are for dictators. And the only issue that you have with Ayatollahs in Tehran, because they are not your dictator, they are just dictators the other side. You want your dictator. But, you know, I cannot not engage when you say we Middle Eastern. You can talk about yourself that say, I am mentally disabled. I am mentally cannot participate in democracy. But please, I'm not really saying it out of grudge or please shut up and don't say we Middle Easterns. Because Middle Easterns are mentally capable to do a lot of things that you being brainwashed with whatever media you are using. Don't say that. Don't generalize. You can talk about yourself, but not about Middle Easterns, not about Iranians. And saying that Iranians don't have, Middle Easterns don't have the mental capacity and they need a dictator.
But she has, sorry I'm interrupting you, but she has kind of a point because it's a democratic system, like it's never experienced in the Middle East. This our countries, our people never experienced a democratic where they grow.
You know the reason why democracy has failed because America has overthrown democratic government. Right? American interests, monarchists and dictators work better.
There's no doubt about it. There's the colonialist hegemony that's trying to influence and interrupting the shaping of democratic systems in our countries. That's true. But because they've been stolen that right away throughout the history, they didn't ever make a sense of individual sovereignty.
But you cannot say mentally not capable of democracy.
That's
Ilham, we can tolerate everybody's opinion, but in this room we actually question the narrative and this whole position. That's what I do. It makes it more interesting, and sometimes it questions your narrative. Are you on the right or left? Shannon, I kind of agree with you and kind of disagree with you. In the Middle East, the democracy system, I wish, it was practiced, but every time it came to, if you look at Iranian history, you had Dr. Mossadegh, right? And what happened to him, right? He was a decent human being, and he did what he did, and they toppled him because he nationalized oil, right? Do you agree on that history, Shannon? Do you agree it, or do you have some revisionist history narrative, historical narrative? Shannon?
You do agree that Middle East do need the dictatorship?
No, I mean, do you agree what happened to Dr. Musaddiq? It was it was a fault of British, how they toppled him. They did a coup, 1953.
Let's not bring that time in because it's nothing to do with that.
No, do you agree? Hang on, Mister. Hang on. Do you agree to the history?
I'm not gonna have any conversation as long as this guy, Mr.
Yeah, hang on, Mister, hang on, please, let me engage with Shannon. Shannon, my question to you.
I genuinely.
It's okay. He's not gonna attack you or not. He's gonna attack her.
He
want to attack you. Okay.
No, can you send him down?
He doesn't want to engage you.
I'm genuinely not happy.
Mister, can you please stop coming off the mic? Shannon, my question.
Down. I do not want
if he comes up the mic, I told him if he comes up the mic, I'll move him down.
No, you said the same thing a few minutes ago.
Last time I gave him a warning. Shannon, my question to you is, do you agree to the historical facts? How he nationalized the oil in 1951, and then how he was, they did a coup in 1953. You agree to the historical facts, right?
I have no comments on that.
No, but do you agree to the historical facts? This is history.
I have no comment on that because it's nothing to do with the situation now.
No. What I'm trying to point you to is, it's under his system, there was democracy under his system. He was a decent human being. All right. My whole point was, right now, you want Reza Pahlavi to become the leader, right? Because you believe in dictatorship.
Unfortunately, he doesn't believe in dictatorship. That is the only
but in your opinion, do you want the monarchy back?
I want the monarchy back, yes, indeed.
Okay, so under monarchy system, are you going to have like elections and stuff or no?
Unfortunately, yes, we will have the democracy, which is the only weak point of
so who will have more power? The guy that's running the leader of monarchy system, or the president or prime minister?
People. Because he does believe in election, he does believe in vote.
No, but just because he voted in his book, what makes you think that that book is infallible? That what he's saying is word of God?
The Pahlavi has never said what he's saying is the word of God. It was actually Ayatollah Khomeini who actually said what he's saying is the word of God.
So look, what you're saying is the Khomeini. If let's say he was a good dictator. Let's say he gave everybody all types of benefits and this and that. I think then you would be happy with this system, right? If he made people happy, if he made Iranian people happy within the last 47 years, in any shape or form, let's say your family was happy, joyful, and they enjoyed all types of benefits or whatever, and they liked his dictatorship, then you would be okay with it, right, Shannon?
At the moment, all I care about is IRGC gone. I don't care.
No. I'm saying, but hear me out. Do you agree that if I'm putting the word "if" in there? If if he respected your family and you got the benefits, incentives, and stuff from the government.
What do you mean by you? But do you mean me personally or me?
Yeah, your Iranian people, your family, and your people got benefits, incentives, and they became part of the oil exchange. Whatever oil is sold out to the other countries, they get share of it, and everything's transparent. Everything is right there. That look, the money's being used for this work, that work, road work, construction, this and that. Everything is transparent. Then you would have supported the current leader, right? The guy that got assassinated.
Yes, though they didn't do that for 47 years, they didn't live.
No. I'm saying if I'm adding the word if, so then yeah.
If that was the case, I would not me. 90 million Iranian would have supported that. Even with the war of any other people, the United States or Israel or anything else, we would have defended our country. Us Iranians, we're not naive, we're not stupid, we're not dumb. We understand war's got its consequences. We understand war is difficult, war is going to kill our innocent people. We understand the consequences of the war. We understand how bad it is, though Islamic Republic has done a lot of stuff to us that we prefer war than staying with them. We prefer to be killed
Shannon, I look at you as a smart woman. I'm sure you're independent or whatever, right? But one day I would like you to, think outside the box, right? And look, I stand with the Iranian people. I stand with you and your people, whatever. But at the same time, I don't stand with Raza Pahlavi or IRGC. Okay, I've seen the both sides are, in my opinion, they're bad. Dictatorship, I'm anti-dictatorship, and Reza Pahlavi, his dad and grandfather, bad track record. The track records weren't good. Okay, so I would suggest you think outside the box. You should stand with the. This is how I'm consistent. I stand with anybody, even a single person that gets killed. It's a big thing. Whether it's in Iran, Palestine, or there's a genocide going in Sudan as well. There's genocide and there's massacres going on in Congo. There's massacre going on in Nigeria. There's all types of atrocities going on. And you do agree what happened to Mahsa Amini was wrong, right, Shannon?
Of course, yes.
Okay. Whatever happened to her, we stand with her, right? Now, the next question is, in the West Bank, more than 50 babies have been delivered at the checkpoints. Okay, they have 920 checkpoints. It's the checkpoints only for the Palestinians, and it takes them just to travel 20 kilometers. It takes them minimum hour to 3 hours. Right, it's only for the Palestinians, not for the Israeli. The settlers that live inside the West Bank, they're based off the civil law. They get a free pass. So since you support the women's right, if you look into the women, the amount of atrocities this disgusting state has done to the women's life inside Gaza and in the West Bank and in Lebanon and in West Bank, East Jerusalem and in Syria and a whole bunch of other places, I think you should stand with women's rights. You love women, right? Sorry, Shannon, you want women's rights?
Can I answer your question?
Yes.
The story I told earlier, it was based on, that was proper truth. I have all the evidence. I have evidence of me going to the protest for pro-Palestinian. I have evidence of people know me on in here, on Instagram, on LinkedIn. Everybody, people know me. I was a proper pro-Palestinian, not a pro-Palestinian. I was a pro-human. I was supporting him. I don't care about Palestine. I don't care about Israel. I care about human. No innocent people are supposed to be killed. No children are supposed to be killed.
Right.
That's why. That was my whole reason to go protest for Palestine, because regardless of the ideology, innocent people are not supposed to be killed. Innocent children are not supposed to be killed. Though, when I went to my friends and I told them what is, turned their back on me and they said that we don't care about Iranian lives being sacrificed for Islam. And I'm like, this is not a war against Islam. Try to understand this. It's not a war against Iran. IRGC is taking our money, is slaughtering our people, and all we want is just to be free. We're not fighting against Islam. And they said, you know what? We don't care. Because I'm just going to... because IRGC is actually supporting Hamas and Hezbollah. That's why they wanted the IRGC to stay there. And they, regardless of how many people, you're talking about women's rights, right? Let me tell you something. I've seen my girls being raped. I've seen my girls being brutally murdered, raped, and taking their organs out after murder and even before murder. And what happened? No women rights activists actually took our side, because they actually thought it is against their ideology, which is pro-Palestine. It's nothing to do with Palestine. And you're right, we're waving Israel flag, but it's not because we want your children to be killed. It's nothing to do with your children. We used to care about your children, but because you guys turned your back on us, now we honestly...
When? Hold on, who took whose organs out? Hold on, Shannon, who took whose organs out?
Pretend you've never seen those pictures. Pretend you've never seen...
Wow.
I have pictures of dolls.
Wait, did you say Iranians are taking other Iranians' organs out?
Yes. Yes, IRGC is taking my girl's organs out.
Oh, this is how I know this is just a plant, Amir. Israel is notorious for organ theft of Palestinians, and you're a Zionist. And then you come up with bullshit and say IRGC is taking the organs out of their own people? Where the fuck did you get that one?
Listen, IRGC is not Iranian, just to let you know. IRGC
What is it,
not
Arab?
Iranian.
What is
It's a
it, Arab?
terrorist. It's a terrorist.
Define terrorism.
Nationalism. What is the national? I'll say.
Kay, hold on. Kay is here. Kay, have you IRGC takes the organs out of their own people? Have you heard this one? Fact check. Can't hear you. You're breaking out. Hold on. Kay is the best fact checker Iranian. I know. Go ahead. Try again with your mic. Kay, the IRGC steals the organs from its own people?
Kay, stop stealing neighbor's Wi-Fi, Kay. Use your own Wi-Fi. It works. So I have to go somewhere that I could talk. All I have is anecdotal evidence. I have friends who have said that. And that's all I
Jesus, your friends are not what we are talking about now. You know,
Shan has the pictures. She has the Shan.
I don't know, Kay. I don't know, Kay.
Accusations and confessions. Okay, these Israeli he owns a jewelry shop. Go on, Shannon. Ask me a question. No, just a second. You asked me a question and I answered it to the best of my knowledge. A couple of my friends hold on. I have a couple of friends. I cannot tell you their names because as soon as the name is exposed, they could be in trouble. Can I talk to you?
Someone's asking for names, bro. Calm down.
Okay. So I cannot provide you any more information. So it is just.
I didn't ask
anecdotal evidence.
Trust me.
So it is anecdotal evidence.
Okay, are you aware of the organ theft that happens to Palestinians by Zionists?
Not Palestinians. Not Palestinians.
Not Palestinians? Who wants to fact check Shannon right now?
I can give you sources, Shannon. I can give you sources. There was a big ring that they arrested. There was a bunch of Zionist Jews. They were stealing organs of the Palestinians. I can give you sources. Do you want it?
No, I never mentioned.
Got the largest skin bank in the world.
What you're saying is right or wrong. All I'm saying is IRGC is brutally raping my girls, is brutally murdering my. I said this is wrong. I never
they stole your heart,
huh?
And they broke it, and now that's why you are a sore loser.
Am I a joke? Mo, I'm a joke to you.
Shannon, we'll find you just one. I don't even care if it's in the Israel Times. I don't even care if it's in the Israel Times.
You won't be treated as a joke.
Find me one article that says IRGC stole its own people's organs. I just want to know, where did you get that from?
Please, I really have a point which I don't want to make. Guys, there is I think Israel has been projecting whatever crime they did to Islamic Republic as a part of PSYOPs, psychological warfare, and brainwashing things. They kill kids in the day, and then Iranians are killing babies. They bomb Gaza, they hit hospitals, they do everything, even the 40,000. You know why the number? My heart goes with those thousands of people who were killed in the streets of Tehran and other cities back in January. But even ballooning number to 40,000, 80,000 to match up with the number that Israelis committed in Gaza is just Israeli effort to project its own crime, and it's part of a psychological warfare against Iran. And now draw another parallel. They are harvesting organs. You know, this is something that you, if you just search, you can find like tons of literature and also links about Israelis are doing this. But let's dig a little bit more and see if one IDF issued propaganda piece is just projecting. Israelis are doing this. So next time when someone said 40,000, 50,000, next time when you heard a crime that Israelis are already doing it and they are associating to Iran, just be aware. Just have a little bit of doubt.
I've got a question for you, Mo. I've got a question.
Yes, please.
If Israel killed 42,000 people in Iran,
No.
do you not have war there?
In Gaza,
Do you not have...
Israel didn't. No, you don't get me. In Gaza, they killed more than that.
Oh, okay. I'm with you.
I said ballooning numbers about the people who were killed to match up with the numbers, 80,000. Because in Gaza we have reports that's up to 80,000. So ballooning that number, inflating that numbers, it's part of Israeli warfare.
Can you give me a minute more? Sure. So of course IRGC is not gonna give us a videotape and correct numbers. They are known to be liars. The best I could find was an interview with Payam Ahavan, who was a former UN prosecutor and human rights activist with Piers Morgan. I put the link on the chat, and based on the estimates they can give, they came up with the number 33,000. I put the link in the chat. It's part of the interview between Piers Morgan and Payam Ahavan. So it's not just a random...
The government of Iran issued a list, named the list. There is other one, which is from Amnesty International, which is still below 10,000. So, I'm just, again, I'm raising some alerts, I'm raising awareness. I'm saying when you see Israeli crimes that is already proven being projected.
Forget about Israel. I'm not discussing Israel.
No, I'm not.
Okay.
I'm talking about Israelis projecting their crimes to Iranian regime. And
Payam Ahavan, you know who he was? He was. I told you. Do you remember? Or you were not just even listening. I bet you wouldn't even remember the name.
I remember the name, and you said in an interview with Piers Morgan. I think the one that he doesn't.
And who did I tell you he was?
It's
you don't remember, right?
23,000. That was the number that you said.
33,000. You're not listening. See, you're not listening.
Kay, you are missing the point. Kay, you are missing the point. Okay. The one
many people. Hold on. That's the way I look at the problems. I put the facts on the table and I let the facts speak. Israel has killed many, many innocent people. There are very, very robust and solid news that they even attacked marked UN vehicles with people in it. You cannot, because some of the excuse, when they are attacking ambulances and hospitals and stuff, they're saying, Hamas was hiding there. Hamas cannot hide in a UN vehicle. So we know who Israelis are. So let's put that aside. So when I look at the numbers, Islamic Republic, who is very well known for lying terrorists, they shut down the 752, they lied about it. They said, Abraham Lincoln is at the bottom of sea, we sank it, they lied about it. They lied left and right, we do know that. They come up with the number 3,117. Harana comes up with the number that they have more than 7,000 verified. They didn't say it is the number. They said this is as much as we could verify. And we have Payam Ahavan, who estimates it at 33,000. These are my arguments. So what are your arguments?
Your arguments are entirely irrelevant. All I was saying, and actually you probably need to listen, I said, I believe, based on the evidence, based on what I see right now, Israelis are conducting some form of psychological warfare by projecting their crimes to Iranian regime. For instance, because you just came to this room, because Shannon was saying Revolutionary Guard, IRGC, is harvesting organs from the bodies, which this is again a crime that Israelis are very much accused to. And then another thing is my feeling about ballooning numbers about the people who died in the street back in January. 80,000 is to match up with the massacre that was conducted and is being done in Gaza Strip by Israelis. I think Israel is projecting its crime through a psychological warfare to Iran. This is what I'm saying. I'm not talking about numbers. I'm not talking about harvesting. I'm talking Israelis are projecting their crimes to Iranians. Just yeah, that's it.
Maybe they do, maybe they don't. Okay? My question is, this is a claim. You're claiming that you're projecting what they have done to people in Gaza, which my heart goes out to.
Claiming. I am saying I believe.
Okay.
I do not
believe.
say I believe.
Okay, you believe. Okay, you believe. This is opinion. This is opinion.
It is my opinion.
This is just your fact. Okay, so can you give me the basis of your opinion? Is it just what you think, or there are other analysts and big shots in the world, because we have all type of activists in the world? Hold on a second.
I'm not saying why you think like that. Yes, the question was why you think like that. So I can give you.
Hold on a second.
Okay, sure.
Hold on. Who's the biggest name in the world who has the same idea as yours?
First of all, that's a very big fallacy. That's a very big fallacy. That's who is the biggest guy in the world. First of all, for my belief, I don't need to have a biggest name who thinks like that. I have brain, I think, and I can form opinion based on what I read and what I hear and what I see.
Sure, you can form any opinion you want. My opinion is elephants can fly. Okay, but it's not hold on. It's the value of an opinion. If I have an opinion and I have facts behind it, I have big shots in that area, people who are experts in that area, having the same opinion.
It's very actually, if you
let me finish.
If tomorrow,
let me finish.
No, I don't let you finish because you want a big name to support an opinion to be valid. So, for instance, Donald Trump probably thinks that he's a warrior. No, you just said, man. You just said, what is the biggest name that supports your claim? Okay. I don't know.
Let me know when you're finished.
Okay, I asked a question, and this question is why I think like that. I can answer why I think like that, but I cannot answer who else thinks like me, because this is generally my opinion and a belief that I have formed based on what I see in the news outlet and the parallel between what Pahlavists, what anti-regime people are bringing up and what is happening in Israel. Okay, and what Israel is actually accused to. Okay, is being accused of. Okay, so and then if you want, I can explain that. But then you enter to the land of bullshit. Who is the biggest guy thinks like that? It is bullshit, my friend, because I don't know who thinks like that. If I don't know, and this doesn't add anything to your question, and it's entirely garbage, because no matter if anyone thinks like me or not, I am entitled to my opinion. Donald Trump is a big guy, and he believes in bunch of bullshit.
Can you wrap up?
To wrap up why it is my opinion. To just
No, you are entitled to your opinion. Okay, wrap up and I answer.
didn't ask a question from you. You were asking.
No, wrap up. Okay, let Kay respond, and that's it. We can move somewhere else. Okay. In my line of work, I wants to speak as well. Yeah, sure. I'm sure. In my line of work, we keep having brainstorming sessions, and people bring up opinions. We have problems, we have new features, we have this thing in industry, and I asked my team members, what do you think we should do? One guy says, I believe we should do X. Why? Because it's my opinion. Another person comes up and says we should do Y. We should do something else. And I say, why? He's like, we just had it. Some guy suggested we should pick up that technology. I was like, why? He's like, because it is picked up by BMW and Mercedes and Lexus. It is widely being used. It has proven record to be successful. This reason and this reason, it fits what we want to do. They say, okay, let's talk more. To the other person, I say, okay, thank you for your opinion, get lost. So if you have an opinion and you cannot back it up,
I can't back it up. You are full of bullshit. Jay, are you interested to know why I see? No, okay, you keep repeating a question.
More was Hayat that wanted to speak, bro. I can come back to you in a bit. So basically, you're entitled. Let me wrap up in 30 seconds. You're entitled to your opinion. But if you don't, you cannot back up your opinion by providing reason. No, I patiently listen to you. So I would like you to do the same. If you cannot back it up with reasoning, then your opinion is worthless. If you can back it up with reason, then we have something to talk about.
That's very good. That's very good. I can just 10 seconds. Okay, that's very good.
Okay, take it quickly. I'm going to give it to Hayat and then Hadi.
I can respond to that.
He doesn't need a response. That's what I'm saying. He doesn't need a response. That's just his opinion. Hayat, go on, brother, and then Hadi.
Hi, I want to go first because I'm just going to park about 2 minutes and I'll carry it. Okay,
sure.
Go first.
Adi, you want to go? Are you available?
I think he's on the call.
He's probably on the call. But, and Mia, did you want to speak? I wonder who Mia is.
Hi. First of all, I wanted to say, I feel like this debate is just going nowhere because there's people saying, oh, can you back up your opinion? And no one can back their opinions up. And they keep saying they can. So I'm just going to move on to other things that I've noted from being here for almost 2 hours now.
Are you Iranian, Mia, if you don't mind me asking?
Yes.
Do you support Reza Pahlavi?
I'm sorry, but you've been asking this question from everyone that has been here, and I feel like that leads you to your next questions, which leads everybody that is against what you're saying to not be able to speak because you keep asking questions.
I'm gonna allow you to speak, like just like Shannon, she spoke for a while. I allow all voices. This room is not one-sided. Okay, this room is for everybody to explore everybody's position. I just want to know: do you support Reza Pahlavi? I don't support it myself. Okay,
I
just
do not have an opinion on Reza Pahlavi as a person, but I do have an opinion on the situation and Reza Pahlavi's role in the situation.
Okay, let's do it. Let's go.
Okay, so first of all, I'm just not going to talk about my own opinion till now because I've noted some things about other people and what they said. Well, there were people who were giving many wrong data here, and that's very misleading. I think he was called Edward. He said something about Palestinian deporting Persians, and that is just clearly not true. You can go on to and literally just look at the statistics. You can see that most Palestinians do not support Persians because they support the IRGC, because they're supporting Palestinians. There's people saying, Persians don't want Pahlavi, and I think that was you, Amir. You said that, according to a survey, I think, Persians do not support, not the big part of Persians.
Iran International says 20% support.
Yes, but I think what you're referring to is...
on survey says only 31 or 32% support resolution.
Yes, and I found that survey, and I think it was pretty old because as of now, when you search it up and look at other surveys as well from other sources, you can see that the most... you could say a big part of Iran is currently supporting Reza Pahlavi, not because of who he is, but because of his role in this situation, because what he's doing is trying to bring people together. And I don't agree with what everybody said here, but Shannon did mention something about people in the Middle East not being used to democracy. What I want to say is, I think people in Iran, I'm not going to talk about Middle East. I have never been to other places, so I can't really speak for them. But I know that in Iran, there are so many people with different backgrounds, different opinions, and I just think generalization is really bad. So I think that it's really good that Reza Pahlavi as a person is here to actually try to bring people with different opinions together, because we know there's many people who don't want Pahlavi and are supporting him currently. And what is the reason to that? It's because we're 90 million different people with different opinions. Sorry, I didn't hear what you said. Oh, then I'm just going to continue.
I said 99% of Persia, Iran supports the current regime. The 1 million, the 1% is not the majority.
That is not true.
That is so true. That is so true. You're misleading. You're misleading. You're taking Mossad's numbers and Mossad's data. Have you seen protests outside in solidarity?
I'm sorry, this is just like really stupid, because now I think everyone here knows that the majority doesn't want the current.
Oh, then where's your revolution then? Where's everybody revolting? Shouldn't there be a civil war happening in Iran?
Yes.
Currently nobody's there.
Are you talking about?
Everybody's on the street supporting their country, their regime.
Is this propaganda?
Okay.
It's not propaganda.
Aaron, I'm going to clarify one thing. So I'll go based off, the source that I don't like, right? The Zionist source, Iran International. It says 20% support IRGC. Now take 20% out of 93 million. How many million is it? It's close to 17, 18 million. If you see about 1 million people out of the 18, 19, 20 million people, that's a pretty big amount on TV. See what I'm saying? So we can't really judge it based on how many people were out on protest. We could say millions and millions of people were on there, but we don't know how many millions stand with IRGC. And now look, I've spoken to people that don't support Reza Pahlavi or IRGC, and they're like, yeah, we don't support IRGC or Reza Pahlavi. And Hadi has spoken to quite a few of them. As Hadi is, has I'm sure a lot of friends as well, and his family member, whatever, that don't support IRGC or Reza Pahlavi. But anyways, so yes, I think Hayat.
I want to ask the people who are like arguing here. Have you guys been living in Iran for the past, I would say, decade? Have you been there? Have you seen the situation?
Have you been there? Have you been there?
Yes, I have been there.
I have also been there.
You guys are trusting. You trust, and I just think it's like really stupid, because you are trusting what you're seeing on the Persian TV, which is
I don't trust it, Mia. I don't trust it. Okay.
That's good.
I'm actually I'm saying Persian TV to make my argument.
No. I'm not talking about you. I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about specifically Iron saying that everybody is out there. The whole population is out there supporting the regime. That's just not happening.
Leave it. He's not Iranian. He's a good brother, but he's not Iranian. Leave it. He has the right to have his own opinion. But finish what you're gonna say, and Hayat wants to jump in, and he's been waiting. Go on.
Yes, I've been listening for a long time, and I think people are really not understanding when there's just so much talk about Israel and Palestine. I just wanted to say that I heard people saying that they're actually into being with IRGC if it's going to weaken Israel. I heard that. I think it was from Edward. They said that they're going to support IRGC if it's going to weaken Israel, weaken Palestinians' favor. And I just think that's literally what Shannon was trying to say, that she is going to support dictatorship from Pahlavi if that means IRGC is going to go away. And that was just like where everybody backlashed. Like, everybody.
Do you have a survey about Palestinians supporting IRGC?
Oh, no. I'm talking about what was said here in this room.
And do you made another comment about the Palestinians to stand with IRGC or something? Did you not make?
No, I never said that. I said someone said that Palestinians support Persians, as in like the people of Iran. And I'm just saying that that's not true based on what I have seen and what I have heard and what I'm seeing.
No, but that's your anecdotal experience.
Sorry?
That's your anecdotal experience.
Actually, no, because if you actually are online, you can see that the most people that are pro-Palestine are not with the Persian people right now, because that is against what they're actually fighting for. They're fighting for their own freedom.
The Persian people are against U.S. sanctions. They're not against the regime. Let's not conflate.
Hang on a second, Mia. So I'm gonna give you one fun fact, right? So inside Palestine, right, majority of them are who? They which sect are they from under Muslim paradigm?
I actually have no idea, because I'm not talking about Palestinian people. I'm trying to talk about what you said.
Yes, but I'm talking. Edward was coming from the same place where I'm coming from. Palestinian people. Edward is one Palestinian. Okay, there's a lot of Palestinians. They stand with the Iranians. They don't stand with anybody that oppresses, because they know what oppression looks like. You see what I'm saying? They've been oppressed and suppressed for over 50 years. Do you understand that? And the majority of the Palestinians, they're Sunnis, by the way. There's 20% of Palestinians all over the world are actually Christian, but majority of them are Sunnis, and then there's even, I think, small number of Shias in there. So my whole thing is, that's where Edward was coming from. I'm coming from that. And then what events happened in Syria, that played a large role as well, from the Palestinians to decide what side they're on. You see what I'm saying? Just because the leaders were on the Iranian side, it doesn't mean people. I can give you a survey. There's a lot of Palestinians in Gaza right now. They don't stand with Hamas. The Hamas numbers have gone down about 40% or 41%. All right? I'm just letting you know.
Okay.
So go on. Yeah, cool.
I'll take that as a fact. But I was also going to refer to something that Mo said, I think, about how people are faking everything about IRGC actually having to take the blame, with everything that's happening in Palestine, and just
I didn't
all
say
the things
that.
that you
I'm
said.
happy to repeat that.
Yes, thank you. Do that, please.
I said I see parallels between the crimes that Israel actually commits and the accusations are being made to the Iranians. That's what I'm saying.
Iranians as in IRGC or
Iranian regime.
Yes.
Iranian regime. For instance,
please. I mean, she keeps referring to Iranians as Persians. Persians are not only only a group of
It's
Iranians.
fine. We all know what I'm trying to say, and that is the people in the streets, and that is the people of Iran trying to.
You have done this many times. Don't do this to me right now. Come on. Iran is Iran. We are not only Persians. What are you talking about?
Okay, so Iranians. My point is very clear from what I'm saying, and I just wanted to ask. Why is no one referring to the fact that the Iranian regime?
We are not Persians. What Persians?
Okay, then I'm just gonna say that to not offend you. But why is no one referring? If we put Palestine aside, why is no one referring to the fact that Iran has been sending supplies to Russia for the Ukraine war? I mean, it's really stupid how we only speak about that.
People like it's called geopolitics.
You guys
nobody cares when America cares about Israel.
That's all you guys are good for. You guys don't. You never help the oppressed. You're actually standing with the oppressors, and you are crying about why Palestinians are not helping you. That's a stupid question. It's a very retarded question. When did you help Palestinians?
You keep saying Persians. What Persians?
I said that I'm not going to say that anymore if that offends you.
Never did.
Yeah, I said that. I don't know why you're keeping it up.
That's fine. Where were you going with the point, Mia? Can you make your point?
Yes.
I
just think that what you're saying, you keep asking people if they're pro-Pahlavi or something, and you keep saying. I think what I've understood from your point is that you're saying that people need to stand with the regime right now against the war which Israel is bringing. Is this correct? Is this what you're trying to say?
By looking at the stats or looking at the people support, do you remember that the last during 12-day war? Do you remember that?
Yes.
Mia?
Yes.
I opened a room day in, day out. Okay, every day I was covering it, just like right now, this new war that's so-called war. I'm covering it. So I had people from the Raza Pahlavi supporters. They would justify the innocent children that were getting killed, that got killed. About over 1,000 people that got killed. You agree?
Mm-hmm.
So with that 1,000 people, there was about 30 to 40 that were children, correct? And they would justify it yes, because these kids belong to the IRGC, so it's okay to kill them.
Yeah, my question is, do you justify IRGC bombing its own school? How is it different?
No, it wasn't. It's America. America came out and they said they used the bomb, the special type of bomb that only America has.
All right. But don't you blame the IRGC? Wait, why would a government let a school be built next to a government base?
You know how many?
So many schools.
Wait a second. Please, Puria.
I think, brother, hang on a second. Give it to Puria. Go and Puria respond, and then we can take turns.
Tomahawk missiles are used basically exclusively by the United States military, France, Britain, and Australia. Which country has sold Tomahawk missiles to the IRGC? Can you please tell me that, Mia?
No, I can't tell you that because I am not looking to that. I'm not gonna come up with not true facts that I get along.
I know you're debating, brother. We're just going back and forth.
And to the same time,
this is about to get spicy.
But I'm just gonna round up my point in probably 20 seconds, and y'all can say whatever you want about it. I just think that yeah, my main point was to what people were saying about how currently, as of now, the people need to stand with the regime. And I am against that because I think that the regime has shown many times the things it can do to its own people. I just think that you can't say, only for this situation, only in this specific situation, I think the people need to stand with the IRGC. I just think that doesn't make sense because currently we can see from past years, many, many years, the IRGC has been killing its own people. How can you guarantee that if people stand with their IRGC right now and the war is over, then how can you guarantee that more people won't be killed? Because based on the things we've seen before, they do kill their own people more than the other countries are killing them. There have been more people killed in the protests than the 12-day war or the war right now. They have clearly stated that they're not going to be trying specifically to kill the civilians. Now, I don't know, maybe they can be lying. They can very well be lying, but I just think that no lie is as...
Let's compare the numbers. How many people has Israel killed since 1947-48?
No, I'm not talking about Israel. I'm talking about people being dead in Iran as of recent.
You made it clear. The country that kills the most in the Middle East. Can you give me a number from Israel, 1947?
I do not know because I am not talking about Israel. This debate is not about Israel or Palestine. It's about Iran.
Mia, you made a claim. The only country that kills the most people, which is wrong.
Amir, can I have a
That's why. No, hang on a second, Puria. This is why I want to question your narrative. Where did you get this narrative? The only country in the Middle East that kills their own people, the most kills their own people, is actually Iran. I need facts and sources, and I'll provide you sources from Israeli. You said it. You recently said it.
Doing it, but IRGC is killing its own people.
Okay, that's fine. I agree with you. I agree. Mia, I agree with you. I'm just questioning your narrative. How many people has Iran, IRGC, since 1979, since the revolution, has killed their own people? How many? Give me the numbers.
I can't. I need to put the whole thing up. There's been so many, and so many that we don't even know about yet. Do you remember the incident with the Ukrainian plane, I believe? Do you remember?
It's a normal thing for Iranian.
I do remember once this war started, I sat down and I tried to look into the people. Incident. I've been trying to put it all together, and when you put it up all together, I don't remember the exact numbers, so I'm not going to say anything about them because I don't want to be wrong on the data that I'm giving, unlike other people. But honestly, it's that way more people being dead by the IRGC.
Wait. What is the number? What is the number?
Now, I just said I do not exactly remember. I do remember looking up.
You said you did your homework, you put everything together, and you found out the number. What was the number?
And I clearly said that it was a long time ago, so I cannot just give you a number right now. But I can tell you that in this current war, I believe, when I checked about a week ago, there was, at least from the news that I heard, about 5,000 to 6,000 unrelated people to the government. That were
the civilians are being killed because of Israel and America. And
who was getting killed?
Your civilians inside Iran, right? Civilians.
Right now, as of now, yes, they're getting killed because of Israel, but also because of IRGC, and the numbers because of IRGC are higher.
Mia, what you said about school, hold on for you. What you said about school, you buy that by what you said. Oh, why would IRGC build a school near military base? Haven't you been to military base? They literally have schools inside military bases. Haven't you been there? They even have it in America, by the way. I think you're mistaken. You should look into the fact
to the amount of people IRGC
because
has
I'm correcting your school narrative. We need to go one point at a time. That school narrative, like the Tomahawk missile that was used, it's American made. It has nothing to do with Iran or other countries. It's American made, and Israel has the ability to use American made ballistic missiles on their school. That's possible. There's a possibility.
That is, yes, that is.
I don't think the base was near the school, was it?
Even if it was, anyway, it doesn't matter. These kids, these military officials, they work at the military base, they send their kids to the school. That's a normal thing.
It wasn't just the military officials. It's a small city. Minab is a small
city. She does make it clear, oh, it's not that. She's putting the blame. It's like self-inflicted massacre.
I feel like you're missing the actual argument here. I feel like you only address the things that you think you can come up with facts about.
Oh my God, I know a lot of facts, but I can come up with one by one because you like to jam everything and put all of it in together. This is why I tell everybody to do 1 point at a time. You brought up the school, which I told you about the school. You brought up the other thing about and this was a bold claim you made. This was like this was like underhanded comment you made about the Iranian government is the only government that kills its own people, like in largest.
That's not what I said. I never said the word only, and I hate the generalization that the room is doing in general. The past
Middle East.
Here.
Okay.
I never said anything about Iran is like the only country doing this in the Middle East. I never said this sentence, and I'm really mad that this is actually.
Okay, I wish somebody recorded it.
I never said only. Yeah, I would really love that. I never said only, but I did say that Iran is one of the countries that is killing its own people, and the amount of people being killed by their own government has been higher than the amount being killed in this specific form.
Just propaganda.
You know why there is zero evidence? You know why there's zero evidence? Because the government doesn't want anyone to know how many people are killed.
Let's do one mic at a time. Hold on a second. I want to get some new voices in there. Puri, I'll give you the mic, brother. I want to go to Hayat really quick, and then you'll have the mic, and then I got to pass the mic to new people as well.
First of all,
I want to give it to Hayat. Puri, brother. Hayat was waiting right before Mia came in. It was supposed to be Hayat's turn. Go on, Hayat. Are you available?
Yeah, thanks for that. I'm going to go very quickly. I'm going to please you mute yourself. Thank you. You could literally see that from the way Maya speaks and the previous speaker, Shannon or someone that was driving, I couldn't see the name. What they did with the numbers inflating the people who got killed during the January protests, is reflect on the people's mind that you could see it here, because they clearly, we had this conversation with Danish as well, that to legitimize the killing of children in school and everyone else, to just bring it up every second, say, the government killed more than this, so that's okay for America and Israel to bomb and kill more Iranian. This type of a mindset is really dangerous to have, that they're thinking, well, yes, we all know that what happened. And the number, if you want to get a rough idea what was the actual number, Sunday Times is the British newspaper, which is it's got a long history of this kind of thing. They've done the Darfur genocide, they've done the Rwanda, they've done the South Sudan, they've done the Yemen, the people who still dying from hunger children. They've done many of these things for decades. They came up with the number of around about 6,000. But just think about it, only on the second day after the protest in Iran, which is ended up with killing many people, Iran International TV comes at 12,000. Half an hour later it goes to 20,000. 2 days later jump up to 80, and then to 60, to the 40. That's exactly they want to create with these high numbers. So because it's already planned. So when we go and we kill 20,000 or whatever, someone like Maya and everyone else says, Danish and the rest of them are going to come up and say, oh yes, well,
our own government killed more, so that's okay if Israeli kills, or this is how they brainwash, literally. They use this new, the power they have behind the media. That's the discourse created way before this killing happened, to get people to the point that we all know the initial protest was for the people who are angry and they have a demand from the government because the prices of currency goes up, the prices of food goes up, and the rest. So they go and start protesting for days. A few people in some cities got injured and got killed. It was a number didn't make to say, I don't know, 40 or 50. I think around about 38 people during the whole course of 7-8 days. So what they did was they just jumped on the narrative that created by people who had the demand from the government, rightly so. But suddenly you have the international, the Pahlavi, Israel, and the rest going jump on this and changing the narrative. The democratic demand that the population of Iranian have from their own to overthrow, that's their right to do, but suddenly they're changing the whole discourse to their own benefit. And those thousands of people got killed, we all know that. So, and the rest of the Iranian population, especially the people who doesn't live in Iran, they're not directly feel the impact that currently their parents, friends, everyone else who's under the bombs of Israel and America and the rest, they cannot sleep. The children, scared of going to sleep. The people are leaving their houses, they go into the mountains, and all sorts of other things that are happening currently in Iran. They're sitting on their warm, cozy sofa, and then they say, well, that's okay, because my own government killed that many people. I could give those numbers to Maya. Where is she? Around about 500 on the Massa occasion. It was around about, I think, 78 or something when they had the Green Revolution, when if you remember the Ahmadinejad, the election, when the election was rigged. And I could give those numbers, but this young generation, even they haven't studied their own history. It was very interesting to hear from Shannon. She was saying Middle Eastern people cannot have democracy. But if you go back, Middle Eastern people, which is Egyptian, before European, they had, the modernization come 10,000 years ago from that region, goes to Europe, it goes back and forth from north to the south. It was in transition. And the rhetoric created and put on the mind of people that they feel so much down to themselves that we deserve, she said exactly the word, that we deserve dictatorships because Middle Eastern mindset. And when you hear this, you just, you break freeze and you're thinking, what these, young people are talking about. You get bombed every day, currently, this moment in your own country, your capital city, they burn down the schools, hospitals, makeshift hospitals, police station who are looking after the people property, which is they left and gone outside the city, they all got bombed. And there are people who coming genuinely, they try to convince me as someone not Iranian, and the other guys who, on this panel, maybe they're not Iranian, they are trying to convince us this is okay for Israel and America to bomb us. This is crazy. And I don't know where they get this information that to come up with 40,000. Someone just put a message down here. 30,000 people killed. Mo said exactly right. This number created so they could legitimize and also redirect the mind of people who was against the massacre in Gaza. Say, well, the Iranian government killed 40,000, 30,000, 60,000. This is just numbers. They're just throwing numbers. Like if you have a calculator, you just put digits in there, okay? Say, I have £1 million on a digit. This is, even they don't value the human life for this. If I put more numbers, if you have respect for human life, Massa Amini, one person was enough to create a revolutionary movement in Iran to get the hijab off. Of the Islamic Republic, hijab was the red line. No one would cross that. But one person died, Mahsa Amini. Many other people got themselves on the street. They got killed, they got injured, they lost their eyesight and the rest. So they changed the government, the way they ruled Iran for about 4 decades. But now they're just telling, oh, if you put 40,000, this is about the people who use as a part of propaganda. These people, they don't know. They're walking on the landmine that's planted by themselves to get blown up. That means you put your society and your country on a breakdown on the situation, which is anytime it could be fall apart, become another failed state. Iraq, Syria, Libya, you think that you are any different to the rest of those nations? No, you're the same people from same region, and they will break you if your mindset is like Maya, Shannon, and the rest. It's disappointing to hear this from the young group of majority well-educated, but you could hear from them. They are very happy to legitimize their own people got killed by Israel just now to say, oh, because the RIJC killing people. I don't get this. Thank you.
Okay, Amir, do you mind if I start now?
Sure.
Okay, see, I'm going to read you some numbers, okay? The first, these numbers are actually from the Pahlavi supporting channel called Iran International. I'm going to read you the exact numbers. On the first day, they came to a conclusion that 2,000 people have killed in the morning. In the afternoon, they came to the conclusion that 12,000 people have been killed. On 5 days after that, 16,500 people have been killed. After that, it would be 5 days again after that, 20,000 have been killed. 3 days after that, it was suggested that 36,500 people have been killed. 4 days after that, 40,000 people have been killed. Then the government of Iran issued a statement that about, I would say, let's see here, 3 days after that, the government of Iran said that 3,117 people have been killed during those 2 days. Then on 14th of Bahman, sorry if these dates are in Persian, then about 2 days after that, they say, Iran International said 9,000 have been killed. And about the evening of that day, of the same day, they confirmed that 6,000 people have been killed. Many human rights organizations such as Henga, they have proved that 4,000 people, approximately 4,000 people have been killed. This is facts, I'm telling you. But let's go back in time. Let's go back to 1979. I'll give you something really crazy about the playbook of Khomeini. The playbook of Khomeini, as I said, I'm not supportive of this regime. I'm not supportive of the Pahlavi regime, which is planned to be ruling Iran. But let me give you a fun fact from Khomeini. After the revolution, Khomeini claimed that 60,000 people were killed during the 1979 revolution. Not in the era that the Shah ruled over the country, but in those years that 1979, 1978, in those 2 years, 60,000 have been killed and about 100,000 people were injured. This is exactly how they are playing from Khomeini's playbook. This is Khomeini's playbook, actually. So what they do is they give you a really exaggerated number. They'll give you such an exaggerated number that today, during the war, they didn't expect the war to be like this, honestly. They thought the war would be like, initially decapitation strikes, killing the leaders, then they will go, bomb some places, kill some of these regime guys. It wouldn't even add up to 40,000. I mean, the facts have came out today. It's 1,533 people until now, for the past 11 days. So this is exactly the issue. These numbers were fabricated just to support the idea that what the regime has done, Israel wouldn't do more.
They don't care about Palestine. I mean, I don't care. Honestly, I don't even care about Palestine. I don't care about Palestine. How many people have died there? Yes, I will consider Netanyahu to be a war criminal if he have killed 60,000 people in a year. Yeah, he's a war criminal. But they don't care about that. The Iranian people, honestly, they don't care about that. Maybe some do, maybe, like I do, but majority, they don't care about Palestine. But you need to give them a good number. You need to give them 40,000 people. Killing 40,000 people in 2 days is crazy, but you need to give them a good number. So they will come to this conclusion that whatever Israel and the United States would do after this will not even reach that number. This is the problem. I don't know why Mia left. I have no idea why Mia left. She said the Iranian government, she said the Iranian government bombed their own school using Tomahawk missiles. I don't know. This is ridiculous. I don't know what to say, honestly. How the Iranian government can bomb their own school before killing their leader, before the declaration of war? How can they do that with a Tomahawk missile? Regardless of the Tomahawk missile, how can they have such a great timing? But when we are talking about this, see, at the same time, the torn girl who was here, I don't know what her name was, she had a black and red kind of picture. She was also wrong. No, 99% of the people of Iran do not support this regime. Probably 20% does. Yeah, 20% do. 20% believe in this regime. This is my issue. Believe. Belief is wrong. I don't support this regime, but I know it has problems.
We don't have to defend.
Yeah, we don't have to defend that.
We have to depend on Iran International, which is a disturbing source or something.
See, I don't know if
it's not trustworthy. That's the thing.
I know you're from Southeast Asia. I understand you probably don't speak Farsi, as far as I know. But as a person who speaks Farsi fluently, I'm not somebody who lived in the diaspora for a long time. I speak Farsi better than my peers. But what I'm telling you is Iran International is super biased. Super biased.
That's what I told you. So Iran International is giving us 20%, which means we have to double or triple about 40 to 50%. You see what I'm saying? The number is higher. Numbers higher for the IRG. Hold on, numbers. I think in my view, numbers live is higher, not 20%. I use 20% because these people, the Raza Pahlavi supporters, that's all they take. That's all they want to chew on. They're like, okay, where's the source? Where's the source? I have to give them a stupid source from Iran International.
Amir, there's another problem here. Mia said Persians. See, you see, when somebody say Persians are 49% of the Iranian people. I'm bringing you facts. Persians are 49 to 51% of the Iranian people. They could be like the majority by just a hairline. This is what I'm telling you. The rest are Lurs, there are Turks, there are Baluchis, there are Kurds. It is impossible to call Iranians Persians. Even the grandfather of Reza Pahlavi, Reza Shah, Reza Khan, he changed the name of the country from Persia for this exact reason. You see what I'm saying? Okay, give me a second. So, what I'm telling you, historically.
And I give it the mic after 4 years done, all right?
What Reza Shah has done today, he has attacked the Baluchis, he has bombed the Baluchis, has bombed the Qashqais, he has bombed the Kurds, he has killed Kurds, he has killed Turks, and probably, I would say probably, they haven't forgotten that. They probably haven't forgotten about it. They know what the Pahlavi regime has done to them. They were leftists in Iran. You know, all these time, these guys are talking about winning and winning and winning. We have never won through history. This is why the Persian Empire stopped at some point. and we became smaller and smaller day by day. This is the reason for calling ourselves Persians. No, we are not only Persians. I would doubt anybody here can testify that I'm a Persian 100%. It's impossible.
According to the idea, Indians and Greeks should be Persian too. But I think that's just a nostalgic connection with the Persian Empire and the history. No, but I'm just saying, ignore that. We know that it's just a nostalgic connection that we have with our history, right? Okay, I'm not confirming it. I'm just saying ignoring it. There's a lot of young people. Yeah, it is. It's just a nostalgic thing. It's not like
But you should. If you can land your plane for you, I gotta give it to Kay, and then everybody else can speak as well.
Please.
Kay, go on. Okay. Cool. Just to add what Puya said. After the revolution, they offered money, about $15,000. 50 years ago, that was good money, to whoever that had a close relative killed during the revolution. The number of people who showed up were 601. That's fact number one. You can check it. And the other problem that we have, Puya, and I agree with you, when we have a narrative, let's say I am someone who loves the show. I picture the palette as flawless, all about people with no problem whatsoever. If I'm against the Shah, I see only negative in it. If I'm pro-regime, I say I believe the numbers reported on national TV, on a TV that has a very, very bad track record. They lie left and right. We take it as like perfect fact that, the people who got killed, they were 8 Mossad agents. And I say it was 3,117, exactly what they said. If I'm against the regime, I throw numbers 40,000, 90,000. I even heard 120,000 without having any evidence. That's the problem we have. The facts. What I like it to be true versus the facts. The fact that I believe IRGC is massacred people doesn't change how many people IRGC killed. That's the problem we have. And I can see it in the supporters of the regime. I can see it in the people who are against the regime. Both parties usually, they just change the narrative and show the numbers bigger or smaller to fit their narrative. I'm done.
Could I ask Hayat a few questions? Since you mentioned my name. Yeah, that's okay. Hayat, what number are you okay with for the IRGC to have killed? 3,000, 10,000, 30,000? What number are you
sensible? Probably something sensible.
Puria, please allow me to speak to that. What number are you okay with? Sorry, your voice.
So I absolutely hate this type of a mindset that anybody okay with any death. My problem is that the throwing numbers, it does not justify of killing more people by Israel and the USA. That's the thing that I'm trying to say. It could be any number. We have no idea. One of the issues they caused was to get the numbers in a situation that no one knows what the actual fact is. And that's why you get more.
No, I understand, but you made that point.
You diminish. Listen to this, Danish. No, just listen to this. You diminish the whole massacre that happened if you just play with numbers, because human mindset, when it comes to this, they don't believe anything. If you come out and say 100,000 or one person, no one would actually believe you now because it's all messed up. And that was the plan to go this way. So you question me that how many numbers I'm okay. I'm not okay with any number. That's terrible.
That's
what happened.
Yeah, I agree with you.
And that's what I could say. You can carry on with the rest, but not justify the current killing whatever number that got killed.
Nobody has justified any killings. That's the problem. Hayat, allow me to finish. You made that point.
Legitimacy of killing more people.
Yeah, you made that point. I understand. You made that point.
All right, thank you.
Sorry. So, me, you, nobody's okay with any innocent people dying. Can we agree on that? Just a quick answer. Yeah? So, whether it's 1, whether it's 1,000, the Iranian people, for 47 years, have had many people killed, most of which have been either political activists, opposition to the regime, innocent protesters, whether it's been economic or civil rights, whatever cause. Do we agree that many, many people for 47 years have been killed by the IRGC in Iran? Can we agree on that? That's a question. Do you agree that many people have been killed by the IRGC? Yeah.
Yeah, well, that's a...
No, but please, Nahaya, don't go. Sorry, don't go into detail. Just say me yes or no. Just yes. Okay.
Ask me that. So
no, right. Let's just. Okay, 1 second, please. So we agree that IRGC has been responsible for the killings of many people in Iran. Now, how many times has the IRGC come to apologize, or has come to, have some sort of justice system or independent body in the country that has been able to investigate the killings of every single individual of these people? When has that happened in the past 47 years in the history of the IRGC?
Never.
Okay.
Never. We all agree.
Okay, so what's the solution for the Iranian people to hold accountable the regime that can get away? Because if someone commits murder in a country who's not, just a civilian, there is a criminal justice system, right, that comes and deals with this criminal. The society doesn't accept it. Now, for the people, when the very people who are supposed to bring that criminal justice system and give order to society commits that very crime, who are the people supposed to rely on? Who are they supposed to look towards? Who are they supposed to ask for help from? What's your solution to that?
I say this.
No.
The solution is not Israel.
Allow Hayat to answer, and then Korea, you can answer as well. I would like to hear all yours.
Danish, I'll be, my break is finished. I'm going to start working for next 2 hours. But the solution is not Israel and not Benjamin Netanyahu. He's not the person. The solution is
let's say that's not the solution.
Iranian population.
Iranian people never said that that's the solution. The Iranian people never asked for No, 1 second.
Yeah,
the Iranian people, we know. Look, I'm not one of the.
Okay?
No, I'm not. Look, sorry for interrupting after telling you to answer my question, but I agree with you that the solution doesn't always have to be foreign intervention, but I also don't agree that foreign intervention is definitely like we have to shut down the idea for some reason. But 1 second. Sorry, Adam, I know you're opening your mic, but just let me finish. So tell me the solution. Tell me the solution. But if that's not the solution, what is the solution for the Iranian people?
You're asking me, Danish?
Yes, you, and then I would like to get from Korea.
Dragging the government down, going every day, day out, pushing government, changing politicians, all of that. It probably takes years. Like I drop analogy, what it will eventually resolve by own people is if he goes outside your country, any other country would first look at their own interest. They're not interested, as Korea said, he's not interested about Palestine. He's exactly any other country about you as Iran. So it has to be within the system. That's Iranian people. That's the solution, not from outside. And
okay. I was just going to add, 1 sec, Danish. I was just going to say...
Can I just respond to that? Then I'll...
Okay, go on.
Yeah, because allow me to do the back and forth. I understand, but allow me to do the back and forth with Hayat, and then once we complete this, you guys can jump in. So you're saying the solution has to be internal, right? It has to come from the Iranian people. Now, each time people have protested in Iran, the regime has been more brutal in terms of how they've cracked down the protesters, right? So if you're saying that they need to just continue protesting, right,
And it's easier said than done, by the way, when we're not there, we're not on the streets, when there's machine guns and snipers trying to take you out. Do you see why so many millions of Iranians don't see that as a feasible or a reasonable justification for not relying on foreign intervention anymore? Do you understand why that is no longer a reliable or a reasonable response to get from people that is they get exhausted? That how much longer do they have to protest for? How much longer do they have to be patient? Because how many years do these young people live for?
As long as required, Danish. As long as required.
Well, again, okay. Now, Priya and Adam can jump in. I'm not convinced by Hayat's answer because I'm not saying that Hayat is wrong. One second. I'm not saying that Hayat is wrong. What I'm trying to say is you need to see why millions of Iranians are exhausted by that sort of mentality. The answer is no longer enough for
Your problem is you have accepted the consumerist idea that has been happening throughout the world at this moment. You have accepted the fast life. You have accepted that what you want, you should get it. You should get it as fast as possible. You have accepted capitalism, Danish. You live in that idea that this is your problem.
No. Again, you're not. Priya, no, I have to interrupt you because you're wrong. 1 second, because I don't even know where you brought that in from. 1 second, what are you saying? You're saying I've accepted. 1 second, it's not my logic. Look, 1 second, you guys are criticizing millions of Iranians for being desperate for foreign intervention. I'm telling you, not as the national Purga, I'm talking about ordinary young people in Iran. Do you understand why that option is no longer reasonable? It doesn't sound reasonable.
They have done it. They are very similar to you, Danish. Why do you think there is a difference between you, somebody who
I don't live in Iran. I live in a democratic country.
Yeah, I know that, Danish. There is no difference between you and somebody who lives in Iran. You both have accepted the idea behind the fast life. This is your problem. You don't want to accept it. But I'll tell you this, until 1980s, mate, Switzerland, Sweden, they had women rights issues. Did you know this? No, you didn't. You don't care about it. Until 1980s, the United States even had women rights problems during the Cold War. But you don't care about that. No. The problem is, these things takes time. The Renaissance that you're talking about didn't happen in Iran. We had this problem for many years. We come from a society that is based on the caliphs of 900 years of, let me tell you this, like 3 years ago, 4 years ago. After that time, people have changed with regards to hijab as well. People have changed because the movement made people understand that some things matter. If you want to jump over a thing, it's not going to work. You're going to go back. The problem was during the times of Reza Khan, during the early 20th century, what happened was he tried to people used to wear burqa. He tried to remove hijab from the community, from society, basically. Regardless of that, he tried to change the way men dressed back then. Men used to dress with something called kola namadi Danish, as you might probably understand what I'm saying. It was a traditional hat. He wanted to replace it with the French chapeau. So what happened? He forced it. And what happened after that? People came back to it. People run back to what you prevent them from doing. This is the problem. If you force a community to do something, whether external or internal, people will run back to it. I'm being very honest with you.
Okay, no, I understand. I agree with that myself. I think, the more you oppress people, the more resilient they will become over time. But the question is, okay, so foreign intervention, no, it has to be internal, right? This is what I'm hearing mostly in this room.
Exactly.
Let's say the war ends tomorrow, in a week's time or 2 weeks' time, okay, and we go back to the internal struggle.
Exactly.
Tell me about the internal struggle with a stronger Iranian regime.
See,
Tell me about the struggle.
I made a statement 2 days ago, and Velvet made fun of it yesterday. He called it the butcher movement. It is very important, actually. He beat it down to a lower extreme and made it sound stupid. No, it's not the butcher movement. It's basically the theory of revolution. When you want to revolt, there needs to be there need to be an understanding of what is the problem. First, identifying the problem. After identifying the problem, you need to understand the problem. After understanding, you need to work. You need to work with your own sect, with your own sector of people. I'm a student, you work with the students. You're a doctor, you work with the doctor union. I don't know, what is it called? The syndicate, the union, whatever it's called. Those people have to decide and connect themselves to a specific political party. If you don't have a political party, you have to create a political party. This is what we haven't done in the past 47 years.
No, actually, there is many political parties. No, political parties. Well, there is all sorts of political parties. Well, you said you're a Marxist-Leninist, right?
Okay.
How many there is so many. We have the Hekmatist party. We have so many different parties.
You can't name the Marxist-Leninist parties in Iran. I'll name it for you, but
within Iran, are you saying within Iran?
Within Iran,
domestic. Yeah, of course, because the government doesn't allow it, Purya. Are you serious with that? Is that a serious question?
The Shah didn't allow it either. The Shah didn't allow
it. How do you? It's incredible because you're looking at it. This is interesting to me because you're looking at it from as if we're like as if we're talking about a country like Germany. One second. You're talking Korea. I understand. I'm trying to have a healthy conversation.
I can show you an article in newspaper of Kayhan, probably in 1975. That he said, there shall be no political parties in Iran except the Rastakhis party. Am I right?
Okay. So, my question is, the regime doesn't allow any opposition parties
like every other
existing in the country.
Yeah.
So every other regime, sorry. So, for example, in the UK right now,
UK.
So, but that's the problem with you. You're saying we need to start a party. Wait, one second. I allowed you to speak, but you're not allowing me to speak. So I'm going to have to, I allowed you to speak, but you're not allowing me to speak.
No, I'm allowing you to.
Okay, so close your mic for 10 seconds. It's okay, for 10 seconds. You're saying we need to start political parties within the country. We haven't done that in the 47 years, which I think, again, that's false information. But let's say we haven't. Does the Iranian government allow any opposition parties to actually form and exist? Okay, so what's the solution to that?
That is the question. What I'm asking you, see, you're comparing this. I'm telling you, because you don't have a clue about how Iran works, and you're comparing this to the, I don't know.
No. You are looking at it from a lens of a Western country. You're saying we should create political parties as if we live in the UK, and someone can come. Right now, I can start a party in the UK. And I can establish it, and I can register it, and I can even participate in the elections freely.
No, you can't. No. Dennis, calm down. You can't do that. You've got an interview by parliament body.
I understand, but do you, Adam, would you agree that there's a... One second.
Conception with Western democracy.
I know how the political system in the UK works.
Of course, not. 1 second. Of course, just anybody can't. Of course, Nazis, neo-Nazis. 1 second. Of course, neo-Nazis can't come and form a political party in the UK. But so I don't know what Adam is trying to say. But 1 second.
Let's start with something.
No, you're correcting you on that point. That's it. I'm just saying.
I think Mahdi wants to jump in as well. So, Danish, are you done?
Just give us one more minute,
Amir, I have to make one point and you're just passing it on to me. I mean, come on.
Danish, let me land this
Okay. So let's do this. Boria, you go, and then Adam, and then Mahdi.
Give me just 4
I'm
minutes.
gonna put everybody in
I'm
there.
gonna monologue like these guys. I was just literally just gonna.
I know. That way we can get to Mahdi as well, and you, bro. Just say.
No, I'm cool. I just think they should pass the mic on a bit quicker because they're going on like
See, I know how the political how the political system in the United Kingdom works. So you can trick me into this. See, let's talk about the Tsarist Russia, okay? They didn't allow any political parties. Let's talk about the Iranian pre-revolution. They didn't allow any political parties. They killed many of the political prisoners back then.
None of them had as much of an effective oppressive system as the current regime. You cannot compare the Bolshevik revolution to having a revolution in the 21st. You're talking about this. I'm not lecturing you. I'm telling you that none of the revolutions that happened in the 20th century can be, I don't know, say, oh, we can have that, or we have to do it internally, because one system, right? One system from the 20th century that was as effectively oppressive as the current Iranian regime.
As the mediums of oppression grow, the technology to fight against it also grows. You see what I'm saying? You can start underground political parties. We have done this. We have done this 4 years ago. جمعیت بچه‌های محلات تهران. Do you know what that was, Danish?
That was from وزارت اطلاعات.
You have no clue about it, Danish.
That was from وزارت اطلاعات, Korea. That was from وزارت اطلاعات.
Everything we say is from the intelligence.
No, that was from وزارت اطلاعات. So Korea, the issue that I have with you, is like you as a communist sitting in like Britain,
Let Korea finish. I was listening to that. Go on.
Anything we say is from inside. Anything against Pahlavi is from the inside. Fuck off, you in Britain.
What's a Pahlavi? Who even talks about Pahlavi?
And everything they say is from Savak. They can Savak.
You're gonna ramble up here.
Who said that? You said Bachoy Mahalo. I said that's from Wizard of Italy. What are you talking about?
Yeah, but you didn't let him finish his point.
Against the regime.
He doesn't have any point. That's my point.
I'm a cocksucker, mate. Yeah,
Korea is very well read in revolution.
No, the problem. See, the problem
more than any of your arguments.
Yeah, the problem is like his worldview. He's as a communist living in Britain, not even acknowledging that he has to go to China.
No, Arya. The thing is,
there is
when I speak, you guys say I'm a Basiji. When you speak, we say you're a Pahlavist. Korea is a neutral party, so you can't interrupt.
You are gonna connect a grassroots movement to the intelligence service. That's how fucking stupid you are. I'm done with you. I'm not gonna speak to you at all. That's how fucking retarded you are. This is a grassroots movement.
Dude, you're so dumb. You're so lost your connection. You lost your connection with Iranian people. That's so pathetic. That's so pathetic. Okay, hold on one second. I'll just say a couple of sentences about this guy Korea because it's really important and it shows like a context. He said let's establish like a political system, and he failed to vote in any election in Iran. So he stopped to engage in any political activity in Iran in the past 15 years, according to what he said. According to what he said 2 days ago.
17 years, you fucking
What are you talking about? What are you talking about?
In a synagogue in Michigan. A mass shooting at a synagogue in Michigan.
I didn't say anything. I'm just showing.
تو حالا فارسی میخوای با من حرف بزنی داری با لهجه حرف میزنی.
I mean, I don't think
Stop, bro. I was on a phone call. Hold on. Stop cursing, please. This is not one of the rules for cursing. Come on, calm down. I think Adam wanted to say really quick.
Puria is giving and telling others is really, really pathetic, and I'm so sorry about that. No, it's not okay. It's not okay.
Hang on.
And having this kind of movement and.
No, I heard it. Thank you. You don't have to say it.
No. You
don't have to say it, bro. Oh my God, bro! Stop putting up the fucking mic. I'll move you down. Adam, you go, and then it's gonna be Maggie. Okay. Mother Jende, come, get lost. Get the fuck off my stage. Fucking bitch.
I only have to say Ben Chota, Ben Chota.
Mother Jende. Okay.
Yeah, did you hear about the mass shooting at the synagogue?
In Michigan?
In Michigan, yeah.
Yeah, someone drove a car into a synagogue and started shooting people.
Do you think is it related? It's like
flag,
these are one of the cells. This is one of the
Okay, what they meant is the false flag. It's the Jews trying to victimize themselves to demonize Muslims. So you're saying it's
No, I know it is not.
Based on what? Sorry, based on
Yeah, we have a queue. Hold on a second. We have a queue. Let's please allow other people to speak.
Okay, we can have
There's
that.
people that have been waiting. Adam going, and then Mahdi is waiting as well.
To be honest, my point was like 10 minutes ago. The conversation moved on that much that anyone else can go. I've got nothing to add to whatever just happened.
Yeah. The shooting, the mass shooting about the synagogue, Amir. This is.
Reverend, I'll give you the mic. Just hang on for your turn. Because go on, Mahdi. You want to say something?
Yes, Amir. Hello to you and all your friends on the stage. Amir, for one thing, I wanted to tell people that when we talk over each other, we, the listener, won't understand or know who's talking. But anyway, let me just make a couple points about Pahlavi and what's going on right now in Iran so that everybody at least have a different angle to look at that. Because I've been listening to all the people who are talking on the stage. Keep in mind that, listen, Pahlavi has no resume, has no credential, has no base inside Iran. It's only being pushed by Israel. And for what he stands for, he has hardly any support among the Iranian people, inside or outside. And all of these large gatherings that you saw, even though the numbers were what happened in Munich, what happened in Los Angeles and Toronto. Okay, these are the work that Israel and the AIPAC and the lobbyists for the Israel had worked and put together and paid some people to attend some of the rallies, so on and so forth. But Pahlavi has no resume. I mean, look at for the last 47 years, Pahlavi hasn't done anything. Also, you must also understand that Pahlavi's all close advisors are former members of IRGC. Okay, I mean, Hussein Etemadi, the guy who has light brown hair, he was a member of Daftar Tahkim Baghdad in Iran, which is part of the system. The guy who sits on the other side, Saeed Qasemi-Nejad, he was arrested during one of the student movement in Iran. He was arrested. He was in jail. Then he gave up and he became a member of, he started working for the intelligence ministry. And then the regime sent him outside for particularly this project. There are people who are monarchies, who have supported a monarchy type system like Pahlavi in Iran for 30,000 political prisoners based on Khomeini's fatwa were executed.
Are you Mujahideen? Are you from Mujahideen, Mehdi? No, I'm just asking, are you from Mujahideen?
Listen, all this right, man. Even the leftists don't support the MEK Mehdi.
Are you Mujahideen?
Hold on, guys. Let me.
If there is one thing that me and Furia can agree, like you guys are piece of shit. If there is one thing that me and Furia can agree on, that your Marxist Islamists can go fuck yourself.
You started with Iran-Iraq war, you fucking dumbass motherfucker.
You traitor, you piece of shit, you can get lost. I mean, please send this guy out. this Mehdi guy. There is one thing that me and Korea agree, and this is like this guy has to be out.
I got it. It's okay. We can agree to disagree at the end of the day. He's Iranian. Maybe you guys can engage with him or you can listen here.
These guys are terrorists. These guys are terrorists.
I allow Raza Pahlavi supporters. These are the biggest terrorists. And then I allow the Zionists come back. Those are the biggest terrorists.
I just let Korea talk, but these guys are terrorists.
They shook hands with Saddam Hussein, Amir. They shook hands with Saddam.
Amir, if you could please mute these thoughts. So that
I'll give him let him finish, and then we're gonna move the mic to new people as well. There's other people who want to speak as well.
Just clarify. Did you think Israel doesn't?
I mean, these guys are worse than Zionists. I'm just telling you this much. These guys are worse than Zionists.
I hear you, bro. I know all those terrorists in the state.
A lot of techniques since from
I just wanted Mehdi to clarify if he said Israel.
Before saying these guys were on terrorist list of the United States and Iran up to today.
Yeah, so what? That doesn't mean
United States removed them from the different.
PKK used to be from America, and then they got funded by America.
Guys,
and now they're being funded again.
Guys, me and Korea were fighting 2 minutes ago. We agree on one thing. This shows how fucked up these guys are.
Do we know how we can prove his Mujahideen?
Yeah, he's not sent. Just ask him if he confirmed his Mujahideen, kick him out. If he's not Mujahideen, then fine. Just say back about Mujahideen.
Dude, even if he's
it doesn't matter, man. Because look, I know all types of people from all different backgrounds. I want to turn it in. Hold on. Puya, what's bigger terrorist organization than Zionism?
If you can't debate him on the facts, then don't fucking.
Let's debate on the facts.
This is the stupidest fucking. No. I'm sorry, man. This is the stupidest fucking tactic anybody uses. You're gay. You're Yes.
But a guy's got.
Yes, for some people, ISIS are freedom fighters. Now I disagree, but that does not mean I'm just gonna say, I'm not gonna talk to you because you're ISIS. I'm not gonna talk to you because you're anything. Debate the fucking facts. If you can't debate the fucking facts, then shut the fuck up.
The guy with Abu Muhammad Jolani picture on his profile.
Yeah, Abu Muhammad Jolani is being blessed by a Jew. It's an ironic picture, you dumbass.
بنيتك ستيل زي قص عمك قص عم
وكسرت حياتك وكسرت امك وكسرت اللي خلى بدين ابوك يا اخو الشرموطه. لك علي بالعربي بنزل فيك بالعربي.
Fair enough.
Let's just.
No, you know what? I made a mistake, Amir. I really did. I should have fucked his mother in the asshole so that his fucking.
No. Chill. Oh my God. Come on. Chill. Let's look. This is not a room for. Hold on a second, brother. Hold on. The Raza Pahlavi supporters, they come in, they call the IRGC the biggest terrorist regime in the Middle East. Okay, we have people that come in here that are supporter of Raza Pahlavi. They want their own country bombed. I look at them as traitors and the people that want to bomb their own country, right? And now you're making a claim that Mahdi is one of them or whatever, right? And then I can make the same argument. Hold on a second for you. I can make the same argument about the Zionist scumbags. I can make the same argument about a lot of different people, different positions. So I'm going to leave it at that. Let him explain. And look. Even though there's a lot of things I disagree with the Benny Goy, but there are certain things that I agree that are the facts. If you have a fact, we can debate on it.
These guys are terrorists before the revolution. After the revolution, they kill innocent people. After the revolution.
Wait a second. I am anti-Pahlavi. I'm anti-Mujahid. You don't.
I'm not saying you are. I'm not saying you are. Yeah, I'm not saying you are.
What Mujahids have done to our country. These are not specifically the Arabic word for Mujahid. These people are terrorists. They have been in the terrorist. They are in the terrorist list of Iran right now. Even the RGC, and they are as well. They were as well in the terrorist list of the United States up to 2003. These people are actual fucking terrorists. As a lefty, I'm telling you this. As a lefty, I'm a communist. I'm telling you right away. We don't even accept these cunts. These guys are terrorists, and they kill people.
I got you, Pooja. But at this moment, we're in America, brother. I don't want to turn this into echo chamber. I want all sides, brother, all sides. No disrespect. Yeah, just give it 30 seconds. Go on, Mandi, finish what you're going to say, and then I'm going to move the mic to where the new people have just joined.
I mean, thank you very much. I was going to say a bunch more, but I'm going to finish with a short conclusion, just like you, in America. These guys who call MEK a terrorist, they were asleep. They were deep sleep when all these international courts, the court in UK, the court in France, the US Court of Appeals in United States, when all these nations were putting the allegation of MEK being a terrorist organization, when government after government, country after country lost their case in front of the eyes of the law, these guys were asleep. They should have run to the court and tell the judges, oh, judges, you don't understand, MEK is a terrorist. That's one thing, that everybody needs to understand. Nobody's above the law. Okay, MEK, baseless, Iranian regime, fabricated allegation made that MEK is a terrorist organization, went in front of the highest court in 11 nations. Not even one court ruled MEK is a terrorist. Not even one court. What were these guys? Turn off the mic. These guys,
let me finish your mic. I'll give you the mic after you.
One last sentence, brother. I'm a lot older than you. You probably know this fact, but I'm going to remind you and everybody else. Truth hurts. Ouch.
Yeah, you guys are hated everywhere. Inside, outside of Iran, you guys are hated everywhere. We don't want you. We don't need your help. We don't need anything to do with you guys. We don't need your help. We don't need anything with you guys.
Arya, why don't you and Korea give a little quick history lesson about
Rather Korea gives, because I think Korea is more educated on this subject than me. So
Korea, could you give us a quick, brief history on the inception of the MEK, what they are being accused of, and why most Iranians hate them?
MEK was one of the leftist movements of Iran, pre-1979 revolution. See, they were good back then. They had this great idea of concluding Marxism into Islamist views. There's nothing wrong with that. Many parts and many populations of, basically a majority of the population of Iran were Muslims and are Muslims. So they had to bring down this idea of Marxism and explain it in a theological manner. But the problem is not how they did the revolution. Yes, they were very helpful throughout the revolution, and it was great. Okay, they did a mistake. They fell back behind Khomeini. It was wrong. So did the Tudeh party. So did the Fadayan of Khalq party. This is absolutely all right. But the problem is what they did after the revolution. Initially, after the revolution, they were allowed into the political system by Khomeini, but they came to this conclusion that Khomeini was a dictator. I understand that Khomeini was a dictator. He was a cunt. He killed many leftists. He didn't even kill all of you. He killed many of us as well. He killed many from the Tudeh party. He killed many from the Fadayan Khalq party. He killed many of the Mujahideen's party as well. But what the Mujahideen did was, during the war that started in the 80s, they ran and shook the hand of Saddam Hussein. They did terrorist attacks in Iran. They killed one of the first presidents of Iran, regardless of who he was, Rajai. You remember that, Mehdi, right? Your age, I think you have aged enough to. You've probably seen Rajai, as a matter of fact, on TV. You guys killed him before he did anything wrong. You parlayed with Saddam Hussein. You parlayed with Saddam Hussein. You made all of these problems. Even during the 1980s massacre of the leftists of Iran, the reason was you, Mehdi. Khomeini killed the leftists because of people like you. because of mujahids like you. Many leftists died, many ideologists in Iran died because of the camps like you. Sorry, Mehdi, I have to tell you that. You guys went to Iraq, you had a camp there, you tortured Iranian prisoners of war. Regardless of the terrorist attacks, you tortured prisoners of war. You had fucking plane hijacks. Didn't you, Mehdi? And now some old-ass, granny-ass motherfucker sitting in fucking France and Amsterdam and fucking United States talking about we want to come back to Iran and free it. کجاست مسعود رجبی بی‌ناموس؟ مریم رجبی چی میخواد از جون ما خارکسته؟ Sorry, I had to say this in Farsi. چی میخواد از جون ما مریم؟ من چپ بهت میگم کسکش چی میخواین از جون ما؟ شما تو چپ هم ریدین بی‌ناموسا. تو چپ هم شما ریدین. چپ هم شما بگاه دادید. این همه فوش علیه چپ برای چیه کسکش؟
English, please.
I mean, you allow this type of language in your room.
Right, no, I had a cold. That's why. Let's not do that. Come on, please. If you're cursing, don't curse.
I'm just gonna.
Amir, can I suggest? Hold on. Can I suggest something, Amir?
Yes.
Can you mod Hadi? Because I think I trust Hadi. And he's proven to be like I'm impartial and honest about history. Can you please mod Hadi?
Amir, no leftists engage in this type of language.
Can we not curse? Can we not? Okay. Hold on a second.
You think I'm
Sam, you're racist old fart, right? I know you like to say racist shit. Yesterday I kicked you out of the room. You know why? You know why I kicked you out yesterday? Because you said racist shit in the chat. You keep doing it, you're gonna get kicked out every day. I know I'm gonna get under your skin. Okay? You're old man. I don't want you to lose it. Stop acting like a mother jet and a coonie. Okay? Stop doing that, Sam. Stay in your own lane. I know you served in the military. This is why, and I respect you out of your age. So stay in your own fucking limits. Okay? Fucking old fart.
Amir, majority of the problems today with the lack of political movements, with the lack of political ideologies, is because of these people. They ruined the Iranian left. They ruined it. They literally ruined it. Even the leftists in Iran, even the leftists in the universities of Iran, they don't give a shit about these cunts. Sorry, I have to tell you that. These guys ruined it. They destroyed the left movement of Iran. They turned Iran into a post-Treaty of Versailles of Germany in 1924. This is what they have done. They made the people fascists. All these Pahlavi shit come from these cunts.
Go suck my eggs, bitch.
Today,
go fuck yourself.
What the Pahlavi
this whole part,
basically from the playbook of these mujahideen people.
We're gonna save the Iranian people with these
He's just an old man. Stop losing your cool.
Honestly, I think the what's it called? The Human Rights Council fact-finding mission. Iranian people caught between two great dangers: foreign attack and severe domestic repression. I would add another group of people to that, which is just extremist, dogmatic people like all of you. You guys are just incredible. Like you've all sorted it out, figured it out. Fucking oh my!
Shove it up your ass, bitch.
Look at it. This old fart, right? He keeps on barking. Why do you bark so much?
Because the motherfucker started cussing.
Why do you bark? Why do you bark?
My old dick. You fucking
Why do you bark?
Fuck you.
You keep barking every 2 seconds. You keep barking.
I love it. I love it to bark. These motherfuckers, all they can understand. Fuck them. Fuck the left. Fuck the left.
This old man, he's just an idiot, man. Seriously. Like mentally, this old man.
Amir,
fuck the left.
Let me tell you something, Amir.
Fuck, you don't buy anything.
If you were like this age you are now, back in 1980s, okay? I'm giving you some understanding of what is happening. If you were at this age, back in 1980s, and there was a club...
I would kill you, motherfucker.
Mehdi would have been a Pahlavi. It would be the same thing. It would be the same scenario. These guys did the same thing as the Pahlavi are doing today.
I'm sitting in the audience like a little pony you are. Thank you. Okay, idiot.
These guys are doing the exact same thing that the Pahlavis are doing today. But they, regardless of the United States and regardless of the Israel government, they did it to their own people. They killed their own people. عملیات فروغ جاویدان. They did it to their own people. I'm a leftist and I'm telling you this. I'm a Marxist-Leninist and I'm telling you this.
Yeah, but that just means you're biased.
No, I'm not biased.
Let's hear from Hadi. Yeah, I want to hear from Hadi as well. Yeah, Hadi, what's your take on this MEK?
Regarding what Matthew was saying?
No, regarding what Furia was saying.
No, I agree 100% with what Furia was saying. I mean, at the end of the day, Iran is a brand new country, and it was just getting its footing under them. And then these guys sold out at the first place they could, and they actually moved to Iraq as well to make their headquarters there. They're long-standing, just thorns in everyone's eyes. The Pahlavis can't let.
So they're the one that sold out sold it out to the America. That's what you mean, right? To Iraq.
Yeah, they did.
To Iraq.
See, the nuclear program, all this kind of bullshit numberings, all this fucking exaggerated numbers are by these motherfuckers.
If you please mute them, I can just share one thing with you and then I need to leave.
Okay, fuck. Yeah, fuck off already.
What is the one thing you wanna share? Let's go.
First of all,
before he starts, I just wanted to also mention the cult aspect of the MEK, how their leader made one of their divorce his wife to be able to get married to the motherfucker that is, I don't know, is still alive or dead, because we don't have any evidence
from MEK.
Okay, let him finish really quick, and then he's gonna leave
basically the same as the Pahlavis today. I would agree with that as well.
Okay, hang on a second, Maras. Go on, Mahdi, finish, and then Mahdi's gonna leave anyways.
I mean, anybody can say anything. The fact is that what evidence do you have to prove your point? So 5 years ago, one of the regime's officials.
Hold on, Puria, please let him. Please let him finish, and then he's gonna leave anyway. We can talk more about MEK in a bit.
5 years ago, one of the Iranian regime's officials was traveling to Europe. He was arrested in Sweden. Eventually, that person ended up in the International Court, Crime Against Humanity. Okay, that court started. It's awful. I highly recommend you to please go. There's 9.
And the Swedish government ended up sending the guy back. He's in Iran, right?
Hang on a second, Maras. Hang on. Like, go and finish.
Yes. There were 36 witnesses for the crime against humanity, and there were some 40 more of the complaint people who had joined the fight. Okay, when the court in Sweden started to looking at the case against crime against humanity, okay, now any case base is in Albania. All right. For the first time, you can study the law and legal cases. For the first time in the whole world, the judge on that case ordered the court to move to Albania because all the evidence of the crime against humanity were of the people who were still alive living in the camp of MEK. Okay, the biggest enemy to the Iranian regime, the fact that it's bothering all these guys and cussing and using the same kind of language. The IRGC term.
Your leader literally has orgies with women. He's an Epstein.
You understand to NEC, man. Mujahideen of Khalq Hunt.
Please let me finish so I can just.
Okay, just
mute them, man. Brother, mute them.
Just stay muted, everybody, and let him finish, please.
Yeah. Okay, so all these baseless allegations, besides the U.S. Court of Appeals in 2010, the same allegations surfaced again in that court.
Okay, and there was a regime that, of course, the regime.
Did Masoud Rajavi ask his best friend to divorce his wife?
Please.
Amir,
let him finish really quick.
I didn't mute these guys, man. Mute these guys. I mean,
just finish.
Yes. So all these allegations came during that court, and the court looked at all those allegations because the regime officials were saying we killed all these MEK people because they were terrorists.
When?
Because they were involved in Iraq war. All of these things, everything was looked at by the court in Sweden. Okay? And then the court ruled. I mean, please mute. Jesus Christ, man. Mute this guy.
Please let him finish. Let him finish. You can question afterwards.
This is when I tell you truth hurts. That's how it hurts. Okay, all of these allegations were put in front of the judges in that international court. Not even one case was approved by the judge, and the regime got condemned. Okay? All these allegations these guys are talking about.
یه چیزی هست که هممون داریم به تو میگیم مهرجن محل از ایران.
Stop cursing. I said no.
My last sentence, and I'm gonna be gone. In Iran,
What's the point of talking? So I mean, if he's going to go, what's the point of talking? I mean, he's going to go, what's the point of talking? So I mean, if he's gonna leave, what's the point of talking to this guy?
Exactly. On the streets of Iran. None of these guys, none of the words and terminology and acronyms that these guys use is exactly what's used in Iran on the streets by the Basijis.
Okay, Mr. Amir, the problem is he's not talking about the timing. The massacres that happened, the terrorist attacks that was done in Iran was pre the killings of what we call the 67 killings. Okay? Tens of thousands of people from the left were killed because of these people. Why? Because they committed terrorist attacks in Iran before the time he's talking about, before the time the court was talking about, the court in Sweden. He is not talking about timings. This is the problem. They did this before the court, before the timing the court was talking about. They were sent to, there was a city of Karaj, okay? It's called Gohardasht, the prison of Gohardasht. Many of the leftists were sent to the prison of Gohardasht back in 1990s, late 1980s. But during the early 1980s, these people committed terrorist attacks against the people, not even against the regime, because the regime was just started. Nobody knew what the Sepah was. Nobody knew what the Basij was. They did terrorist attacks due to ideological differences. But after that, they figured out they can pull a guy into Sweden, some random ass motherfucker who was probably one of the, let's say, the agents of that prison. They pulled him to Sweden. Yes, he was wrong as well, because he killed many people, not just the Mujahideen of Khalq. They killed Fadayans, they killed Two-Day Party, they killed many of those.
60,000 people in 1988 were killed.
Yeah, even it might be less, might be more, I'm not sure. But these people, when they're talking about
60,000 people were killed by MEK?
No, 60,000 people were executed by the Islamic Republic in 1988. And that was from all parties. So that was from the communist parties, the Mujahideen, and all of the groups. They were all executed because the MEK during the war did a operation called Mehran. Okay, they went into a city called Mehran, and they killed many of the and then they ended up retreating, and as a punishment, the Islamic Republic ended up executing 60,000 people for the treachery.
So this is a problem. They never talk about the timing, and right now they have changed the ideology. They have rubbed the face of Marxism and Leninism. They have moved away from Islam, and now they're talking about secular democracy. What kind of bullshit is that? You have killed civilians.
Not only that, the cult-like mentality of these people, you could just see it in what their leader did, right?
I'm not going to go through the cult, man. I'm not going
No, but the whole cult thing is also why Iranians don't like these people. Like, from any group, I think they would like to execute these guys. I'm being completely honest. They don't like these people.
I am a leftist.
Anything to do with the Iranian politics.
I am a leftist and I'm against them. That's how stupid this sounds. I mean, it's how
Leila,
stupid it
come on
sounds.
up. Clinton or Clark. Anybody else want to come up? You guys want to come on up?
And thank you guys for the support. I mean, fuck the Mujahid, sorry.
Yeah, no, I got you, Puya, but look, I want to welcome all voices. Look, the people on the other side, they look at you as terrorists. Okay? People on your side, they look at Raza Pahlavi as terrorists. Me personally, I look at Raza Pahlavi supporters as traitors. Now, what's the traitor? What's the terrorist?
No, listen. There's a difference between people that support war and don't support war. You have a lot of people that are opposing the Islamic against war. We have 10 million in our diaspora. Okay, there's a lot of voices out there. There's a lot of voices that are silent right now because there's such a big bipolarization of our society that you're either with them or you're without them, type of thing. You must understand that.
The point is,
the thing is, society was drawn to this point, right? So if everyone was happy and dandy, and I mean, people would be standing behind the government, right? But there's a difference between being pro-war and being against the government. I mean, just make that distinction.
The point is, what I'm trying to make is, these guys are next level Pahlavists. Pahlavi probably just called for protests, the best case scenario, during the time, and with the support of the Americans and the Israelis who are killing Iranian people. He probably just called for it. I understand there's a lot of blame on him. There's a lot of blame.
He ruined the whole monarchist movement.
Maris,
he ruined the whole monarchist movement. That's what he did.
Maris, let me try to explain this point to Pahlavi, to Amir. Jesus Christ. Amir, there is a problem here because Pahlavi said a sentence, basically causing all these problems. He said that we have about 50,000 defectors from the government. This is the problem. When you say something like that, basically this is a declaration of war. When you have defectors in the system and you say something baseless like that, this is the problem, Amir. But this is a very heinous crime against the humanity, against the Iranian people. But the next level of this would be planting fucking bombs in Tehran by a system, by a political party called the Mujahideen of.
I mean, it was more as like a sound bites for people to be like, hey, look, we had the Iranian people on our side. But no.
See, Manras, I'm comparing Pahlavi to the Mujahideen of Khal. There are two different cases, but Pahlavi is following the same path as the Mujahideens.
Do both groups have a cult-like mentality? Yes. Have both groups been treacherous? Yes.
Yes.
Have both groups kissed foreign ass? Yes.
Yes.
Have both people been one of the ignoring the fact that their own people are getting killed? Yeah. They have a lot of dissenters. So you could come into the conclusion that there's
every point you said is on point, except one point. That the Mujahids have actually killed people with their own hands. You're missing that point. And if it comes to that point, I will agree with you. 100%. There's absolutely no reason to deny anything you say then.
I mean, the disregard for Iranian life dying, I'm saying the disregard for Iranian life dying is the same as killing them. Okay, when you're Iranian and you have 160 children that have died, okay, nobody even nobody even mentions their name.
I understand.
Nobody even mentions their name, but then they hold the pictures of these service members that
That's the same.
I totally understand. You are right. Meras.
That means
there's one point of difference, Meras. Single point of difference, which the Mujahideen has killed their own people by their own hands, and the Pahlavis hasn't done that. When they do, I totally agree with you. There's not going to be any debate within this. This is the only difference that the Mujahideens have with that. I don't want to run into a conclusion. I can.
Yeah, what do you think about like Iranian people, like in streets fighting with like Basiji or IRGC? What's your take on that?
See. Internally, I support this. I support every single movement internally. Arya, I'm being very honest with you. As I've told you, see, I am one of the
like Mujahideen did. I mean, Mujahideen also killed like Iranian people. So how do you differentiate? I mean, you know where the standard Mujahideen, right? I'm just.
Were they killing civilians or were they killing like?
They were killing civilians, Benny.
Civilians.
Oh, really?
Literal civilians. They were bombing. They were doing like suicide bombings. They were doing terrorist bombings in places.
Yeah, they're dirty dogs, which they used. By the way, this story was told to me by my uncle. He said they used to have fake stopping points, like checkpoints. They used to take men and women out of the car. They acted like they're police officers. They used to shoot people down. So they used to kill civilians. They're animals. Like the Pahlavis are the animals. So it's just you need to be smart to know the animal of the time. So there's no difference between the filthy supporters of Israel and America to bomb their own people than the Mujahideen.
Are Pahlavis killing people, killing normal people? The Pahlavis?
Yeah, they are.
Are they killing normal people?
Yeah.
No, I have to.
Korea, do you also think?
No, I have to agree here with them. I agree with Korea on this point that they haven't directly had a hand in killing.
Not directly.
People that doesn't
I'm sorry.
But it's supporting killing, sure, yes, they have done that. But directly having a hand in killing, I agree with you.
You guys were not in the room. One day I'm gonna bring my friend who was in the protest. Okay, I'm telling you guys this. Although I support the protest against the regime, I don't like the regime. But this is an eyewitness who was my friend in the protest. He said there were armed group in between the people, giving guns to the people, right? And they were instructing the people to shoot down those officers.
You can't necessarily say that they're shooting officers. They don't have
officers are not exactly
Okay, listen.
They don't have an organization within the country, so you can't say that those people that had guns were more.
Let me finish. When you arm the people and ask them to shoot the officers, okay? First of all, they don't even know how to operate a gun. Second of all, you're just leading them to die, right? So it's just like you're.
So sounds good. So most of those people were trained, right? How monarchists don't have such trained organizations. They don't have guns. They don't have it.
Yeah, they have Mossad agents working with them.
Mossad
agents. Other than that, actually,
Mossad agents.
Isn't there a lot of conscription into the military in Iran?
Benny, let me answer this. Hashimi, there was a tweet by ex-Secretary of State of United States. He said, we thank everybody and we thank the people, the Mossad agents between the people. This is true. This might be Mossad. This might be anybody else.
No, it is.
There is no.
It is Mossad.
No.
What? How do you know, sir? I'm really sorry. What the bullshit you are saying? That was Mossad that is giving the people that. Where have you been? Shame on you.
He said there was a tweet.
Yeah, there was, but no. The people that were on the street, they were Basiji. They were Basiji. They were in a normal people.
He just probably came in because we were.
He's talking about people that were killed. We were talking about comparing the monarchists to the Mujahideen.
No, we are comparing Shayda.
And the point was the point was that the monarchists haven't killed anyone.
No, not monarchy, not people like in the normal people. They didn't kill anybody.
Exactly. Normal people haven't killed. That's the point that we were getting to. Normal people are not the ones that are trained with the guns.
But as you see, they have a gap in their story because they're saying that Mossad trained people or give guns to the people. But then,
oh my God, that's a narration of the youth.
We have so many different armed groups within the country. We have
listen. The IRGC, listen.
Now at the same time,
they failed to show
that they're on the ground. Okay?
You are seeing.
So we could have.
Just give me 1 second. Give me 1 second.
Could be working at the same time within the country when the country is on its way towards a uprising. Okay, so all those groups, yes, they do have guns. Mossad has guns. The Baluchis have guns. Some of the Ahwazis have guns. The Kurdistanis, some of them have guns. So yes, you could say that there were organized groups there, but you cannot say that was the monarchists.
Meros, let me read you a fact. I-24 News from Israel has said, Mossad director David Barena thanked members of the Israeli intelligence agency for the successful operation against Iran nuclear facilities. Yeah, and then later after that, he's the ex-Secretary of State of United States literally said in a tweet that we thank the Mossad, we thank the people of Iran and the Mossad agents between them, basically what the topic meant. So
yeah, I'm agreeing with the fact Mossad was on the ground.
They were, but if they wanted to arm people, if they want to train people, if they want to
literally
do better. They should do better. They are not like
literally sending drones within the country.
Yeah, they are sending the drones. They will do
They're sending drones right now. They're sending drones now in the middle of war.
They wouldn't do. If it was Mossad, if it was Mossad, they would do it like.
So you're telling me regular Iranian people have bomber drones within the country that they're sending them to these Istabaz-Risi and
No, Meras, you're mixing up the war right now with the protest. And Priya, if you're talking about the ex-Secretary of State Pompeo, he's being funded by he's funded by MEK, by the way. He's funded by
He's funded by MEK.
Who's funded by MEK?
Pompeo.
I'm going to read the tweet for you. Mike Pompeo, he said, Happy New Year to every Iranian in the streets. Also to every Mossad agent walking beside them. They're not even trying to hide it anymore.
Yeah, bro.
I'm saying he's funded by MEK. He's narrating the story that
doesn't matter. The Mossad intelligence services itself came on Twitter and said we're in Iran. Are you serious?
Let me give you one example.
You guys are literally blind if you don't think Mossad is on the ground.
The problem that you guys have is you're exaggerating the Mossad operation during the protest. That's the problem we have.
How are we exaggerating? We're literally at war with Israel at the moment. We're exaggerating the Mossad.
Of course.
Overestimating.
Yes.
Dude, for the 12-year war, we're inside the country for 1 year, operating and putting up sticks to be able to attack. That's why it was not so clean.
I'm not saying the Mossad.
So you're telling me we don't have any Mossad agents in the country?
Listen, guys. It's like 2 against 1. So yeah.
It's not 2 against 1. Speak with power.
Meros, give me a point. Let's go back throughout history, okay? Reza Pahlavi himself, during the early 2000s, he made an interview that he said, during the 1979 revolution, there were 40,000 KGB agents in Iran. 40,000. Do you know what 40,000 KGB agents can do to a revolution?
That's a really good question, Puria. So what did they do? What did they do? No, hold on. What did they do? Were they successful in making a tulip party being
yes,
the beginning of the
revolution? Where now? Where's the tulip party?
Are you guys really delusional?
Is the tulip
Are you guys just delusional?
Is the tulip party still alive?
Puria, what exactly you are trying to imply? Could you please make
What I'm trying to imply?
میگه موسی داره واسه ما انقلاب میکنه. حرفم
نگفته موسی داره انقلاب میکنه. میگه موسی داره دست داشته.
I spoke it in English. This is English.
Yeah, we're going to speak in English. No, I'm not implying that Mossad is doing the revolution. This is incorrect. Yes, people are desperate. They want to do the revolution. They obviously want to do the revolution. But when people are not organized, they will revolt regardless. But people who have guns, people who know how to shoot guns, people who understand, and people who can basically deal with the concept of killing a person, they can't be regular people. It is impossible. I will give you
this is exactly the same narration IRGC and government used to kill 40,000 people.
Fuck the IRGC.
If I give you an AK,
government using this narration to killing
give you an AK, you do not know how to use it. That's his point. And he's right about that point. You have to be trained to be able to use an AK. Okay, it's not a joke to be able to point and kill these guys the way that they did, shoot them in the face, shoot them in the eye. The way that they got killed was military style. He's right about that. There are reports, there are evidences. We could see. We're not colorblind to this. Okay? But what he's trying to say is, not Mossad is not perpetuating this revolution. What he's trying to say is, yes, Mossad does have a hand, the Mujahideen has a hand, there are different groups and different players, all different actors, which have different points of view that will unite for a common cause. Okay? That's what he's trying to say.
Meros, let's go again back to history. Okay, during the 1979 revolution, the only people supportive of armed revolution, there were Fadain of the Khal. No other party, even today, which was the mother party of Fadain of the Khal, did not support the idea of armed revolution. Only and only Fadain of the Khal, which had about, I think...
because the Tudor party was the one with the 40,000 KGB agents. They didn't need to be killing people. They didn't need to have terrorists. They were all bureaucrats. The Tudor party, they were all bureaucrats.
They were intellectuals.
Exactly.
And let's say even from that 10 to 15,000 people of the Fadain of the Khal party who were armed, which was an armed party, which actually basically brought the literature of armed movements in Iran. Borrowing it from Vladimir Lenin. Even then, not all of them were armed. Not all of them could do this. Maybe probably around 2,000 people could do this. The rest were just holding guns. After the government collapsed, after the military collapsed, when Khomeini was already in Iran. The problem is, we are running, regular people, the regular people are not capable of killing each other. It's not very simple. You think killing a person is very simple. It's not. It is not very simple. So what basically happened is that the fact that the Iranian movement started with the Iranian movement of 1979 started with 12 people when 10 years before the revolution in Siakal, it started back then. It was 10 years before the revolution. 12 people decided they have to attack a police station in northern Iran. They have to arm themselves. They wrote literature about armed revolution. They wrote literatures about this. And even now, even for the past 47 years, only 4 years ago, we came up with attempts, with a what is it called? With a word called انتفاع مشروع, which back then it was called مبارزة مسلحانه, which means armed
resistance.
Exactly. Back then, so only 4 years ago we came to this understanding without a political movement. So we are basically 6 to 10 years away from what an actual revolution would be. Nobody can push people to warfare with the government, with an armed group of Basij or Sepah or whatever. Nobody can push people to that extent unless they are already trained for this. And this training has never happened in Iran because we never had political parties. This training has never been in Iran because we never had a specific political movement with regards to armed revolution. This could only come from outside. There is no other logic that can prove this. Thank you guys, sorry.
Here, Reverend, it's been an hour, man. What do you think that mass shooting in Michigan was a cell activated, and do you think there's any more cells in the U.S.?
We always talk about things that happened outside.
I think before we move away from the subject. Let's quickly answer Reverend, honestly. Let's just quickly answer Reverend.
It's related.
Nobody really knows. Nobody knows.
Iran has already declared there will be no attacks on the U.S. soil. So
yeah, that's what they said.
Yeah, Reverend, nobody knows. Nobody knows.
But these could be. I wasn't asking nobody. Asking me.
Well, if you want money from Congress,
put it in the nobody.
Hang on a second.
If you want money from Congress,
hang on a second. Let us hang on a second.
Sorry.
How you doing, man?
Hold on. Yeah, the details are saying that the shooter. Yeah, just hang on a second.
I just want to send my apologies to Benny Goy. I apologize for swearing at you. Sorry.
Yeah, I apologize as well.
Go ahead, Amir.
So the incident details, it shows shooter wore an Iranian flag shirt and property of Allah sweatshirt. FBI probes a possible terrorism link tied to U.S.-Israel strikes on Iran. Iran flag found at his home. Motive unclear. History of mental health issues. 56th mass shooting of 2026 for gun violence archive. Police body cam release March 5 shows rapid response. 56 seconds. So it can be just because he's wearing a t-shirt doing whatever he's doing. FBI and the CD, they're just some bunch of bullshitters, so nobody knows.
Are you talking about the guy in Texas or the guy in Michigan? Because they said nothing about a t-shirt.
This one I'm talking about Texas.
Oh, I wasn't referring to that. I was talking about this one, and they specifically targeted a synagogue with children. It had a daycare in it, and I don't know, something, but it's like little kids were there also. So that's why I think, because it was, a religious, it was a synagogue where Jewish people go pray. So
which city?
Bloomfield, Michigan.
When was this?
Today.
Like a few hours ago.
Yeah, it says that the temple, one security guard injured. Yeah, I'm not sure, to be honest with you. Stewards.
Okay, really, you don't think it? All right, but I mean, if this kind of stuff keeps happening, like how many times would it have to happen for it to be somebody to say, okay, well, this is connected. These are cells being.
Iran has never attacked the U.S. historically, so stop beating up bullshit.
That's historically.
Iran doesn't have sleeper cells in the U.S.
Well, they weren't fighting with the U.S.
Stop beating up stupid propaganda.
Yeah, but that's what they want to do, to get money from the Congress to be able to continue the war, right?
I implore you to not listen to the same people that told you 9/11. Exactly. Fucking brain for once in your life.
Ozzy, it's actually worse than that.
We're
not going to drive a car through a fucking temple to make Jews look like the victim. The terrorists are the Jews. We would not put ourselves in such a position as sleepers. If we had sleeper cells, we'd be... No, I'm an Iranian. I understand my politics, my people's politics. Iranians are actually smart. We're not a bunch of dumb fuck. We're not a bunch of dumb fuck Arabs that ride planes through.
Hey.
No. I'm telling her.
That was done by Israel too.
I know, Benny Goy. I'm just talking to her in her own language. I got to get down to her level because she doesn't understand.
You don't have to
media outlets.
You don't have to talk.
No, you're a dumbass. Reverend, you're a dumbass. There's no sleeper cells from Iran. Bring the evidence. Or keep bunching up Donald Trump and shit, all right? Don't come to this with your dumbass agenda. You're trying to create fear where it doesn't exist. You're a dumb bitch, all right? Get out of
here. It's actually worse than that. This isn't. I don't think this is about Iran. I don't think this is about getting support for the war. I think this is more so about getting support for being able to internally persecute people, right? So ramping up the police state inside of the United States by saying that, we have sleeper cells, therefore we have to monitor more, we have to arrest people on false precedents, we have to, relax some of these freedom of speech limits, all of these kinds of things. I think that's what we're real.
See, Reverend, there has been a notification to the state of California that Iran is going to attack it with fucking drones. Do you know that?
Yeah, I heard about that. Yeah.
Do you think that is possible?
Well, where would they come from?
I'm asking you.
Well, that's what I'm.
Do you think it is a yes or no?
The answer is in my question, though. Where would the drones come from?
No, that's what I'm asking. Anywhere, from Iran, from the Russian border, from China, from Nigeria, whatever you think. Do you think it's possible?
Nigeria. See, that's what I'm saying. Would they have the capacity?
Darling, I'm asking you, do you think it's possible for
You're not understanding. You won't listen. You won't listen because I'm not giving you the answer the way you want to hear it.
State of California.
Yeah, you have to be able to listen. And so he won't stop. I heard you. You don't have to answer the question anymore.
Yes or no?
No, not gonna answer like that. I'm saying no, I'm not. Because I don't think the only way for it to be possible is that the missiles would have to have the capability to travel such long distances.
Yeah, we don't.
So that's why. What?
They don't have ICBMs. They don't have ICBMs.
Yeah, so I'm like, it just depends. That's why it's not just a yes or no question.
It is a yes or no question. They don't have the capability to hit.
Stop yelling at me.
No one's yelling at you, you victimizing woman. Just get out of here. You're not making any points. You can't answer.
It's not your room.
Reverend. See, the Iranian drones, best case scenario, the Shai 136 has about 2,000 kilometer range. Okay? Let's say the RF-2 drones, they probably have a little more, 2,500. From Iran to the state of California, it's about 11,000 kilometers. Okay, Reverend? We get to that.
American, I don't know what that means.
Yeah, you don't know what kilometers are, I know. It's about 6,000 miles.
All right. Now, you said 6,000 miles, that makes a difference.
Yeah, that makes a difference.
Perspective.
And that is the distance from Iran, from the most northern part of Iran, northern and western part of Iran, to California. It's about, let's say, 6,000 miles, 6,500 miles. The best case scenario, the Iranian drones can fly 800 miles. How do you think that is possible? We can attack the state of California with drones.
They would have to be planted somewhere, or
we would have to have it in Mexico.
Don't ask a question and then interrupt me. You can be an ally. You can be. Why ask the fucking question and then answer for me?
Planet in close to the border.
You got all the answers, so you ask the question and then you give the answer.
No, I'm asking you. They have to be.
No, you're not, because you don't want to hear it. You will not be quiet.
No, I'm asking you. They have to be.
Well, don't keep asking. Why keep asking 6 times? Ask once and then mute your mic so I can answer.
You didn't answer the once first.
Mute your mic. I'm not doing anything until you mute your fucking mic. I'm not doing anything. I'm not going to be
with you. The Iranians drones have to be.
You're asking the same question again. I will answer when I silence. Not when I hear the same question for the 8th time. I'll answer when there's silence. Okay.
Come on.
An ally of Iran's can send the drone.
Which Iran is close to the United States to be able to do that. Could you tell
Does Iran even have an ally?
No. It has allies. It has allies.
Yeah, they got a lot of.
Okay, wait a second.
North Korea. North Korea.
Actually, Canada.
Let's see if the North Korea. Could we get Hawaii from North Korea?
I mean, it makes sense to me that Iran would want to hit Ron.
Let me have your back.
Ron is a prime target for
all your points. I'm gonna make all your points. Okay. Iran has few allies. Okay. Pakistan, not a really good ally. Let's say North Korea, very good ally. Russia, which has, the Kamchatka, the best border you can think of. This is the westernmost point of Russia. And we have China. And we have China, okay? China is not going to get involved with this, and China probably doesn't even have drones that could fly about, 2,000 miles across the ocean. You think China has drones that have 2,000 miles range?
Absolutely.
Okay, now we're done here. You're retarded.
Let that be the last thing you say.
I tried to tell you guys early on, but you entertained her. Now here we are.
Yeah, I get it.
We're going to start selling out.
I'm going to
go believe the TV, Reverend. Go put CNN on and cry about California and the West Bloomfield, synagogue. The Iranians just decided to drive a car through because you're dumbasses. Us Iranians are dumb people. We just drive cars through. Yeah, we're so dumb. You're the smart one, Reverend.
Actually,
we're just going to drive a car through the synagogue.
Actually, conversing with her, I feel quite dumb trying to...
You lose some IQ.
You already said that. Just tuck your 3-inch dick and just go along.
Reverend, I feel...
Just wanted to let you know the intellectual capacity of the conversations you're having is it's...
Reverend, do you know the capital of China? Let's go in that direction. Do you know the capital city of China?
Yeah.
Do you know the capital?
She doesn't know the capital of the U.S., I promise you.
Yeah, she probably thinks Orange County is the capital city of U.S. Reverend, do you know the capital city of Russia?
Yeah.
Probably doesn't know the capital city of Israel either.
Korea, a lot of Americans never even leave America. They don't know anything outside of America. And they don't even know anything about America themselves. These are
I can come to the conclusion that she's just a hillbilly redneck piece of shit. Sorry.
And the way you talk, I can tell that he's a transgender
back to the
drag queen. I can tell that you're a transgender drag queen with an IQ of 14.
Back to the tree, young love.
To sink down.
IQ transgender.
What transgender? Mate, I'm a transgender myself. Just kidding.
No, you're not. That's what you are.
Wait, did you assume I had a cock or not?
I assume you don't know how to spell it.
Hey, Reverend, what do you think of the Epstein files?
Stop talking to me.
What do you think, files? I think it's good that the politicians in your country are files. Molesting, eating children, raping them, all that. Oh, and they own the media outlets, so let's just trust the same people that own the media outlets and the politicians. Just eat it all up, right? Because they've always been honest with us, Reverend, right? Exactly. God forbid we instill critical thinking in the minds of
Hadi, I think it's a very difficult question. Let's ask her a simpler question. What do you order in Starbucks, Reverend? What do you order there? Like skim matcha, grande? I want to order skim matcha grande with a little bit of whipped cream on top.
Can we get back to like a real conversation?
I just feel bad for Reverend. She waited 1 hour just to get shit on.
Dude, I don't know. Reverend always comes in with the stupidest questions. This is why I tried to move on the conversation from the beginning. She asked her question. I said nobody knows. Let's move on.
Let's get over this. I don't want to disrespect the mayor's room. Let's to fuck with Reverend.
Maria, can I tell something? I think what has come from what she's talking about, because remember the big Khamenei before he died, he said that I have the weapon can sink the Abraham Lincoln. Can you remember that?
Yeah.
When he said that? So basically,
Yes,
they translate that to their media. That's why they believe they bluff. You know what I'm saying? He's been dead for 13 days, and then he bluffed that he has a weapon. You know, he's like all talking. That's why they believe.
Please, do you
say that? The most powerful ballistic missile we have is called the Rastafis, and it could carry a warhead up to 27 to 40 tons. Okay, that's the biggest weapon that we have. It's a 40-ton weapon ballistic missile, and the range for that is 5,000 kilometers. That's the strongest weapon Iran has in this country.
You see, the Rastafis weapon is not a real weapon, Maras. It's basically...
Well, that's what they're claiming. I'm saying what
that's all what they're claiming. Arab people...
That's a claim. I already knew that they had that much uranium. It's not that...
But he said we can make it to 11 bombs. So that's the when our politicians...
Can I go? That Pakistan has nuclear bomb, and it also has the furthest the nuclear bomb can travel is 300 kilometers. Okay, that is the range of their IRBMs. SRBMs actually, they don't have IRBMs either. SRBMs. What you're thinking about, what Meras said, it's a myth.
It's a hypothetical
300 kilometers.
They're saying they have a weapon that is 5,000 kilometers. They could hit a 5,000 kilometer radius. It's called the Rastafis, and it could carry a 27-ton warhead.
Meras.
That's what they're saying. That's what they're saying. I'm not saying it's true. That's what the government themselves is saying. And shit, wait, don't talk Meras. Wait, chill. You're talking. We're talking. Relax. Shada, I want to ask you something. Do you think that the U.S. didn't know that Iran had nuclear material for 11 warheads?
Yeah, they knew it, but...
They knew before Arakchi told them, right?
Yeah, they knew, but when Arakchi went there and confirmed it, that's the issue. Why you should if you are going for negotiate...
Why is the issue?
So
why is the issue?
Because he's like basically saying that we already have.
Yeah, so I would like to take this one.
They have the power. They have the.
They have
capability.
We have the capability. We have enough uranium to build 11. Yes, that's something that Americans first. Declared their first win in the previous war based on obliterating our nuclear capability, and then Iranian nuclear facilities, and then Iranians started some sort of ambiguity policy over the remaining uranium, and then in the negotiation, our negotiator already have told that, we have this and we can do it. And, all we wanted, we negotiated because we didn't want this war happen. And stating that fact that we already have it, it means that, yes, we have it. I mean, what's wrong with that? I don't get it, Shada.
Now, Shada, I want to ask you another question. Wait, Puri. I'm going to ask you another question. Do you think Iran is closer to a nuclear weapon today?
No.
No? So you don't think that they're going to pursue a nuclear weapon?
Yes, it's closer. They're going to pursue it.
I can honestly, they may use the dirty bomb because they have the ballistic. Yeah. They can.
So you mean using 60% enriched uranium
and then arm the ballistic.
Darling, it doesn't work. It's not going to cause a nuclear fusion.
But it's called dirty bomb.
No, it's not. It's not called a dirty bomb. It's not going to.
So
work.
my worst case scenario, if they cannot shoot California, I can't tell. But I don't believe this. I don't think they have such a thing that they have the capability or ability to do it. But apparently, Mo, he's saying that Iran has the ability.
Iran has enough uranium to build, according to Arabchi statement, told by
I get it. They have, but they don't have the facility right now. Yeah?
Jada.
I hope they have.
Let me explain this to you in a scientific manner. See, as an aeronautical engineer, this is my background. There are two factors. When you study flight planning, Miras, if you have if you have a flying object which has a range of about 2,000 kilometers, if you reduce the payload, this is called flight planning. We have it in aeronautics. If you reduce the payload, it's going to increase the range. They can use boosters from such as things that we have used during the Hormuz, what is it called? The missiles. These are missiles basically for satellite, or putting satellites in space. These are called the Hormuz missiles, Phoenix. So if you alter these missiles are not surface to surface, but if you alter them, there might be a capability. There might be. That's why some people believe in it. But for now, it's just assumptions. It's not true. Yeah? And the dirty bomb thing is not going to work like that. Putting, 10 kilograms or let's say 50 kilograms of 60% enriched uranium is not going to cause a fusion. Using a nuclear bomb, regardless of the taboos, regardless of what political and sociological impacts it's going to have on a society, it's not going to work like that. You just can't put 50 kilograms of 60% enriched uranium and use it on Israel. It's going to be stupid. Nothing's going to happen. It's not going to have this exact impact. It's just going to be like a stupid, dumb, what is it called? A regular hypersonic missile. There's not going to be absolutely no impact compared to, an actual nuclear bomb. So basically, that is not possible, Shada. I'm telling you this.
I hope so. It's my deeply.
No.
I'm praying for Iran not doing any stupid.
Regardless.
But do you think Iran having nuclear bomb is a stupid thing?
No, it's not stupid. It's actually the best idea.
Using, not having a capability, mentality of using it. I'm saying it's not far from like how they are acting crazy right now.
No.
They are not acting crazy, actually.
They are actually doing very calculative. They are working very. They are going through the plan. They have their target bank. They are just hitting energy facilities, hitting early alert systems. They are trying to best of their capability defend Iran. And also flex their muscles to America when it comes to energy and world when it comes to energy. Actually, the one who acts crazy is Donald Trump, that over the course of last 12 days has changed the goalposts and objectives of the war 12 times to claim victory and has failed on every 12th item. I think the most rational player at the moment is Iranian Defense Forces that are defending Iran. What part is crazy? By the way, just not to forget, Iran was negotiating with America before the war starts for the second time,
And at the middle of negotiation, America attacked Iran together with Israel. Who is crazy here, Iran or America? And they killed, again, international law, they killed the leader of a country, which is totally wrong. Based on international law, you just cannot go and bomb a guy because you don't like him, or kidnap another guy because you would like to have control over the... I think we need to revise what crazy means when we use it for Iranian Defense Forces.
Well, there is a question here. See, there is international law which the United States, neither the United States nor the Israeli government abides by it.
Oh, no. Okay. Yeah. No. I know. No. I just meant because of the craziness and Iranian acting crazy. No.
But what I'm telling you is, there is something called the escalation ladder. And both of them are doing what they can do. It's already predetermined. You cannot go against the escalation ladder. See, Iran has a limited escalation ladder because of its power, because of its incompetence in military, not having that much of a technology compared to the United States. The United States, the last thing the United States can do is use nuclear bombs, right? Or Israel. I mean, both of them have it, right? We don't know about Israel. This is not proven, but the United States does. We know about it. So, the question comes here. Would the United States use the nuclear bomb? I don't think so. Because the reverberations is going to be crazy. It is going to be crazy. The United States, the moment it uses the nuclear bomb, they're going to lose Europe, they're going to lose West Asia. It's going to go in a second. And everybody is going to be against them. Because nobody has used the nuclear bomb ever since the end of World War II. Nobody has used it. It is impossible to use it.
No, do you think that we use the Samson option if it feels that it's going down? Because if America pulls out.
See, no, I don't think Israel would be that stupid to use the Samson option. The Samson option is basically like the Soviet
if it's going to fall, then they'll use it, right? Why wouldn't they?
But if they fail,
I don't think, Meraz, I don't think the Iranian goal is to destroy Israel. Because destroying Israel basically means...
Nobody's saying if they destroy Israel. I'm saying this could be start of a downfall. If it's the start of the downfall of them, right? Would they use the Samson option, yes or no? Yes, they would.
I don't think so. No, I don't think so, because Israel is at a very good point right now. You see, they have the support of the West. They have the support of post-World War II, the Western Europe. They have the support of Russia to some extent, because about 20% of the Israeli citizens are from Russia. They have the support of the United States, 100%, let's say. Let's not fight between the Democrats and the Republicans, because basically it's a bipartisan, kind of ideology to support Israel. I mean, they prefer Israel over Iran, regardless.
Sounds good. So if you're thinking like this, that means that you don't think that the U.S. would pull out of this war, then?
I don't. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'm saying the U.S. has to decide. Trump has to decide, because Trump is being bribed. Blackmailed. Trump is being blackmailed. We all know. So, but the question would arise that if Israel is right now in a great position politically, and with regards to, ideologically, between the whole collective West. But the question arises, because as Israel is looking for their own hegemonical war to pax Israelia, will Israel give up this idea, and destroy the world, and take out all of us to another step towards the World War III? Or
I would like to disagree and tell something.
Or will they forget about the idea of the hegemony? Israel, and they will fall back, and they will try it again in 10 years' time. I think they would do that. They would fall back, the Americans, the Israelis, at some point in the upcoming weeks, and they will decide that we have to fall back. We have to stop this shit, because we can't bomb a country of 90 million people, a vast country of 90 million people, and forever. We have to either send ground troops, persuade Donald Trump to send ground troops, or we have to fall back. That is the point. Either if they fall back, they're going to come back again in 10 years, 20 years of time. Why? Maybe things would change in that time. Maybe Iran would develop different technological capabilities, which I think so would be certainly possible. Or they will come back and they will try this again. But they will certainly try this again at some point. Please go on.
No, I wanted to say, I see your point, but what Iranians are doing and why they are pushing whatever leverage they have, because they don't want to have another war. Again, my opinion, hopefully we don't have Kay here to ask who is the biggest guy who thinks like you. My opinion is, if the war finishes earlier, that Iran can prove its deterrence and control over Hormuz Strait and oil supply or energy supply, it will be a loss for Iran, because within 6 months, again, Israelis will be tempted to attack Iran. I believe Israelis, without nuclear option, cannot ever fight alone with Iran or take up with Iran. And they wanted always to, none of the countries in the
region. They know a nuclear option is a stupid option. They know this. See, if they know the only way for them to reach the hegemony they want is to engage the United States in a war with Iran. They have to bring the United States in.
Yes, but then here is the thing. So if Iran can set the deterrence and prove the world that I control Hormuz Strait, I have defense capability, and I can engage in a war, I don't know, for 2 months, 6 months, a year, with the entire region, then I think and I'm exposing while fighting with America and Israel.
That the Arab countries are not. Yeah, exactly. You're exposing the Arab countries, the sheikhdoms. You're exposing.
Yeah, I'm exposing the West that they don't care about your security. So then the domino of the fall of Western hegemony starts, and also Israeli supremacy will start. I think if we win, for me the win is we reach to that deterrence point, then we start a domino of fall of American empire and Israeli hegemony.
Well, I think the reason for us to go towards deterrence is not specifically about Russia or about Israel or the United States. If you want independence, you have to move towards deterrence, nuclear deterrence, at least at this point. Maybe tomorrow.
I advocate nuclear deterrence for Iran. I have a criticism against the fatwa. I think Iran should have pursued atomic bomb. Maybe if it had an atomic bomb, we weren't. Just look at North Korea, which we had atomic bomb. No countries other than US has used it. I have a problem with the fatwa, to be honest.
So, see, then somebody will raise the question. Look at North Korea again. They will raise a question. Look at North Korea. What is the economy like? What are the people like? See, this is the problem. you either have to resist against the collective West, or you have to just abide by the rules and play by it. So I think at this point, historically, what has happened to us? You're Iranian, I'm Iranian. Pede is, Meras is, Hadi is, Sadaf is most probably. And looking at it historically, okay, I want to refer you again, like yesterday when I referred to the 1943 famine in Iran. What has happened is like we tried to play like Switzerland, we tried to play like England, and what happened to us? 4 million people died because of the famine. The famine that was caused by the Anglo-Soviet invasion of Iran.
That was much prior to that.
Yeah, but
it was like 19. No. It was the first. No, it was the first Russian occupation.
There was two Russian occupations.
The first Russian and English occupation in the early 1900s is when we had that famine, when they saved 4 million people.
We also had
not World War II. We did not have a famine in World War II. Go and search. That's a simple search, my friend.
No, I'm sure we did have a famine.
And we did not have a famine in World War II.
We did.
I have a question. I'm sorry, but they're getting far from. So Mo is like.
I'll read it to you now. This is from the Wikipedia actually. The Iranian famine of 1942-1943, a period of mass starvation during the Anglo-Soviet occupation of Iran during World War II.
So are you agreeing like Iran going to have like in terms of like having the nuclear bomb? You prefer to
Absolutely.
North Korea?
No, don't make false equivalence.
You want that?
False equivalence.
No, I'm just asking.
It's the Persian famine of 1917 to 1919. It's on Wikipedia.
Sorry, can I pick the question from Sheda? Sheda, you are asking that, do I support, can you repeat it?
Yeah, I thought you were supporting that the idea of Iran becoming North Korea, yeah?
No, I know. You are making a false equivalence.
No. I'm asking you. Iran. I'm asking you. Did I hear correct or not?
I support Iran to have nuclear weapon to guarantee its deterrence and independence. But Iran is a food basket for the entire region. So the regional countries cannot, at the end of the day, Iran is a country of 93 million. Iran has access to the ocean. Iran has access to the Russia through the Caspian Sea. Iran already under the sanctions is sending its cheap, low quality technology to the Middle Asia. Iran has some market in energy and technology for the region. So Iran will never become North Korea. Actually, I think if the security and the independence of Iran is guaranteed, we will have better, more room for democracy even in Iran.
See, because let me make this
yes.
Let me make it explain it to her much better. See, where is North Korea located? It is basically in a border region of Russia, China, and South Korea. Okay. The problem is North Korea is landlocked country. Okay, and regardless of being landlocked, it is like bordered. It's a neighbor of a country like China, which is actually the biggest producer of everything in the world. So basically, there is no competition in that region. Nobody's going to buy from you. They're not going to buy from anything from you. They don't have oil. They don't have natural gas. They don't have a workforce. They don't have, let's say, a really good railway system, thanks to Reza Shah, which there are also a lot of problems with that as well, if I would explain later on. But we have none of, North Korea has none of those things. And the problem is, Iran will never be like North Korea. And this is the problem. And why do you think the United States will never attack North Korea? Because they don't care. They can't do anything. They just have weapons. Best case scenario, they can send some soldiers to fight in the Ukraine, you know. And obviously, at some point, if South Korea is dismantled, which is going to be, like, not with the help of China or North Korea itself, South Korea is destroying itself internally with, advancements in technology and, social factors and stuff like that. At some point, North Korea is going to take over South Korea regardless. What's going to happen is then Korea can improve. But Iran is not in that situation. You will never be North Korea. There is absolutely no way you will be North Korea. It is impossible. So even if you have a nuclear bomb, you will probably be the strongest country in the Middle East, most probably, because you're part of the heartland. And then you have access to Russia. You have access to, the old Silk Road. You have access to the ocean. You have access to fresh water. You basically use, comparing to the Arab countries of the Gulf region, you probably use about 73% of your natural water resources, and which they do use like 8 and 10 times more. And then at the same time, you have a workforce of about 90 million people, which are highly educated, and you have technological advances. Mo said we have technological, markets in Middle Asia, but no, it's not only Middle Asia. You have it in South America. You have it in Africa. You want to say the Iranian cars are dog shit? Yes, they are dog shit. But some countries need dog shit cars. They need dog shit Taibas and, these shitty cars. Because they were not advanced enough to fix these cars. The Chinese market was at dog shit cars. And later on, what happened? They improved. Now they send to Europe. They don't send it to Iran anymore. In Africa, I lived in Africa for a while. In Africa, when you send your cars, when you send cars, you need to send cars that have, it's not too difficult to fix them, and the spare parts can be readily. Yeah. Anyway, I think that's all enough.
No, that's cool. That's cool. We have Zari, we have Ahsan, and then we got Sadaf. What happened to Shayda? She's on the Shayda. How do you say her name? Shayda? Shayda, what's your take? Are you going to get the freedom? I know you want the freedom, right? Do you support Reza Pahlavi?
I'm not Pahlavi supporter. I'm not. But
good.
And I believe people can do from the inside. They can do better.
That's good. That's what I want to hear. I want to hear more voices like that. It's your internal affairs.
At the same time, I'm like, I'm not agree with all the political that right now Iran is doing right now. I'm not supporting that either. So I think Korea or Mo is supporting how they act, but I don't.
Do you think they have the right to resist Iran? Hang on a second, Mo, 1 second. Do you think that Iran has a right to defend against the entity called America and Israel?
Sorry, what?
Does Iran have the right to defend their country against America?
Yeah, they got attacked. So basically, when you got attacked, you need to defend yourself. But my first issue is to why all the leadership take us to this point, to this war, after with all the terrible management they've done in the 47 years. Why they brought this war to us?
Okay, let's talk this out. The nuclear. Hang on a second. So the nuclear deal. We have Foreign Minister of Oman. He said that they agreed to the terms and conditions of America about the uranium enrichment program, the 0% stockpiles.
That was the whole deal. And Trump never said in the beginning it was about regime change. He said we're not going in for regime change. But then all of a sudden, after doing the attack, he changed his tone to regime change. Right? Now, do you support Trump narrative that, it's okay if Trump does regime change, you support it? Do you support that part?
Basically, no. But so my opinion, and I believe my people try to ask for referendum like so long before this war or before that war. Like since I can remember since my teenagerhood, people tried to ask the government to do something, but they didn't. And so basically, we were looking for regime change all the time in my life. Okay, so but it is my opinion. I never were angry with the government. I wanted regime change since I was a teenager. Okay, so it doesn't have. That's why the problem is. I believe some of Iranian, they want regime change, and then it's become Trump narration as well. That's why the people think we are supporting him. No, we are not supporting Trump. We wanted regime change before this war. Right. They hijacked our the people in Iran. They were before what happened in January. People there were fighting peacefully, and then government started killing them.
So Pahlavi supporters hijacked your cause, right?
Both of them. Pahlavi and Trump.
Pahlavi and Trump, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Why you are laughing?
A quick question. It's a misery that you are not able to understand.
No, she's telling the truth, bro. Even the Masa Amini was hijacked. The house was hijacked by these Masa Amini scumbags. Yes, I support Masa Amini, but these other scumbags, this Raza Pahlavi scumbag, they came in, they hijacked the whole cause about Masa Amini.
Amir, I would like you to go into your profile. I'm sorry, Shayda, I have to say this because these guys don't understand Farsi. I would like you to go to her profile and the previous questions that you have answered, just translate them. Thank you.
Okay, I also have a quick question from Shayda after AH.
I actually wanted to translate for me. What does it translate to for you? Tell us.
Okay, I will translate it for you. Okay. They have asked that there was a question in the room, apparently she have answered. The war between the United States and Iran, where would it end? When the Iranian regime, the Jamhuri Islami, capitulates and the regime falls, basically, what she has answered. And then they were asked, and she was asked, with regards to negotiations on nuclear negotiations of Iran and the United States, she has answered that the negotiations are going to go nowhere. And what do you think about the scenario that would happen in Iran? That Iran will eventually fall, and then there would be a transitional government, which is going to be very lengthy. And then the last question is unrelated. So what she's saying that she supports, that she doesn't support the war, she actually does support the war. What I understood from her.
You support the war,
I'm not supporting the war. All of my family, they are bombing every day. How can I support the war?
I don't know.
No, I have a question from I got your point, honestly. But I wanted to answer this question, why is this a laughable situation? I will tell you why. I mean, even though it's a miserable situation, it's not something one should laugh for, but it's kind of unfortunate that we, the people who actually claim to be the supporters or the people of Iran by hook or by crook, okay, we're unable to understand or grasp this main point that what US vis-a-vis
Israel both are trying to do is to make Iran go back towards history by 50 or 60 years. I mean, the ones who actually understand this war will come to these two conclusions that sooner or later, by the back channel means, this war will stop. Sooner or later, but it will only do a lot of huge damage, be it damage by means of like human resource, like losing a huge chunk of population, or a damage in terms of infrastructure. Both both these damages to how Iran is suffering, it's way more drastic than what is happening in Israel or the US. In terms of US is suffering in terms of its international image. Well, US has never given any damn to its international image ever.
She doesn't support the war. She just said it. I don't know. You don't understand it.
No, but the thing is that, but the only thing is that, here I want to bring attention to this one point. Literally.
Hold on a second. You just made a claim that you understand something that other people don't. How did you come to that conclusion?
Because most of the people here are discussing that nukes and all those things, and eventually they are dragging over. And this war is not something that is going to be dragged on for long. See, we have international countries which are dependent on Iran.
Let him speak, okay?
Okay, I'm asking you a very simple question.
What I'm saying, hang on, Zari,
moderators.
Zari, stay muted.
Okay, I want to listen to your
This conversation is above your age and above your pay grade.
Okay, please ask your question.
Okay, first of all, let me make sure that I heard you correctly. You said you understand the way this war goes better than other people. Did I hear you correct? Did I hear you correct?
I won't say better than other people, but I would say that there are basic things that most of us are missing here.
Okay, so you think that most of us are missing it, and you are the one who's not missing it, right?
Okay, for the convenience of this discussion, let's assume that, let's assume that.
Hold on. I'm not saying that's a false narrative. I'm saying, how did you come to that conclusion? What makes you think that you understand things better than others?
You are really going to tangent. All I want to do. Can you talk? Let me talk.
Hang on, brother. Hey, Mo, I'll give you the mic. I want to see this conversation because even I'm questioning the Hassan right now. Okay, you can engage with Hassan just for a minute or two, and then I'll pass the mic. I want to hear this from where this goes.
I would like sometimes I have studied a subject for many years, so I think I'm more knowledgeable and I know things about that particular subjects that other people don't. So I want to know how this guy landed on the conclusion that he understands things better than others.
Okay, consider the fact that I am from a conflict-based region. Now I won't be open with which conflict-based region. I've lived my life for 30 years in a conflict-based region. So from that point of view, I'm giving my.
Hold on.
Okay, go ahead, man.
Hold on. So sometimes you have personal experiences, and other people don't have those personal experiences. Sometimes you have scientific background on something. Sometimes you have studied something. That's why you know better than others. There are two ways to know better than others: personal experience or scientific background. So you're saying you understand this better than others because you have had personal experience?
I like to speak.
More than personal experiences, I would say that I'm more into economics, and from economics point of view, I see this war going more than 2 or 3 months from now. Take it or lose it. Take it or lose it. There is no winner. There is no loser coming out of this war. But the only loser here is that infrastructurally, Iran is going through a lot of, going to suffer a lot.
You're not listening.
See, you want to draw conclusions in terms of psychological terms and make it a psychological debate. That is a secondary thing.
Move on this point. It's just move on.
Okay, yeah, can I, because it's very important.
I need to speak.
Can you guys please get respectfully just let Kate finish? I promise in 1 to 2 minutes.
Answer my question.
Okay? To know things better than other people, either you have a much better experience, personal experience, or you have some scientific background about it. You have studied that.
I have both.
You have both. Okay.
Can I now?
So hold on. You have both. So your personal experience and scientific. May I ask you scientifically, do you have any official degree supporting that, or is it just your personal studies?
See, you want every one of us, or at least, most of the people among us here in this panel to be, academically having a degree to shove it to your throat or somewhere else so that we are comfortable enough to answer your dumb questions in terms of psychological terms and other terms we should justify your dumb questions.
That's a good question. It's not a dumb question. I conclude.
Amir, with due respect to you, since you mentioned that it's a good question,
so
I will tell you.
Yes. When people fall short in providing reasoning, they act like dogs and they show teeth. And they start personal attacks. That's what you just did. I'm done talking to you.
Okay.
All right. I mean, because if you wanted to be satisfied with your ego, be satisfied with whatever you got. Okay. But I don't need a degree to tell you that I can answer this question that this war is not going to last long.
She wasn't asking a question. She doesn't support the war. So it's on Mo, and then Zari wants to chime in.
So, yeah, I really would appreciate Amir. Okay, you talk. I don't want to
silence.
I will listen to you.
Mute.
Hey, it's not letting people speak.
I will listen to you. Okay. Kay, what is you want to make it take 10 seconds quickly and say what you have to say, and then I want to pass the mic to Mo and what's her name, Zari. Okay, so I don't hold like any academic degree as far as economy is concerned. But sometimes something comes up, it grabs my attention, I go study it on my own. It's different from
I do have an economics degree, that's what I was telling you. That's scientifically I am comfortable enough to answer your question.
Oh, please, one second more. Listen, you said you have scientific facts to back up what you said. I just wanted to know if those scientific facts are your own studies or you're coming from some official academic degree. That's a very valid question.
Okay, I do have an economics degree.
Okay.
So from that point of view, considering the fact that Iran plays. Let me answer now. If you want it to be a dogmatic fight, then let it be. I'm not going to, justify everything. But you have to allow me to answer you. I understood some questions.
At what level? Just one more. That's what level? Bachelor's, master's, or PhD?
I'm pursuing my PhD. Did that make you happy enough?
Okay, now continue.
Okay, it was my turn, right?
So it's Mo and then Zali.
Yeah, thank you very much. Hassan, I really strongly suggest you do not engage. I previously, about an hour ago, engaged in a very stupid conversation with Kay. And Amir, I really appreciate you to moderate because I believe, Kay,
just provides tangents and goes off rail. Okay, there is an English term for some openings that is called hook. So for instance, at my work, I tell guys, there is a point that we all are missing. I cannot have any statistics that if we all are missing it or some of are missing. But this is a hook because I want to hook you up and then tell you something. But Kay, you are mental, not very gifted to understand when Asan says, guys, you are missing a point, or I think I have a better idea. He doesn't literally what the face. Okay, let me finish. I listen to your garbage. Let me finish. So when he says, I have a better idea than you, it doesn't necessarily mean his idea is better or is better than all of us. This is a hook and a starter. And if you cannot stay committed to the conversations that are happening here, mute up. Don't provide, you just take the conversation off rail. Shada was talking about something else. Asan wanted to reflect on that. And then we were talking about if Asan has a PhD or a master's degree or a concept. Please,
why are you talking about that? You didn't finish. You said I'm mentally what?
Not so gifted. No, you didn't hear that. I think you are mentally not so gifted to understand.
Oh, you called him stupid.
Yes, in a simple term is you are stupid, my friend. Yes, in a simple term is
you're mentally not very gifted. Just okay, guys, just move on to your point, and everyone's going to benefit from the point. What the Indian guy said, I don't know his name, but obviously that's a rude thing to say and condescending to say to start a conversation. But he obviously got you all riled up for no reason. Just move on.
Okay, Adam, it's all right. Stop whining.
Okay.
You want to make some point, but I actually wanted to answer Saida's question.
Saida, you did not ask her. You didn't answer her question. She doesn't support the war. That's the end of it. You went on a tangent. You responded to something she didn't say.
All right.
All right. So I'm gonna give it to Zadi. Zadi, go on.
I've been waiting for like such a long time. Anyway, so
choose your words wisely. You've been waiting. You deserve to get through one sentence without getting kicked out.
Yeah, go on, Zadi.
Anyway,
come on.
So this stage, aside from the intelligent people like Hadi and like me and and maybe Adam in here, everyone else in here is just bots. Like they're not listening. They're not comprehending, they're not processing, they're not thinking with their mind. And just like, sitting here wasting people's time. Like Shaida, she said, she was ready for this regime change since she was 14. That is low-key saying that she supports this war on Iran, So she
doesn't support the war.
She did. She said she was ready. 14 years old.
She doesn't support
I want a regime change. I didn't want a bombing my country.
There you go. No, that's not a war. Regime change is not a war.
Yes, it is.
No.
Yes, it is.
Wait, what is the words? Like we did a war. It was a war.
It's how you get regime change, Larry. It's not a war.
It is a war.
It's not a war.
It is a war.
I think you don't have any revolution. Please read the history and then learn about the.
She doesn't know history of Iran, Shaida. What do you expect? It's a little child.
Like when he said that.
We're talking to a little child. Go on.
He said if this war happens, it's going to push Iran back to like.
No offense to you, but I don't know what to tell you. Go on, Zadi.
It's going to push Iran backwards, right? Which is fine because Iran and the religion is kind of like double-edged sword. If you push them backwards, they're going to get closer to religion. If you push them forward, they're still getting closer to their religion. So there's no winning against Iran or their religion.
Is it because of your religion you support Iran?
Yes.
Okay, all right.
But I don't support. But I don't support the war because I know that most American kids.
No, you support the Iranian government because of your religion. Thank you. Thank you.
Let me finish. I have to finish my point. I don't support this war. I support my religion, right? But I don't support American going to Iran because most American soldiers.
I didn't say that, Zali.
They have autism and they're gonna get fucking slaughtered, and I don't want that.
Don't you live in America or Canada or something?
I do. I live in America, and if I
she lives in America.
They go to Iran, they're gonna get slaughtered. I don't support in that sense, but I do support my religion and the people of it. So let's say, Zari, let me give you an example. So tomorrow, let's say Saudi Arabia or UAE, whatever, it gets bombed. It has nothing to do with your religion. What do you think you're going to support? Are you going to support the people? Are you going to support the government? What are you going to do? Well, if the bomb lands like on NBS, I fully support that. It's fine.
No. But keep this in mind. Anytime a country gets bombed, there's always civilian casualties. Okay. So my question again to you. You see how biased you are.
Are you trying to make this religious? No, you're trying to make this religious.
No.
Yes, you are. Yes, you are.
Hold on. I told you this before yesterday. People in Iran, there's a lots of them. Not 1, 2. I wish there was 1, 2. There's a lots of them that don't stand with Reza Pahlavi or IRGC.
Can you please provide the number?
Hold on a second, Zari.
Yeah, me.
So
I'm an example.
Yes, she's a walking, talking example. See?
Yeah.
Mo, I don't know about Mo, but we have Kay here.
Me?
You want regime change as well, Mo?
No, he doesn't.
I want more democracy and.
There you go. He wants regime change, democracy.
Listen, Mo. Democracy.
Zari, hang on a second. Zari.
Democracy has definition.
Hold on a second. Hold on a second. Mo doesn't support Reza Pahlavi or IRGC or bombing his own country, okay? Say doesn't support it, right?
The Iranian Defense Forces and IRGC for defending our country. Just at the moment.
What is this conversation? I cannot make sense out of this. Okay, don't ask people about their personal education level, like if they have degree or not. Okay, conclusion because he has critical thinking ability. He's not a zombie like you are. He don't need a degree for that.
Why do you guys keep attacking everybody?
Because he attacks people.
So Zari, there's a lot of people, right, that are in Iran, right? There's a lot of them that don't stand with IRGC.
People.
There's a lot of them. They support IRGC. There's a lots of them that are in the middle. They're stuck in the middle. Okay?
So
that's what I was telling her last time.
I don't attack people, but I support the government reason. When you're challenging questions, they see.
Hold on a second. G said he supports the government. Okay, so we have
I support the government, absolutely. I ask the government, hit the Epstein regime hard as possible. Get the fucking Epstein regime out of this region and teach these Arab leaders that bend over and provide this dictatorship their land to the Zionists. Their ass needs to be bombed also. So for the next generation, the people in the Sunni brothers can have freedom and they can live in peacefully with the Muslim Shia.
Brings a new question to my mind. Zari said I am part of Mossad, and then you guys said I'm not gifted mentally and I'm stupid and stuff. I'm wondering, does Mossad hire like stupid, not mentally gifted people?
Yes.
Yes, especially ones like you.
100%.
Because they can
Ones like you, especially.
That's what I think too. Thank God you're not, they didn't know it. If they knew as much as you know how mentally not gifted, I think this is the first time I have heard it. Usually it's mentally gifted. I have never said, oh, you're not gifted. But anyway.
Because I wanted to
politically correct.
Let's give Zari the time. Zari, I promised you time, so go on. You have another 40 seconds. Go and finish what you have to say.
She's so much fun.
She's entertaining. Okay, I'll give you 1 minute, Zari. Go on.
I need someone to engage.
Okay, let's engage. What do you do for a living, Zari?
I breathe oxygen.
Okay. Have you ever gotten into a fight?
What kind of fight?
Like a fist fight with another girl?
Yeah, there was a time where I had to defend myself.
Okay. Nobody bullied you, right? Because
no.
You kind of sound like a bully yourself. Okay. All right. So nobody has bullied her, and she's a fighter. And what else is it? And she supports Iran, right, wholeheartedly, and we all support. We stand with the Iranian people. I stand with it. And at this moment, I think there's people that are supporting IRGC for the time being, for the right to resist against the entity called America. And is okay? But do you support it at this moment? Do you think that the IRGC is the way to go right now? For the time being, I'm talking about. What do you mean? For the time being. I mean, for the time being, the right to defend.
North Korea has the right to defend itself. Everybody does.
We're not gonna answer the question, okay?
So we both know what she is going to answer. Otherwise, scratch a liberal, we'll find a radical. We both know the moment we will scratch K's liberalness, we'll find that radicalness out of her. That is the only way. She will answer. There is no other way. There is no other way
K is
you're going to answer.
It's not a she, you said her.
I don't know, whatever it is. I sometimes feel it's kind of male voice, sometimes it's kind of female. I don't know who it's speaking.
No, the guy is doing shots.
So that's not from India?
No, man. I'm from somewhere like, yeah, you kind of know it. I mean, we know each other from.
Okay.
Amir, thank you so much for letting me speak. I need to go.
You take care, Shahida. What do you say, Shahida?
Take care, Shahida.
Take care. Have a good one. And
go find some red films.
Well, Zari, calm down. Get respect to your elders. Come on. News Emperor, it's you know.
Okay. Wait, can you hear me? Nothing on?
Yes, you can hear me.
All right. So I was gonna say this though, right? I was honestly, I was just trying to say this yesterday, right? I was searching up what's it called, Google Gemini, what the consequences would likely be if Netanyahu actually did get killed, right? So most likely it'd be a slow rollout, and then they'd have a day of judgment type of response, and then they'd say they'd probably lose Iran. Like you use unconventional means, so that could be biological weapons, chemical weapons, nuclear weapons, but yeah, most likely lose Iran. And they have I think something called the Day of Judgment doctrine. Honestly, that's a pretty fun thing about Israel. They have so many doctrines, each one more messed up than the other.
There is some question that if you want, we can discuss. I can just mention it. Sure. What is the question? Nowadays, you see lots of fake AI leaks. They're easy to make, and there are lots of fake AI videos showing that Iran sank Abraham Lincoln. Iran destroyed Tel Aviv. I'm not saying Tel Aviv wasn't hit, but lots of those AI videos are fake. And there are very easy to know that they are fake. And almost all of them are posted by people who are pro-Palestine. Why do you think that is?
They support. They support Iran attacking Israel. Okay. And anybody that attacks Israel, I mean, what do you expect from people that have been oppressed and suppressed for over 50 years? You know, okay. They've been suffering like crazy. You know, starving children, getting genocided, and you know, it didn't start. So we all know it didn't start in 7th of October. It started a long time ago, right? And what do you expect? So in their mind, imagine you living in that area called Gaza, in that city, right, open air prison, and you keep getting bombed. Your parents are getting picked up by IDF, and they're torturing the shit out of your parents. They're killing them. They're breaking their leg. They're breaking their private area. According to bestseller reports, this is an Israeli human rights organization. And it's happening all the time. Right, time after time, like every year, couple days, every week, you see somebody getting picked up for no freaking reason, just for throwing a rock at IDF truck or whatever. In their mind, for over 50 years, 70 years, they've been getting butchered, slaughtered. Forget about the blockade right now. They were under blockade over, I'm sure you know about this, over 15 years, right? And in that mental state, anybody in their right mind would support anybody to attack the oppressors. You see what I'm saying? And the oppressor is Israel.
So whoever that hits Israel, they love, right?
There we go, yeah.
It doesn't matter if the one attacking Israel is an evil or angel. It doesn't matter. That's what you're saying.
Yeah.
Okay, with the same mentality, we can love whoever hits IRGC.
Oh.
Right?
Yes.
No, not entirely accurate.
But the thing is, kid, the situation is different. I'll give you, so if Palestine was actually a country and the government was oppressing and suppressing them, right, then it's a different story. It doesn't, it would make some of these people traitors. You're asking outside entity to attack your country. You understand? Because it's a sovereign nation, and that government is doing it because Israel is a sovereign nation. Now, on the other side, it's not a sovereign nation. It's oppressing people across the borderline, which is located, in Gaza and the West Bank, East Jerusalem. So
it doesn't belong to Israel. I don't talk about it to anyone. It's just in my heart. I'm not saying I'm happy about the war. I hate the war. Okay, you know that. What I'm saying is it's the same mentality that people in Palestine, I have worked with engineers who are from Palestine and Jordan, and they have told me stories on how Israelis treated them. Those are horrible stories, man. It's so unfair, okay? And I really have a very high respect for those people, very good friends of mine. And their food is great too. But based on what you're saying, they have been oppressed by Israel, so whoever hurts Israel, they like. So if I don't do anything, if I don't talk to anyone about it, just in my heart, can I use the same mentality and say, I like whoever hurts IRGC?
Sure, in your heart, yeah. But if you're spreading the propaganda, okay, and you're going against your own government or your own people, then what that does is it does turn you into a traitor. You know what I'm saying? So imagine this: Hamas is in the inside Gaza, okay, and if let's say Palestinians they turn on Hamas, Hamas is Palestinian people, right? It's basically resistance fighting force. Al-Qassam brigades. That's the military wing of Hamas. Hamas is a political wing. So if they turn on Hamas, that's literally a traitor.
That's how I'm looking at Razapalli. Now, if you do it in your heart, that's a different story. But if you're spreading this agenda, this propaganda on social media platform, in real life, then yeah, you're happy, you're celebrating. That actually makes you a traitor. But in your heart, anything's possible.
Even in their heart, to be honest, just to sort of almost like reassurance and for morale. What Kay is asking requires, to an extent, some comparison between Israel and IRGC. And maybe we just touched on it. So when IRGC or Iran attacks Israel, for the example, the Palestinians, they're not from Israel. So it's slightly not the same as when Israel then attacks Iran, and then the people within Iran, that's what Amir is touching on, they are Iranian, so they're attacking their own country. So that's one distinction. But then I think some bias has to come into it, to an extent, from a religious point of view as well, because when you're looking at what Israel wants to do in that region for its religion, and then for example, we all know their goal with the temple and their resentment towards Masjid al-Aqsa and things like that. Iran doesn't really have those objectives. You can say what you want about the RGC, but they don't want to knock down Masjid al-Aqsa. So there is some bias that comes into it now, and you've got to say, well, you've got to look at it from your own lens and not from an objective lens. You've got to say, well, from the Palestinians' lens, it's not nowhere near the same, and even from the Iranians' lens, again, it's not the same. But there are two distinctions there, and I want you can go off on a 5-10 minute chat about the differences and the similarities between the two, but just at the outset, those 2 points are quite relevant.
Point saying you're like perfect match, but Adam, I have a question. If there is an uprising in the country, the people from Iran, let's say they get their hands on some weapons and they start killing IRGC and they cheer for it, am I still a traitor?
Yeah.
That moment to make you a traitor.
Why?
Do you mean a civil revolution?
Hook is so hooked to the IRGC, Kay. What's the IRGC?
No, he's just asking a question.
Iran. It's a part of the National Guard, separate two branches. Both are under the leadership of the supreme leader. What is it? Your hook is all the way to the IRGC. I said let the fucking Epstein supporter hit and bomb.
I'm not taking sides.
Just asking a question.
Just asking a question. This Epstein regime has been dropping bombs by the help of the Americans. But your hook is so. Why your hook is not into the Bibi Netanyahu and the fucking Epstein regime? Why they cannot wrong with you? Every word that comes out of your mouth is a stick to the IRGC. Could you change the subject right now?
No, I can't. Jesus asking a question. Jesus asking a question. We're exploring these ideas. These are some new ideas.
Okay, did you say
it's okay? So it's not a big deal.
Did you say what happens if there was a civil war? Okay, I can't remember your question exactly.
There is an uprising from within. People grab guns and they start killing us.
Just send you an invite. Come on up. Hey, what's up, Taco? What's up, morning, everybody?
I'm not saying I would cheer about it. I'm not taking his side. I'm just asking the question. And people like G cannot differentiate between asking the question and taking sides. I'm so sorry for G. I cannot help you in that area. So, in that scenario, if I cheer for it, am I a traitor?
Yeah.
So you are here for getting educated, right? If I understand, you are getting educated, right? But if you are here for getting educated, that's fine. Go on.
G has to send a shot.
So I think that would make you a traitor.
Well, Amir, on that.
He has other avenues for getting educated on this topic.
We know how deep the Zionist regime has penetrated Iran, right, with the Mossad agents and their intel and the plans that they've got within. So when you say people are armed and they're fighting back, it's not simply, these are 100% civilians and there's an uprising. So it's a nuance, it's not as easy as that, unfortunately. And that's the problem with these hypothetical questions. You're going to base base it on one paradigm, but you're going to neglect lots of other facts, and it makes it very difficult to answer these high-level questions. So I would say it really does depend how they are constituted, those that uprise. Are they 100% civilians, and also is there a foreign intervention occurring at the same time? So are you telling me like in 2-3 weeks from now, somehow loads of civilians got their hands on arms and they are aiding and abetting US and Israel from within? In my point of view, then, yeah, they would be considered, traitors.
Adam, they're getting weapons, right? Because they don't have access to weapons to topple their regime. That doesn't fall under traitor. If the outside entity of America and Israel was to personally come inside, Iran, and you had people siding with them, that would make them traitors. But if it's like the Iranian people, they don't like the government, and let's say majority of them, it happened in Syria, right?
Yeah,
they toppled Bashar al-Assad. And they got they got the weapons and stuff from Turkey.
But Amir,
that's why I said it really depends on the constituent.
Yeah, but that doesn't make them. Hold on, Adam. That doesn't make them a traitor because Bashar al-Assad was a genocidal maniac.
Yeah, I'm not comparing directly to Syria. Yeah, I'm comparing.
No, hold on. No, I'm just drawing for example. Same thing. There's a lot of people in Iran, or people that live outside. They're looking at some of these people. They're looking at IRGC as just like Bashar al-Assad.
So now, Bashar al-Assad is gone. Who is taking the place? And the new maniac that is $10 million.
We're not talking about that. We're not talking about that. We're talking about Bashar al-Assad.
And Mir, when you say that all of a sudden the Iranians got their hands on guns right now, right this second, when you got US and you got Israel doing that movement, how can you draw a distinction? Let's say you're telling me if they protest, there will be traitors, but if they all of a sudden actually start gunning down the IRGC, which is far more damage.
I'll give you some examples, Adam. I'll give you some examples. In Syria, some of those commanders, do you know that the Syrian military people, they weren't really making enough money. I think they were making $50 or $100 a month or something. When they saw these people are, with the weapons and they're about to topple the regime, they dropped their weapons and they started siding with the militias. And they took them in. They didn't call them traitors.
They defected.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So Kay said a couple days ago, which was very interesting, that there's a lot of people. I didn't even think from that angle. There's a lot of people that are, conscripted, mandatory, right? They're not. There's a lot of people that but they're not loyal. You know what I'm saying? It happens in every country.
Yeah. But Amir, I would say, I think you're taking far too much of a limited approach to it. I think you've got to be more purposive. Look at the bigger picture. If you're internal and you're going against your government, but the end game is that the new controller of the government is going to be subservient to a foreign entity, you're a traitor. You are. What you're doing, you're switching your current regime, which is independent, and by fighting them, at the same time, you've got foreigners wanting to take over your country or plant someone in your government. That's going to be
subservient. Adam, not the foreigners. Okay, foreigners are just giving you the weapons.
Yeah, okay, they don't want to. You have the US and Israel directly.
Adam, right now, yes, bombing. Yes, it's wrong. It's Razapali, I'm not talking about that. It presented you a situation. If there's Iranian people inside, they don't like IRGC, right? Whatever. If they don't like IRGC and they get, help from outside entity, America, whatever, and that entity is giving weapons to Iranians. Yeah, but that's where I was trying to get it.
I agree, but Amir, that's why I said you were looking from a very limited point of view, and I agree with your point of view. But that, number one, that's not the reality. Number two, you're missing the point.
That was the reality inside Syria, bro. This is why I had to bring you to Syria.
Syria, are you happy with Jolani, man? The guy.
It doesn't. That's bro. We're not talking about Jolani. I'm talking about as soon as they topple.
It's connected. Amir.
Oh my God.
Don't think that Amir is gonna tell you anything true about the Jolani.
Okay, take Libya.
Take Libya. It's nothing to do. It's not about. We're not. Oh my God. Hold on a second. Hold on. I know, Jimmy, you like to come off the mic every 2 seconds. I know. It's all right. Adam, hold on a second. Hold on. G, calm down. This room is not an echo chamber. You need to calm down. I was responding to Adam until I got rudely interrupted by G. Adam, the thing is, as soon as they topple Bashar al-Assad, okay, that Bashar al-Assad was a genocidal maniac, has killed over 500,000 Assyrians. All right, this is all factual. You can go look it up.
I agree. I agree with you. Could you say the same thing to the chophead? Bashar Assad was.
Let me finish. Let him finish his point because we're in agreement. Let him finish.
Do I support the Al-Qaeda leader?
Oh, do you want to finish your point?
Do I support the leader? Okay. He's a chophead, but did you ask Syrians about this?
He's a chophead, yes.
Did you, hold on, G, did you ask Syrians about this? Did you ask Benny Goy? Did you ask William that comes in here? Let me see if he's in the audience. I'll bring him up. He's a Christian Syrian. You can talk to him.
I don't know.
He said, are you gonna listen to the victim, or are you gonna listen to the Syrian, or are you just gonna make up bullshit?
No, $10 million war on his head.
Yes, they took it out.
Yes, exactly. How hard is it for you to tell him he's about to chop it?
I don't support. I told you I don't support it.
You said very easy on the.
I don't. Yes, Bashar al-Assad was genocidal maniac. We have facts.
Okay. You see how easy you say you tell the Bashar al-Assad?
I don't. Oh my God, this guy. Yes, he was a terrorist. He's still a terrorist.
Thank you.
What do you want me to say?
Thank you.
I don't get it. I don't understand. Like, bro. Calm down. I told you this a long time ago. I don't support Bashar. I even debated freaking Syrians on this. The problem I have, I don't support Bashar al-Assad, nor I support that Al-Qaeda leader. But when you talk to the Syrians on the ground level, some of them are okay with it. If they're okay with it, who am I to follow them?
Exactly. Every society there is some support the government, something.
Okay.
But that doesn't mean that Iran didn't play a role in Syria, that Iran wasn't part of the genocide.
ISIS was in Iran.
Iran and Hezbollah played a pretty large role.
Yes, Iran has a right to go in and kill what is need to be taken care of.
Kill a whole bunch of people, including children.
They were chopping the Iraq too. Iraqi was chopped head too. This maniac of this Jolani and Daesh and all group al-Mossad, Jabhat al-Nusra, all this got together and we're chopping.
They were there, all 500,000 of them. All 500,000 of them were terrorists, right? All 500,000, including children, including women. I can't believe it. The propaganda on this other side, I can't believe it. It's disturbing and disgusting.
The Daesh was well protected by this Syrian regime, which is Israeli.
Instead of condemning it, he's just gonna go on a tangent. He does it all the time.
Right. No. You need to condemn all of them.
You do it all the time, G. You do it all the time. Your propaganda. Look. Last time I said, hold on, people were calling you IFDC. I said, so what? You ran away because you were sensitive.
Hold on a second. Propaganda, right? Which part of what I said is propaganda? Put it out there.
Okay. You justifying and defending the actions of Iran and Hezbollah in Syria, that's literally, what the Israelis do, by the way. That's what the Zionist Jews do on this fucking app.
Where the ISIS was. Oh my God.
Not everybody was ISIS. Calm your tits down. I don't know how many. Oh my God. This guy says all 500,000 were ISIS.
Right. The Article 51. Iran has a right.
Okay. Hold on a second. I'm gonna ask you a question. Hold on a second, man. Okay. Remember you said somebody came on TV. Qasem Soleimani's, co-worker. He said it on TV how they, what did they do to the religions?
It was a general, Iranian general, that worked side by side with Qasem Soleimani, and he narrated this story on national TV that lots of these rebels were in a village or something, so they carpet bombed the whole village.
little bit. You saying the Qasem Soleimani what, and they went to the
listen carefully.
Women, it was
Apparently,
bombing women in village or where? Syria or Iraq?
I say it again. Please listen carefully. One Iranian general who worked hand in hand with Qasem Soleimani came on national TV and narrated this story that there were rebels in one of the villages in Syria. So they decided to carpet bomb the whole village, killing children and women. Women, not Yemen, women. Did you get it this time?
Okay, name and evidence of that guy that he said that statement. Put it up there. I want to look into it.
Okay, send me a back channel. Hold on, send me a back channel.
You can go to me and I don't associate with the people like you that you're making up shit stories like that.
Okay, hold on.
Okay. What's your evidence?
Put it in the chat, Cage. Put it in the chat.
Okay, I'm driving right now. I don't have it.
When you get to the location, it doesn't. He's driving. I know. When you get to the destination, when you get a chance, just send it over to me. I'll be able to share it with the people here, and I have a whole bunch of your reports.
You know what? Another observation that I made.
Just gonna
call your kid.
He needs to calm down.
Okay. The other thing that actually you mentioned, and it sparked something in my brain. We have the Bashar al-Assad example that killed 500,000 people, 500,000 of his own people. And you see IRGC haters?
No.
Even if you take hold on.
I'm talking about that.
Let him finish. Why you keep him at the mic? Let him speak. Listen, they have the balls to listen to what he's saying. This is your Iranian brother.
Okay. And it amazes me that IRGC haters, even if we take numbers, if we assume that example that did it 10-fold, you see what I'm saying? I'm attacking IRGC haters.
I get it. I get the comparison. But just
that's what I'm saying. You see what I'm saying, Keith? This is where I actually, I support the Iranian people, right? There's what you have the right to defend and this and that. But at the same time, I don't support IRGC because of what events happened in Syria. You know what I'm saying? That was very problematic. It's not just one. I've spoken to quite a few of them, right? But at the same time, you can condemn all of them, or both sides can be wrong. I mean, you should condemn both sides. No, you should condemn both sides.
This is weird because, like, the UN studies, when they looked into this investigation, when they look into this, people are saying IRGC committed crimes in Syria, the UN actually didn't find any conclusive evidence of
Zari and Adam, I'm really sorry, you cannot cite UN. From my own experience, UN is very much flawed in its functioning. It's not functional. It's not functional. It's in its true essence.
Army in Syria, they were like global militia. They were like from different countries. So it is false claim to say Iranians are exclusively responsible for that. They were like
listen, Zari, that is secondary.
No, that is primary. That is primary. That is good.
Hassan, mute up respectfully. I'll put the link in the chat. I put it up on ChatGPT. All the sources are in there. It's in the chat. Copy and paste, and you can pull up all the sources one by one. Just different organizations. They all have reported on how is Iran and Hezbollah was involved in Syria.
It was like many countries were involved, many militias were involved. It's false to hold Iran accountable.
See if you can answer this question. You're saying that per UN, the massacre wasn't done by IRGC.
No, it was not.
And the Islamic. Okay, sure. I'm considering that. So per UN, the massacre wasn't done by IRGC. Fine. On the other hand, Islamic Republic of Iran itself has said that 3,117 people got killed. If they were not killed by IRGC, then who killed them?
They probably kill themselves and blame it on IRGC.
You like to go from Syria suddenly to the inside the Iran, which happened on 18, 19 calendar. You want to suddenly go from there? I respond to the problem with it. Because hold on a second. No, hold on a second. I have a this from this key. He's very interesting guy. Tell me, Key, a few groups that they were fighting in Syria. Name a few of them. Besides Iran and Hezbollah. Name a few.
Larry, check out the link in the chat, okay? Check out the link in the chat. It has all the human rights, the UN. No, it doesn't matter because I provided you sources.
It's okay. Check it out. It's okay. It's fine.
Keep denying the genocide. Keep denying the genocide.
This comparison starts because you're justifying IRGC.
Like seriously, bro, defending IRGC like propaganda.
I just wanted to respond to
I ask you a
question.
Let me ask you a question. I asked a question from the key. Name a few groups that they were fighting inside Syria.
I don't know it. How is that relevant?
Okay, let's go to Amir. Amir probably knows because last time I argued and I walked the room because
is good.
Amir, name a few groups beside the Hezbollah and IRGC. Name a few involved in the fight over there.
I have the report in front of me. Pro-Assad Syrian forces and allied affiliated militias committed rape, sexual violence, torture, abuses against children in Syria. There's a report right there. Hezbollah has been reported and UN link reporting as a recruiting children in Syria in small numbers. Iran backed the pro-Assad war effort and allied militia during the conflict.
Anything about Boko Haram? You will keep yelling back in the days.
I will name the countries. Can I name the countries?
No, hold on, Zari, hold on a second. Did you study about Boko Haram? You were very wondering that what the fuck they're doing and they're genociding. Did you study anything about it?
They're not genociding.
You came to the country.
Do you want the report? I'll give you a report. Do you want the report about Nigeria? You want the report? I'll give you sources. Like, bro, I don't mind slapping people with intellectually. I have sources, respectfully. Gee, I don't play around like that.
No, you don't.
You like to deny everything.
No, I'm not denying. I asked.
You're very biased. Okay, condemn what Iran did in Syria. Go on, condemn.
I think you're the one who's a bias.
Condemn what Iran did in Syria. Go on.
What the Boko Haram was doing in Syria. Go ahead. What the Jabhat al-Nusra was doing over there.
Okay. Can you please tell us, was it 500,000 that did the killing? Was it 500? Were they all militias? Was not million militias? Was half million? Oh my God!
No, you didn't answer.
Okay. I'll get you a testimony from the soldier that worked with the Qasem Soleimani. I'm gonna put the link in the chat. Actually, I'm gonna do the searching now. If I provide you a source, I need you to condemn Iran. I need you to condemn IRGC for what they've done in Syria.
Iran was under the attack.
I need you to condemn IRGC for what they've done in Syria. Let me look at the testimony. Hold on.
Fighting the ISIS.
I can't believe this.
This ISIS called that.
I seriously can't believe it. You should be able to condemn all the atrocities all around the world, not just in one place. You can't be biased on one. The same UN is literally saying genocide in Gaza. The same UN.
About the Israel taking over the land.
I don't care about Jelani. He's a terrorist. What do you want to say?
Let me just name the name of all the
terrorists. Oh my God!
One second, a minute. You said
first of all, I think that it is
1 second. You calm down.
You don't even understand the rules of Boko Haram.
Let others speak, please. I'm gonna name all the countries that were involved in Syrian war. Okay.
That's fine, but can you condemn IRG, Iran, and Hezbollah?
Yes, once I read the evidence and
okay, can you condemn? I put the link in the chat.
Okay, so in Syria there was Russia that was providing critical military.
Russia was there. ISIS was provided. They provided medical services. I'm helping you. Israel provided medical services to ISIS members.
Speak.
Yeah.
Either you speak or I speak.
Okay, okay. Adam, you want to speak? You can go, read the file that I posted in the chat,
There
and we
was
can go over
Russia,
it.
there was Iran, there was United States that was backing up ISIS. While supporting opposition groups, Turkey was involved in northern Syria to ISIS and Kurdish forces. Regional powers like Saudi Arabia, Jordan, Qatar, UAE all backed the opposition groups. There was Western coalition, the UK, France, and other countries that were conducting airstrikes against ISIS that were mainly hiding in Sunni areas. Israel was carrying out numerous airstrikes targeting the Iranian people. The Iranian militia were mainly motivated to be there to protect their shrines. That's it. But everyone else was just airstriking, killing, and carpet bombing and everything. But somehow this, Amir and Kay thinks that all of these crimes, they're not going to hold anyone else responsible. They're going to hold only the Iranian military responsible for this war, which is 10% of the entire war.
The rest, it's a lot more complicated than that, but they're obviously they've got to be held accountable for what their complicity in that.
Yeah,
that's the point. That's the point.
They didn't find any evidence of them committing genocide.
I put the link in the chat. UN did find evidence.
Right.
There's a lot of evidence. I put the link in the chat.
The point I was going to go back to was just how you were drawing a distinction between those if they were armed or if they're just supporting it through propaganda. And I was just gonna say to you that it's not as clear cut as that, because if you are arming yourselves and you found an opportunity to take on this genocidal regime that's been a brutal dictatorship against your people for years, fine. But you have to know how you sit as a people in the wider agenda, right? You can't just say, okay, I'm going to use this opportunity, but you know full well that if they get toppled, it's going to be worse for your country, or your country will become a proxy for another country. Because then you need to be delicate with the situation and you need to be very careful with what you do. For example, in Libya, the civil war that rose up, if we knew full well that actually if we toppled that dictator, then we would become a puppet for the US. Do you think that all of the Libyans would have risen up? Of course not. Of course not. Because we as Muslims, as people of that country, we have to weigh up as bad as it was versus the future. So then there is a fine line between the civil war.
Adam, it's not a fair example because Libya, what's his name? Gaddafi was killed by the US. So that's not a fair example. The fair example is literally Syria toppling Bashar al-Assad, the leader. That's how IRGC is. If they wanted to topple, they can get help from outside and topple their government. That's it. If they hate their government so much, if 93 million people in Iran, if they really hated the IRGC, now we don't have the stats. How many are anti-IRGC? How many are anti-Iranian government? How many are pro-Iranian government? We don't have the stats. And if I tell you the stats from the West, you have the disgusting survey from Iran International. Well, it's a fucking Zionist source. 20% of them, they support IRGC. That's what it's mentioned. If you look at the Gaman survey, that's another Zionist source. Gaman survey says 31% stand with Raza Pahlavi. What about the rest of them?
Whether you compare it to Syria or Libya, number one, the person that killed
you cannot compare it to Libya respectfully because Libya it's a different. You cannot. I'm comparing for. Oh my God. The reason why I'm comparing the Syrian because look, just like Syria, people were oppressed and suppressed by their own government for over 10, 20 years. We're getting genocided, slaughtered, and this and that. Carpet bomb villages and whatnot. And that's what they did. A lot of militias were backed up by Turkey. That's how they were able to topple Bashar al-Assad. And Bashar al-Assad, he took a first flight, he ran away. And up till now, I still don't understand how the hell was he safely. He should have been chopped into tiny pieces. The amount of atrocities that fucker has committed against against Syrians today. But Russia helped him escape.
Yeah. But the idea is there's a civil war in Syria. That's the idea. That's what led to his exile or topple. So you have to draw a comparison with Libya. There is a comparison.
There's no comparison. Syria.
You're talking about the scale of the genocide. The scale of the genocide.
No. I'm not talking about the genocide. I'm not talking about the genocide right now, Adam. I'm saying the comparison in relate to how they toppled the regime. That's the best comparison.
But I think we agree on a lot of things. The only point where there's a disagreement here is I'm telling you, if those people are uprising, it's a very delicate situation for them, because if they're only being used as puppets, they need to appreciate that. They need to be very careful with what they do, because yes, they might be toppling something bad, but the key point is what is going to happen after the power vacuum, and how does that change the world order? How are they being used as pawns in a chessboard? Or are they actually going to get the power, and then they're going to get topple that regime, and they're going to get something better for the people? Someone who's going to serve the people. Doesn't matter if another person is going to be a dictator, they're going to serve the people. But if it's going to be a puppet or a proxy for foreign nations, that is, and then be a danger to their religion or to people abroad, that is then where they've got to look at the situation carefully. That's it. So we are in agreement for a lot of things. It's just about the people themselves. They're in a very tricky situation. That's all it is. And we're seeing this right now in Iran. This is what all these debates are about. A lot of people are torn between I hate the IRGC, but also I'm looking at the other side of this, and it doesn't look much better.
Adam, people don't really give two fucks about world order when you're oppressed and suppressed, okay? In Palestine, Gaza, imagine put yourself over there, right? Put yourself over there. You're being oppressed and suppressed. Nobody gives two fucks about world order. We can talk about this world order bullshit maybe down the road, but at the same time, I want to free myself. I want to free my people. How do you do it? You see what I'm saying? This world order bullshit, we can talk about it and debate on it all that's after the fact.
Let me point a few things to you. One second. You've got to be. What do you mean you don't care about the world order? You just said you're oppressed and suppressed, and you want free people.
I said imagine yourself.
It's okay. Calm down a bit. World order feeds right into whether you're free or not. How can you not see that? Of course it does. You've got to care about how you fit in the wider agenda of politics.
Adam, when you're oppressed and suppressed for 50 years, you should ask Palestinians, okay? You should ask Syrians that were getting butchered and slaughtered, okay? The world order bullshit we can sit here and argue all day long. But I'm not under that regime, okay? Nor you are, right? You're not inside the Palestinian or the conflict or in Syria, right? The situation.
I am from Tripoli, though. I think you're underestimating where I live. I think you're underestimating where I live. I think we were ruled by a dictator for 42 years. Do you even know about the history of Libya and what he did to the Libyan people?
Yes, but the issue here is you're not in Libya.
Right now I'm speaking to you. Right now I'm speaking to you from a gym in war-torn Tripoli. Right? When I walk out on the street, I'm faced with AK-47s. I'm driving a nice car. I've got to look over my back all the time. So I don't need to explain.
But aren't you in the UK with your accent? Aren't you in the UK?
No. I left the UK because as soon as I'm a lawyer. I'm an international lawyer. Once I got my degree, I got my qualifications, got my experience. Why am I going to stay there? I'm going to go back to my country. I'm in my country. Whether it's good or whether it's bad, I'm here with them. I go through the power cuts. I go through the difficulties. Everyone's looking at me in the gym right now because I'm speaking English. But anyway, my point was people are in a delicate situation and they just have to appreciate. I get where you're coming from, which is when you're in that situation, you just want the regime gone at whatever the cost. But clearly not, because if that was the case, a lot of Iranians, they would all be against IRGC, but they're not, because a lot of them.
I did not say that. I did not say that.
Make a few points also.
Yeah, go for it.
Let me make a few points. Go for it. Iran and Saddam, the Iraq war, it took almost 8 years. When the government revolution happened, these Arab dictatorship leaders pumped up the Saddam plus the Epstein regime, which is Israeli, NATO, American. So it's a perfect time for you to go in. They put that puppet Saddam with a lot of weapons. Back then it was Soviet, Russia Soviet, not this one. So they were all money comes from this Arab dictatorship, and the support intelligence with the Israelis, American, and weapon from the Russia and American, Brits, you name it. More than 50-70 countries they helped Saddam attack Iran. Okay? And it was Iran alone barely got to the power. Getting things done, Saddam second opportunity attacked Iran. Literally, Iran, nobody was even selling Iran anything. But on the other hand, Saddam had everything: chemical weapon, missile,
Mirage, T-60, the best tank, and Iranian had an RPG, wasn't even penetrating, nothing. Not even barbed wire selling to Iran, nothing. Iran had to go through this fight 8 years. Anyway, Iran went through this. Iran somehow managed to get out of this and made, at the end, Saddam regretted, and he bowed 4 times to Iran to sign agreement in the UN. And it was after the 4th time, and Iran accepted.
Yeah, so I wanna.
Then going to the Yemen, when they go into the Yemen, again, these dictatorship Arab leaders, they're all ganged up on the Yemen. These Emiratis, Qataris, Brits, American, Saudis, the Saudis coalition, all got together. They ganged up on the poor Yemen, probably one of the poorest until now. They all got together with it. Then Salman said, I'm going to finish the Yemen in 2 weeks. It took a good 8 years, brother. 8 years. To the point, they were getting this proxy from the RSF, General Hamidati from the Somali. Why think General Hamidati has put in a fight with the other generals in the central? Because they got beat up in the Yemen. All this coalition that Saudis built up with the help of American Epstein regime didn't go nowhere. Yemenis somehow managed also after 8 years getting bombed the hell out of them, managed to survive. So what's happened in the last couple of months? We hear these Saudis and Emirat is hitting each other. This monster, they're turning against each other. Shuk, alhamdulillah, these monsters are hitting each other. And now, on the Iran case, and Iran has the opportunity right now to hit this dictatorship in the region, the puppet of the Epstein regime, to get what they have done to the other Muslim countries. They're all ganged up on the Iran, and they ganged up on the Yemen. We, as the Iranian, we will never forget that. Libya, on the other hand, we remember during that the Gaddafi did help some. I have to say that. Bashar Assad, his father, did help Iran some with a few missiles only. And so the Gaddafi helped with a few. And then they find out this Arab leader on the Gaddafi. They give a harsh warning to the Gaddafi. Gaddafi pulled out of the Iran. It was like 10 missiles only. 10 missiles. Gaddafi had no choice because it got pressured by this Arab leader dictator of the Epstein regime. This, you think the Iranian will not forgive that our own Muslim got bombed the hell out by this dictatorship in the region? Our number one enemy is in our own region. This is why the Israeli and American taking advantage. This is why these rabbis in Israel telling in the day bright light, let these animals kill each other. These Arab leaders, and this is as a result.
Masjid al-Aqsa has been closed for a record since 1967. Yeah? Are you aware of that? Since 1967, it's never been closed for 11 straight days. And they did it in Ramadan. And they did it in the middle of the war. People aren't paying attention. I know this isn't a religious room, and I'm not going to make this a religious conversation. But this is a religious war. Why are we all paying close attention on Iran? This isn't just for the Iranians, this is for Islam. It has a religious root, because Zionism has got a religious root, and Iran has a religious root. And it's a religious one. They've declared this. They've come out, the top Israeli officials, the US officials, whether you're going to look at Hexworth and the others, Huckabee, Israeli, from the Prime Minister to the Secretary of Defense, they've all made it very clear. Even the rabbis have come out and said, if one of them, what did he recently say? He said, I would love it, or I would fake it. I would knock down the Masjid al-Aqsa and pretend it was a missile that come from Iran and let the animals and the Arabs and the fight it. This is a rabbi. They're saying it out loud. So when I say that the people are in a delicate situation, yes, they're between a rock and a hard place. On the one hand, they want to get rid of the IRGC, yes, oppressive regime, yes, they're killing people, yes. On the other hand, if you topple them, are you feeding into someone, are you getting led down a trap, a bigger trap, a major trap, a worldwide trap? And that's the world order point that I mentioned. That was it.
Yeah, and I mean, like, why is it like you hold Iranians as a main responsible evil in Syria? I mean, obviously there were other factors involved.
Sure.
But in Palestine, Iranians are, since they're the only factor involved in Palestine, you hold them.
Don't forget that's not true. That's not true.
Day and night here.
By the way, you can look into the facts. IRGC did train them at one point. That was a long time ago. Funded about 50 to 100 million, but the rest of the funding came from Qatar. I can give you a whole bunch of GCC countries that funded Palestinians over $50 billion. And I'll provide you sources.
Yes, funded, but who gave the most, like...
$1.4 billion, Qatar.
We did. We lost our leader for Palestine.
Qatar gave, I just told you, Qatar gave $1.4 billion.
Khomeini, our leader.
Ismail Haniyeh got lost as well in Iran.
He was not your religious leader. He was your political leader. We lost a religious leader for Palestinian cause.
We don't know. I don't think it was a Palestinian. Hold on. I don't think it was a Palestinian thing. You know it, I know it.
Well, the only country that stood up in the Palestinians.
It's not a denial. We don't know. Provide me sources. It was done due to Palestinian cause.
Do you have a doubt that was only the Shia Muslims?
And I can provide you sources that Ismail Haniyeh was assassinated in Iran due to Palestinian.
Did you have a doubt there was a Shia Muslim who stood up, actually sent the drone and missile at the head of this snake of the Epstein regime? What the Sunni brothers did.
Let's walk through the steps. Did Iran? Okay, let's go over it. Let's go over it. Can you please tell us, was it Israel that did the attack on the embassy, the Damascus embassy, the Iranian embassy in Damascus? Did Iran attack out of nowhere, or did Iran attack back due to their embassy getting attacked?
Are you asking
the embassy? Yes, the embassy got attacked.
Yes, embassy in Syria by the Israeli got attacked. Yes.
Mm-hmm. And that's why Iran has the right to defend. It has nothing to do with Palestinians. And I don't get it. Like, why are you guys mixing the two?
No. I'm not mixing these two. I'm not mixing these two. I'm saying Iran did hit the Israelis so hard. I don't see that from the Arabic.
Iran, you said it. Yes,
you don't have to bet Salman for right. You don't have to bet 2,000 coffins.
He's gonna be all. Yeah, you're all around. You're all over the place.
Yeah,
stick to one topic. G, calm down. G, calm down. Iran did the attack back because their embassy got hit. That was the first attack on Iranian embassy in Syria and Damascus. That's when Iran started attacking back. And then it went back and forth. That was it. Where did the Palestinians play in the Iranian role?
You see,
I don't get it now.
This was an Iranian opportunity. Iran got this as a good opportunity, hit them hard for their own cause and for the cause of the Palestinians and the cause of the rest of the Muslims.
We have to be objective on the data. Like, what is this guy talking about? He just yaps all the time. Like,
Jay, the question is clear. Why did Iran attack Israel?
He's saying there's two problems. He's saying there's two. They legitimize.
It has nothing to do with Palestinians, Adam. The embassy got attacked. That was the first attack on the embassy.
It's true. That's true. But it doesn't mean that. Well, look, number one, when they respond, at least on air, they do quote Palestinian line. They do.
Bro, everybody calls Palestinians. Everybody calls Palestinians.
At least they did something about it.
Do you want them? So if a country out there says Palestinian and they provide money, are they doing something about it?
If they provide just money, well, they do something.
If they provide humanitarian aid,
Hold on, they've been providing humanitarian aid. So that's it. So you can't use that argument. You can't use that argument.
Say, no, hold on, but you can't compare it with someone giving money and then someone actually striking someone. It's different.
Okay. Striking happened due to their embassy got attacked. It had nothing to do with Palestinians. I don't get it.
International level, you've also got to appreciate what you said.
They got to legitimize their Hezbollah did. He doesn't see what the Hezbollah did, and Iran perfectly supports.
Yes, I'll give credit to Hezbollah.
Can I get a room reset?
Hallelujah.
Yeah, Hadi, it started from the Syrian thing. I brought it up, and look, they all can be true. You should condemn all of them. But at the same time, you can't just cherry pick one thing here, and you keep on defending. You can't do that. I'm willing to defend that Al-Qaeda leader, that disgusting animal that's serving as a Syrian leader. I'm willing to, condemn fucking Israel. I'm willing to condemn IRGC for what they've done in Syria, what they've done to the own people. I'm willing to condemn all of these entities. But what is the problem with you? Why aren't you able to condemn all of these entities? Why are you so biased? And me and G, we went back and forth like last time as well. I don't know what the deal is. Why are you so freaking...
No. Me and you last time, it was about the British, that the genocide in Iran, and you were comparing the genocide of the Brits, what they did in Iran, at 20 million, 10 million was genocide.
I never talked about British genocide.
No, it was exactly on that side.
It wasn't me. I never talked to you about British genocide.
You said if you want to talk about that, then and the genocide of the Brits, what they have done in Iran, you took it to the you say if I have to condemn, then I condemn what Iran has done in Syria.
Iran
change the subject. But I have no idea what's your problem. You don't want to hear that the Iranian. That 20 million, 10 million was genocide, and it got triggered you and switch the subject from
10 million genocide. Which genocide are you talking about?
Don't read about it. I'm not gonna.
Which genocide are you talking about? I don't even know what you're talking about.
Yeah, because you don't know about that.
Which genocide? Don't
read about it.
Which genocide? I never talked about the 10 million genocide.
Okay, you want to read about it.
Oh my God, man, this guy just yaps. So we were talking about
the guy from the Brits. He lives in America. What's his name? The guy wearing a hat. I was talking to him, and you got triggered by that sudden jump in the conversation. And if you want us to condemn them, you have to condemn what IRGC has done to Syria. I'm like, what? What's wrong with this dude? I'm talking about the Brits, what they have done. Yes, I'm lying, so I'm lying.
I don't even know what the hell you're talking about at this moment. Hold on.
I'm just point of
reset the roll. Hassan, please mute up. So this is the deal right here, Hadi. I brought up, G came up, G keeps on pushing this narrative that, Palestinians stand with Palestinians. I agree, they said it on TV, right? Hezbollah did the attack, but Hezbollah, did the attack. I'll give Hezbollah some credit for doing the attack on 8th of October. But I'm talking about Iran. Iran got attacked. The embassy got attacked. That was a forced attack on the Iranian asset. That's why Iran attacked back. It has nothing to do with Palestinians. I don't get it.
No, okay, hold on. So when the October 7th attack happened in 2023, right?
Okay.
There was like an immediate push by media to kind of say like Iran was responsible for that attack.
That's bullshit. I don't believe it. Mainstream media is
I know. Bullshit. I'm trying to get you to understand from like the Iranians' perspective why there was like a lack of engagement for that entire thing, because the global community was kind of looking at it, and I'm saying this from the Muslim community. They're like, this doesn't make sense. Why would Iran arm Hamas to go do this like heinous attack out of nowhere and get so many people killed in the process? Later on, we started seeing things like even Charlie Kirk was saying on PBD, was saying like, I was in Israel when that attack happened, and there was like a huge push to get Netanyahu removed from office, and under emergency orders, he stayed longer because they went into a state of war, right? So there was like a shift in like what was happening. Now, Iran didn't engage, even after, Hezbollah got involved. Iran still didn't engage because I think there was a PR thing here, because Iran wanted to from what I'm seeing, Iran didn't want to get their hands dirty. Now, during this process, they did get attacked. The embassy did get attacked in Syria, which pulled Iran in for the strikes. Does that mean that was the only reason why Iran attacked? No, it was like an invitation for Iran to engage. That's how I kind of read into it. It wasn't because and I think that's what Gio was saying. But I think
that was mainstream. By the way, Hadi, that was mainstream media narrative. I don't know if anybody believed it. Look, I put the link in the chat. Netanyahu was warned multiple times before Qatar funded $1.4 billion to Hamas. Okay,
yes,
but this money is going to be used for military thing, or equipment and this and that. And Netanyahu looked the other way. He said no. Okay, and I can provide you more sources. I don't mind providing sources, right? But at the same time, if a country embassy gets attacked, it's a war between that country and the attacker country, whichever country attacked your country. It has nothing to do with that other, the Palestinian or Lebanese or this and that. It had nothing, because look, if Iran wanted to respond when Hezbollah did the attack on 8th of October, after so many people died, right? There was a lot of children that died, and I did open up a whole bunch of rooms on that as well. A lot of children, a lot of women, whatnot. At that moment, Iran didn't say a single word.
No, they didn't.
Okay,
because they didn't want the Hamas attack to be pinned on them at the same time.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, but they were in the talk with them, though. They were in the talk.
Hold on, G. Hold on.
There's no need for you.
So when the embassy got attacked, that conflict was between Iran and Israel. It had nothing to do with Hezbollah. Had nothing to do with Palestinians. That's my whole fucking conversation there. That's all my argument is.
I understand what you're saying, Amir. I wouldn't go far as to say it had nothing to do with it. Obviously, the things had already escalated. I think that's where the middle point is, right? Things had already escalated, and now there was an attack on Iran, which allows Iran to. You see, Iran didn't want to get involved in the October 7th thing because then they're going to say this was an Iran thing. So Iran stayed quiet for a long time, and everyone's like, "Where's Iran? Didn't they do this?" And Iran's like, "We didn't do this. Why would we want this? This is clearly in the favor of Israel to continue their genocide. So we don't want to get dragged into this PR mess." And so they waited for several months until they got attacked in Syria. They're like, okay, we'll engage. But even then, Iran attacked very, very lightly compared to what it did during the 12-day war. And my assumption from a military strategy was Iran's like, well, let's just be a little Machiavellian here. Let's just see if we can.
Yeah, just show them that we can do this stuff, but we can get past your defense system.
They also wanted to see the court of public opinion, Amir, right? They just wanted to be like, all right, we don't have anything to do with October 7th. They attacked our embassy. Let's see what we can do here. And they were just kind of testing their military ability at that point. And, that's when people like Mohammed Hijab were coming out saying, Iran is a controlled opposition. These are just fireworks.
I don't listen to any of these mentally retarded, right? My whole thing is, the conflict, when you look at it logically, objectively, right?
I don't disagree with you.
That's what I'm saying. But G here is just keeps on saying, no, it's Palestinian. You have to calm down. The conflict started between Iran and Israel because they attacked the Iranian embassy. That's a big thing. When you attack American embassy, now you're going to start a war with America and Iran. If America attacks the embassy, then it's a war between Iran and America.
From the very beginning, that Iran was seeking an opportunity. You had to come opportunity around. Once Iran got the opportunity, did hit. Maybe something like Hadi explained, it was the first time, it was a direct hit. They had to go easy to test each other's power to see where the.
Again, G, that's not my point.
Okay, G, yeah. Let me try to.
I think there's a communication gap here.
G.
I think I can't get over there anything.
There's a communication gap here for real, man.
His hook is into the IRGC just because he hates IRGC.
No, he doesn't.
IRGC does on the Epstein regime.
I don't support it. That's it. I don't support it. Just like your rest of it, a lot of your Iranian brothers don't support it.
Hold on.
No. A few number that comes into your room doesn't represent. That's less than it.
I didn't say they represent. I said a lot of the Iranian brothers don't support it. I don't know what the hell. Why are you getting triggered?
They're a fraction of the 1%.
Hey, what's up, Ace? Come on up.
Coming in your room. Maybe every day they come 5 or 10 in your room, and you think that a lot of the Iranian doesn't support. Yeah, your assumption
and you analyze it because you have 5 or 10 people in your room, and you think a lot of Iranians are not supporting you, or you're sick. Guess what? On the 22 of the Bahman anniversary of the government took over from the monarchy, you should have seen 35, 45 million people on the street. You should have seen when Qasem Soleimani, that general, talking about.
How long was that ago, G? How long was that ago?
And when the Qasem.
How long was that ago? How long was that ago? How long was that ago?
That Qasem Soleimani, when got assassinated by the terrorist FCA regime.
How long was that ago?
More than 35. Qasem Soleimani, you don't remember, no?
Yeah, I do. How long was that ago? How long?
Okay. No. It was the people were like 35, 40 million people on the street.
How do you know there were 35, 40 million?
Have you seen any general around the globe that he dies on the battlefield or so rare? That many people that go on their ceremony.
No, I'm asking you, did you count each number? Did you count every single person that was present? How do you know it's 40 million? How do you know that? I'm asking you your narrative now. I'm asking you a question. How do you know it was 30 to 40 million people?
Because when the chopper goes they are up they're taking the video, it shows on average how many millions on the different cities. The number was huge, very huge.
How do you know it was 30 to 40 million?
Because I feel like you guys.
This guy doesn't want to answer any questions.
Okay, hold on. Let me mediate.
I did answer. I gave you the number.
Oh my God.
Let me just mediate. Okay, G. I think Amir's point here is that the original Iran attack that happened, towards the beginning of 2024 with the drone strikes, right? It wasn't purely motivated due to the genocide of the Palestinians. It was motivated when an attack in Syria and resulting in the death of a few Iranians instigated it, right? Now, we can all agree on this, right, G? This makes sense? That Iran got involved after this attack on the embassy?
Yeah, Iran had to come something around. Yes, it was right after that. Yeah, to have a reason, yes, to get involved, yes.
Now, the good questions that, someone like Amir can ask is like, okay, well, why was Iran's embassy attacked to begin with? Why were they trying to...
Also, Iran had to look for the opportunity. What was the reason that Iran should wait until... You know that it was very delicate in Iran. Had to be very careful when to get engaged because other countries could get in easily and situation for the Gaza gets even worse. So that part.
Yeah, so G, as I'm here, what G is saying is there's a lot of internal pressure, even within Iran, especially with Raisi, not to get involved in the conflict because they also had their own ambitions to kind of recover their, public image, especially after what Ahmadinejad did to the country. So, essentially, there was a lot of internal pressures that would have disallowed them, even if they wanted to send help, to basically even get involved. And Bashar also was on his way out as well. That 2024 would be the last year, Bashar would be. So there's a lot of moving pieces. Why was Iran's embassy dragged into this during this delicate time? These are times where you have to start putting puzzle pieces together. I think the original plan was let's start arming Hamas, let them do something really crazy. Let's get Hezbollah and Iran involved. We'll continue this chaos, and then we'll continue our expansion of plans. Then we'll get, Iran and Lebanon involved in this big war. We'll do this genocide. Some of these Israeli governments, they also work on numerology, beliefs that we need to conquer this land by this time and all that stuff. So, I think, G, I think what Amir is saying is right from like a event perspective. Like it was this event that triggered Iran to be involved. It wasn't purely Palestinian lives. If it was purely Palestinian lives, then Iran would have got involved a long time ago.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
And so there's nothing to be argued
about. Exactly, Hadi. I thought that Iran had to wait for opportunity because
again, wait for the opportunity. He just told you something else. You're answering something else.
No matter how you G at the end of the day.
I was going to chime in. And just on G's point as well, Israel's been trying to lure Iran into some sort of war for years. So, and they want to get US on their side, and they want to do what they're doing right now. So the idea that it was delicate is actually an understatement. It was a very delicate situation for Iran. They had to be very careful on the international stage for what it did after October 7th. So and if you notice when they retaliated, it was quite a weak retaliation, again, which shows their reluctance to actually engage in a full-on attack. But they still used that attack on their embassy as a reason to respond. So I think Amir is right. Obviously, the real reason on an international stage was to respond because they got their sovereign ground attacked. But the fact that they came out and they said they did say that, unquote, that the Palestinians were a reason as well. They did say, even if it's propaganda, it was quoted by them, as in they said it. That is enough to give sort of moral.
I'll read it out to you. I'll read it out to you. The primary target, right? Zahavi figuring Iran's operation in Syria and Lebanon, coordinate arms transfer to Hezbollah, and attacks against Israel. Israeli officials described him as responsible for planning assaults on Israeli and U.S. interests. That was it. That was mentioned in Reuters. There's no mention of Palestinian there.
No.
And this is the problem. Adam, calm down. This is the problem I have when I talk to G. For some reason, I don't know what G has been indoctrinated so badly where he cannot take any shit against fucking IRGC. I don't get it. Anybody would take it any fucking shit. Like, against even the U.S. soldiers. I'm a U.S. citizen, I'm Canadian. Yeah, these motherfuckers, they committed crimes in Afghanistan. What do you want me to say? The U.S. soldiers have committed a whole bunch of atrocities. But the G here, I don't know how he's indoctrinated. No. The IRGC cannot make a single mistake. They cannot commit any war crimes. But what the hell are you on about?
When did I say
fucking idiot, man? Every time something happens,
idiot. First of all, I think you're the one
idiot, man.
I think both be right at this point, by the way. You can both be right.
He's such an idiot.
Honestly, you both come out here. Hold on.
I mean, it's not a fight to worth it fight.
Hold on a second. This guy, he claims he's a Muslim. He's calling on this.
Alhamdulillah, I'm proud to be a Muslim. I'm proud to be a Muslim.
Mashallah. Alhamdulillah, you're a Muslim. But you're one of those idiot Muslims.
No, G, hold on. Okay. G, hold on. G, calm down a minute.
Because I can cuss at you.
G,
that's why
G,
this is your.
Relax.
You're calling me.
Relax.
Okay.
Relax.
Over there.
That's right. It's okay. I like the smoke.
No, I don't think Amir deserves it, to be honest.
Hold on, Hadi. You want to go back why you have a beef with me because you got cut, and I explained it earlier. A couple of months ago, when I left the room,
I called you IRGC. I said, so what, you for IRGC? Who cares?
I was talking to the British guy.
You got butthurt and triggered because I called you IRGC. You got triggered.
No.
And then you disappeared for 4 months.
You see that?
For 3 months.
Hold on, let me explain that why you got
triggered. If you're a man, have balls to take the smoke from me, okay?
So, hold on a second. Let me tell you, then you can swear that I'm lying. Right? This idiot, couple of months ago, it's been a couple of months, I'm not coming in his room. He pinged me more than 10 times. I came to his room as a respect. And also to get update also at the same time. And I appreciated that he pinged me many times. I'd like to be in his room. But what happened on he got triggered and he goes, nuke on me. A couple of months ago, I was talking to this citizen guy. He's from British, but he lives in America. And I was talking about
that didn't even happen, bro.
British.
That's a liar, man.
Yeah,
go on. Speak your piece. You're just a liar, man.
Making all this.
They kept on calling you IRGC because you kept on freaking bringing up IRGC talking points. I defended you. I said, so what if you're IRGC? Who cares?
You're just an idiot. No, do you let me finish or you just want to with your asses talking?
Okay, did they call you IRGC, yes or no? Did the Iranian people call you IRGC member?
Okay, shut your mouth.
See, this is the problem.
Yeah, this is the problem with you because I'm talking.
You never want to accept what is the truth. They literally called you IRGC. I defended you by saying, so what? If it's IRGC, so what? Since that day, you got butthurt. You're so sensitive. And I'm sure you're in your 30s. You got so sensitive. And even that guy Sam that comes in here, that Reza Pahlavi Khan that comes in here, even he doesn't get triggered. I curse him out all the time.
Good. Are you relaxed right now? So now you can
go on, bark. You have to bark. Come on, go on. Freaking you lie, man. This is a problem.
I don't know the problem.
Such a liar, man. Freaking lying on my name.
You see that? You see. I think
when you lie on my name, that's what happens. I call you out.
You're so shy.
I'm so shy. Okay, go on. Talk.
I was talking to this guy, the guy I already explained. The guy is from Brit. He's a citizen. He comes something. He wears a hat. He's an older man, and he lives in America, based on what he has described himself. And I was talking about the history, what Brits has done to the Iran from the south, and the Russians back then, Soviet in Iran, and genocide back then, 10 million. There's a report. You can guys look in Wikipedia also. And I was talking about him that the genocide happened. Suddenly, Amir got triggered. That said, hey, G, if that you're calling that genocide, by the way,
it's okay. Maybe he made a mistake.
He has done genocide in Syria by same token. I'm like, what? Are you fucking kidding me? I'm talking about this British guy genocide has done in Iran, from 20 million population reduced to 10, and you taking me suddenly to the Syria? What is your fucking problem, you idiot? That was the trigger, so it's still now you don't want to believe that, okay? I think you're the idiot, Ron.
Are you done? You sensitive person? Are you done? Very sensitive.
Yes,
okay. I like to smoke. This guy offered limited freedom of speech in his face.
Can I ask you a question?
I'm going to respond now. So this is what happened. A lot of Iranian brothers, they came in here. They were having a conversation with G. They called G IRGC member. Somebody even texted me on that channel. Okay, I had to receive. Hold on a second. Don't get triggered. I know. And somebody even texted me, by the way. I was on fire, guys.
That was a couple of months.
Was I on fire? Oh my God, this guy. I'm gonna have to mute you now. You see this?
Hold on, G.
I let you speak, right? I let you speak. Now let me speak, okay? This happened about a couple months ago. This guy comes in, he was making some points or whatever. All of a sudden, you have Iranian people that don't support IRGC. Some of them support Reza Pahlavi. They start calling him IRGC member. So what I did, they kept on calling him IRGC. I came off the mic. I said, so what? Who cares? Because in this room, I don't really care if you're IRGC. We had an MEK member in here. You guys call him terrorist or whatever, right? He wasn't here, right? So I give it to Zionists, all the scumbags all the time. So now I said, so what? Since that day, G is holding on to this grudge. How could you call me IRGC member? How could you do this? And since that day, he's been triggered. This is why he stopped coming into this room. Hold on. G, somebody even texted me on my back channel, okay? That there's that G is actually IRGC member, and so I said, so what? Who cares? I don't care if you're IRGC. If you are, you are. Who cares?
Amir,
you need to relax, calm down, G, calm down. Stop being sensitive.
I admitted this, and you apologize in front of everybody. I admitted this, but this incident, it was a couple of months prior to this British guy. I think you have a memory issue, Amir.
Oh my God, the British story had nothing to do with what happened with the people calling you IRGC member. That was the loss.
On the Amir, I swear to God, it's okay, Amir. It's
That was a lost straw for you, camel's back or whatever.
Okay, it's fine.
That's okay. That's okay.
It's okay.
Okay, G. It's all right. You're never gonna learn. It's okay.
No.
You're never gonna be objective when it comes down to stats and data. You literally attacked K earlier. He made a comment about something about IRGC, whatever. You're looking at it just from your perspective. That's the problem. I don't even remember apologizing for the IRGC comment, by the way. Yeah, I don't remember. I said it to people.
That's why you did not
everyone should respect each other and just, kind of take a breath.
Anyway.
But what I'm triggered is you bringing two different incident together. That was a couple of months prior to that British guy, by the way. Fresh your memory.
British guy doesn't even matter to me. I don't even know the British guy's story. The 10 million, I don't even know what genocide was he talking about.
Yeah, I'm making a story, yes.
Yeah, I don't know, bro. I don't know what story you're talking about, respectfully. But anyways, anybody else wants to speak? Fascist wants to speak on fascists.
About Syria, okay? So, would you agree that... I just want to ask you a couple of questions about your position on Syria, because my understanding, right, and from what I gather, and absolute respect for the way you think tends to put people first instead of positions. All right. Which is I just want to sandwich what I have to say with the first piece of bread, which is firstly respect goes to you, because you put people, regardless of background, before the actual positions of the conflict. Because when crimes happen, you will identify those crimes either side. Okay. But respectfully, in geopolitical terms, this does confuse your position a little bit. Particularly, I think, when it comes to the... I don't know who this is person. Would you mind, please...
I'm so sorry. I didn't know it was still going. I completely... Be quiet, woman.
Thank you. Now, with the Assad regime, Assad was fighting ISIS and the United States Israeli interest. Okay, so do you accept that the casualties of Assad's attacks were people either sided with ISIS or US Israeli interests? Okay, because when you say the IRGC did wrong by assisting him somehow, I'm trying to understand what this is. Are you saying that crimes against humanity were committed during these targets? Because that's why I mentioned the first thing I mentioned about your positions on this. Because I'm trying to understand where your position is on.
So imagine this. There's a Syrian civil war that was going on. They were about to topple Bashar al-Assad. Suddenly, Bashar al-Assad, you have the Iran and Hezbollah coming in. And then you have other factions coming in as well, right? To help him not get toppled. That's the genocidal maniac that literally was genociding his own people, right? This was a Syrian civil war. And this is where, the humanity played a role. There's a whole bunch of things that happened inside Syria that Iran and there's other factions. They were all responsible for it. So when I say I condemn all of those countries that were a part of it, I would say, I would hope the other party, whether you're Iranian or whatever, you would condemn the actions of Iranian that they did inside Syria. Simple as that. I'm very consistent when it comes down to position. I condemn Russia. I condemn Israel that was involved. I condemn the Israeli giving them medical services. I condemn all of these other factions. I condemn the freaking IDF commander that confirmed that we have funded rebels in Syria. I condemn pretty much everything that was responsible for the casualties or the people that killed. Over half a million people killed in Syria.
Why do you consistently name Iran?
If you have a situation of civil war emerging in Syria because of the US-Israeli influence and also supported by ISIS, okay, either I'm taking from this that you support ISIS, maybe you support ISIS,
I don't support ISIS.
Okay, you don't support ISIS. then now I'm very confused. I'm very confused now about your position, because now you're saying that any of the targets that were supportive of U.S.-Israeli insurgents in Syria, or including that would include with that ISIS insurgents in Syria, you're saying that targeting these people who are trying to overtopple the regime just to supply the U.S.-Israeli interest, you're saying this was a crime now?
Should we look it up? Is this was this Syrian civil war because of U.S. regime? Should we look that up?
100%.
So the Israel, part of the Greater Israel Project.
Okay, let's look it up.
It's literally an Epstein file.
Saudi Arabia, UAE, all the Gulf states that funded the Syrian rebels, which is ISIS, Al Qaeda, throughout the years.
Boko Haram. Bashar al-Assad was fighting three main entities.
So look, I'll read it out to you. Israeli fascists. Get your facts straight. It wasn't because of America or Israel. Go look into it, bro. Respectfully.
Are you serious, Amir?
Yes. Look into it. I'll put the link in the chat.
Literally.
Hold on. We're not talking about Epstein.
America admits they were involved in supporting ISIS. Like, why are you in denial?
Okay.
You're not even American.
I have an American passport, by the way. Calm down. Zaddy, calm down. I am an American, by the way. And Canadian. I got 2 passports. I'll read it out to you. This is what I pulled up on AI. It even gave me sources.
Great.
Hang on, please mute up. Whoever just came out the mic. The Syrian civil war was not started by U.S. or Israel. It began as a domestic uprising in March 2011 against Bashar al-Assad's regime.
Amir, would you say Libya was a U.S. uprising?
We're not doing what about it. We're just
I know, but
Syria.
all these
Hold on. I'm sticking to Syria. Fascists. Respectfully, you asked me a question. I'm refuting your claim by saying no. America and Israel wasn't part of it. Okay? America and Israel did not start the war, the Syrian civil war. The people wanted freedom, just like inside Iran, just like in other places. I'll give you another one. Palestinians, Lebanese. The Hezbollah was literally established in 1982, but did get training from Iran and got funding from Iran to fight off the disgusting Zionist terrorist criminals that were occupying Lebanon. All right? That's the same thing in Kashmir. You have Indian side, Pakistani side, and the Chinese side. They're all occupied by these 3 countries. They need to free. Just like Western Sahara, which is occupied by who? By Morocco. It needs to be free. But do you know who recognized Morocco to be the first country? It was actually the Western Sahara was recognized by Israel as part of Moroccan country. You see what I'm saying? These places, they all need to be free. So respectfully, then Golan Heights, that's located in Syria. Yes. So can you please take that statement back? Are you going to concede now that no, it wasn't because of Israel or America?
I'm going to, in fact, reinforce the statement that do you not see the pattern that U.S.
I'm not talking about pattern. You asked me a question. I refuted your claim. Here's the link. Read into the link respectfully, and then I want you to concede first, then we can move on. Otherwise, we can't have conversation. Otherwise, you're intellectually dishonest. You cannot look. I hate when people become intellectually dishonest. They deny the claims. Okay? I made the claim. Look, you made a claim. I refuted your claim. The good thing to do is just say, okay, I agree. It wasn't because of Israel or America.
Let's hear his response. Okay. Let's just see my response though. Do you not see? This is what I'm asking now. Okay, I'm happy for your sources, whatever they are, and I will look at them. Okay, but do you not? Now let's just change the topic even if we have to. Just to
no, we're not changing the topic. We're not changing the topic. I want you to read the source and concede. Otherwise, we can't move on. Thank you. Otherwise, we're going to start.
For a second, guys. Okay.
I don't know what the deal is. Why are these people not even to condemn?
Guys, give me a second. Okay. So let's just hold on, fascists. Hold on. You need to hold on. No. You actually be quiet. Be quiet.
I'm asking.
Fascists, I need you to mute up. Thank you.
Thank you, Kyle. Fascist?
Do you not see the pattern?
Holy fuck. So you guys have no respect for one another. Okay. Shut up. God damn. So, two things could be true. Okay, there may have been a rebel uprising that may have been funded by the West, which is not completely unlikely. Of course, it's not easy to confirm. However, that does not discount the heinous acts that did occur on the civilians, where over 500,000 people were killed. There are videos of children being maimed. Now, those children would not have been funded in any shape or form, who are under the age of 10 years old by the U.S. or Israel. So we need to be very morally consistent here. Yes, we know this. The West has dirty games that they play, and I don't doubt it. It is, again, like I said, hard to confirm, but can we just be fucks in here? Like, I vehemently despise, I've been born here, raised here, and I see its true colors every day, all day, and I stand here for, I guess, interests that are not Western interests, and I think Amir is on the same page. But can we stop being so ignorant and being so far left or so far right where we don't see the consistency of things? Even the nations that we stand behind that generally may do can do bad fucking things. So yes, Iran did wreak havoc. It may have been spurred by the West, but let's stop lying about what it led to. Thank you.
This is what I said to Amir, that I appreciate his position. He puts human life, okay, before other concerns or messy positioning in conflict, right? But in the big picture of the conflict, right, what side are you going to pick? Are you just going to keep sitting on the fence, Amir? Is this what it is? Because this is what I'm asking.
Ashes, did you read the link I posted? It wasn't. Israel and America did not play the role. If Israel and America played a role, can you please source up, please? You made a claim. Can you source up? I sourced up.
The sources. Nothing happens in that region without America's knowing. America and Israel, come on, dude. They've been problems in that region forever.
Hang on. The conversation between me and Fascist. Fascist, can you provide a source now, please? You made a claim. The Syrian civil war was started by America and Israel. Can you source up, please?
I will source how both the ISIS influence in the region in Syria was an issue for the Assad regime, as well as US and Israeli influence was.
Can you provide sources that America and Israel played a role in Syrian civil war? That's the simple question for you.
Yes, I will. And will you also acknowledge the pattern that the United States has this as foreign policy?
We're not talking about the United States. We're talking about Syria. Hold on, fascist. You made a claim. Israel and America was behind the Syrian civil war. They're the one that started it. I refuted your claim by providing you sources in the chat. I need you to provide me source up and that refutes my claim, and I'll concede. I'm man enough to concede. Yes, Israel played a role, but you need to source up. If you can't source up respectfully, then you have to concede to my sources and say, yes, Amir's right. Literally, it was a disturbing fucking, this is the part I don't understand. Like, why are you living in fucking, denial, man? It's like me talking to, hold on, Adam, the cognitive dissonance. It's to the next level. When I talk to Zionists or Pahlavi supporters, it's like the similar type of thing. Like, why are you denying the actual facts? Why are you not condemning the actions of what happened in Syria?
Amir, okay, I have my sources now.
No, I know.
Now, okay, I'll give me some time. Okay, so we have Operation Timber Sycamore, $1 billion classified program run by the CIA and supported by Saudi Arabia. Its specific goal was to arm and train Syrian rebels to overthrow Assad. By 2013, the program provided thousands of tons of weapons.
When did it start?
By 2013,
when did the Syrian civil war started?
Well, the regime was eventually toppled into.
When did the Syrian civil war start?
He's not saying it started in 2013.
Hang on. Which day was it? When did it start?
There's no official.
I'll read it out to the room. March 2011, not 2013, 2011. You made a claim. Israel and America started. Can you please provide source up now? Go on.
Okay. The issue is that the U.S.-Israeli interest flamed some dissatisfaction.
Oh my God! This guy will never answer the question. Can you please respond to what I've asked you? I don't want it how it flamed afterwards. I want you to source up this. They proving your claim. You said Israel and America.
I'm giving you sources.
I need you to provide sources in the chat. And America and Israel still prove. You're not giving me the source. SubhanAllah, man. I have to put up with this bullshit.
He's trying to give you
sources. Just let me.
There's no sources.
Let me finish the sources.
Okay, go on.
You got to criticize everything, okay? So by 2013, the program provided thousands of tons of weaponry, including TOW anti-tank missiles, which were critical in neutralizing the city.
Well, you're going in 2013. I'm talking about 2011. 2011.
Early planning, declassified cables from 2000. 5 years before the uprising, showed that the U.S. Embassy in Damascus was already brainstorming ways to destabilize the Syrian regime. Strategies include.
Can you provide sources, please, that America and Israel started the Syrian civil war?
Once I finish this, once I finish.
You're going on a monologue.
Okay.
Can you please provide sources, please?
Yes, I will put them in the chat.
Thank you.
The embassy in Damascus was already brainstorming ways to destabilize the regime. Strategies included fanning exaggerated sectarian tensions and exploiting the regime's paranoia about extremist groups. Then, economic attrition. The Caesar Act in 2020 imposed some of the harshest sanctions in modern history. By 2024, the Syrian economy had effectively vanished, leaving the military underpaid and unable to maintain equipment, which facilitated the final rebel offensive led by the HTS. Okay, now I'm going to move. That was U.S. interference. Now I'm going to move to
Can you provide sources that Israel and America started the Syrian civil war in 2011?
I'm going to provide all of the sources for you.
No. Can you provide the source Can you provide the source exactly what you said? You made a claim. Hold on. Syrian civil war was started by Israel and America. I need you to please source up. Put the link in the chat, then we can have that conversation.
I haven't finished the sources
You can read about it afterwards. Can you put the source in the chat, please?
Yeah. Then
thank you.
We have yes. Okay. Then we have Israeli. We can get on to Israeli interference. Okay. Now a lot of this came from WikiLeaks, by the way. So you have the sources already if you have access to WikiLeaks.
Where's the source? Where's the source?
WikiLeaks.
Put the link in the chat. Put the link in the chat.
Yeah, I will.
Yeah, and make sure it says that Israel was behind the 2011, civil war.
Yeah.
Okay, make sure it says that. Make sure.
Yeah. Now let's get to Israel, right? The war between wars, targeting the axis of resistance.
Respectfully, fascist. You made a claim. Can you please provide sources? Then we can move to something else.
I have all the sources, but I don't want to get in trouble with the government.
Okay, put it in the chat, Muzan.
Like fascists, the whole Syrian war stuff.
Put it in the chat. Put the link in the chat.
Okay.
Put the link in the chat.
Here it comes, okay?
I guess we don't want to read your reading, just kind of get to the point.
Put the link in the chat.
I'm getting to.
The original claim was by fascists. Okay.
Here's the first one. That's the first one.
Does it say that it was started by Israel and America in 2011? Does that link say that?
Go right ahead and have a read of it. But
but does it say that?
In 2010, WikiLeaks became the house.
Okay, I'm here. We can talk things through. Okay, we don't have to.
Respectfully, I would like you to read your sources before you post it in the chat, man. I don't get it.
Israel. Now move to Israel. Targeting the axis of resistance, Israel conducted over 1,000 airstrikes in Syria over the decade. While Israel often claimed it wasn't targeting Assad directly, its strikes systematically destroyed the military infrastructure of Assad's primary protectors, right? Iran, IRGC, and Hezbollah, right? Do you want the link for this?
Let's go over your first source. Hang on a second. Let's analyze your source. This is the problem I have with a lot of people. They don't even read their sources and they just put the link in the chat.
So can you say what you feel, Mason, about what
now I'm going to provide the Israeli interference source. Okay. There we go. Okay. You there?
I'm looking at it.
Okay. Now we have. I'll just leave it at that, I think, for now. I think I've made some of my points sufficient, enough to say that I think a little bit more research. Can you please provide sources that say it was started by Israel and America? No, I'm looking at his first source. It doesn't say that.
Look into my chat.
They were talking about it. They were talking about it at the U.S. Embassy.
Look into my sources.
Early planning. Okay, so do you want the early planning? Let's check out the Zadi source really quick. I did give you the early planning one already. Yeah, the 2006. This is 5 years before.
Fascist, do you know Benghazi and Syria?
Zadi, the war started in 2011.
Benghazi also started in 2011.
Zadi, we're not talking about Libya, okay? We're talking about the start. Hold on. I'm talking about 2011. It started in 2011, the Syrian Civil War. Oh my God, they're mixing the two. I'm talking about Syrian Civil War that was started in 2011.
My source.
I can't believe it, man. These people, they would not condemn it.
All of the smoke comes from.
All right, keep on denying the facts.
Okay, so now what? You're a Zionist.
Okay, Zadi's link has been debunked because it says 2012. All right, let's check your links now, one by one.
Don't become a guy.
No. Fascist. I need the actual source that says the war was started by Israel and America. But it looks like your source is saying, oh, they were talking about it at the U.S. Embassy level. All the U.S. embassies, they said bullshit, bro. All of the countries that talk about it. Hold on. Can you provide? Okay, hold on.
How is it any different? What's happening in Iran now? The same thing. Now they want to bring Pahlavi to Iran. The same thing. They want civil uprising in Iran. It's the same thing.
It's not the same thing. It's not the same thing.
Every time U.S.-Israeli interests pursue civil uprisings in the countries that they intend to topple.
Can't believe this.
I'd like to chime in whenever I get a chance.
Yes, sir. Arsalan, please chime in. Let's hear it from Arsalan as well. Arsalan, this Syrian Civil War, was it started by, America and Israel?
No, I don't think so. That was the case.
I don't think so either. The sources are saying something else.
And here, was it hijacked by America and Israel? Absolutely not.
Later, we can say later, but not in the beginning. It was started by the people.
I said hijacked. Not just but here's the thing. About this particular topic, I'm happy that we're having this conversation. This is not something
I said the same thing.
Yeah, but here's
they hijack.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like they hijacked it, but guess who took the bait? Iran took the bait. Because here, let me explain how. In 2006, all right, that Iran-Hezbollah war that took place, all right, and honestly, Hezbollah kicked Israel's ass at that point, all right, and that was very, what I would say, very not just defeating, but very embarrassing for Israel, all right. That like how badly they were kicked off, but there was a reason behind it. There was somewhat Sunni Shia at that particular time, right? Come around like 2010, 2011, right? There is Arab Spring everywhere. Not just like, in Syria, but Syria, as a matter of fact, is the last one. Egypt had it, Tunisia had it, even Saudi Arabia had it. There were a lot of protests going on. A lot of protests. Not just one, not just two, but a lot of protests. As a matter of fact, a lot of these things that changed, pre-MBS I'm talking about, is because of those. But guess what? In 2011, when the protests started in Syria, right? Bashar al-Assad, just like his father, just like any other Ba'athist, like Saddam Hussein, he used all the weapons he could, and he used rockets against them, right? And initially, they were not that well equipped. They were just protesting, just like everyone else was, right? Saudi Arabia saw a chance, to make this, I think to go towards, towards Syria and just completely ignore what's happening in Saudi Arabia. And they did chime in. They did send their fighters, right? And same thing with with the United States and Israel. But here's my thing where I say Iran took the bait. Iran got involved in this. They involved Hezbollah in this, all right? And they involved Russia in this. And guess what? When the murders of innocent civilians started, now it was not like a dictator killing his people. That was something that was happening in Egypt, something that was happening in Libya, something that was happening anywhere. It came out to be not even a Shia to begin with. He's not even a Syrian. If you see him praying, he prays like a Sunni. And this is where Iran started to become isolated. And see one another interesting thing.
So where is the ISIS between? Where is this ISIS between? You haven't said anything about it.
I'm coming to this. I'm coming.
You named the history.
I'm coming to ISIS. I'm coming to ISIS.
What about
I'm coming to ISIS. This is exactly.
Stop getting triggered. Stop getting triggered,
names back then, and you guys are not willing to even listen now.
This is the problem with the G. What's the problem with G?
This is
it's a bit.
You guys
just sit back, rest your neck, and listen to what I was trying to say.
Let me complete.
Oh no, G, let him complete. Let him complete. Let him complete. Thank you.
Let me complete. Yeah, coming in 2014, all right. Rise of ISIS, right? That comes in. Guess what? Bashar al-Assad used it in his very, in his best interest, and that's why that time Europe started to even cozy with Bashar al-Assad. Okay, they started getting comfortable with Bashar al-Assad. All right, and yes, that definitely was funded by Israel because Israel did not really. They weren't even pro Bashar al-Assad. I never said that. Or anti-Bashar al-Assad. What they wanted was chaos in their region. Chaos because if there's all the time fighting, it's easier to control. I mean, think about Golan Heights. It's been years. Nobody has really questioned about it. And especially after this war, absolutely nobody's doing that. Right? So now this is where, and this is another interesting thing that happened. Now I wanted to talk about Russia in this particular matter. It's very interesting that Russia was willing to bomb FSA, and I don't like FSA, just FYI. I'm not their fan, but just they were willing to bomb FSA, but after bombing FSA, ISIS took over the region that FSA was controlling. And after that, they stopped bombing. And another very interesting thing that happened is that they actually provided, Russia provided the software to Israel that made sure that Iran couldn't really use their weapons against Israel. And this is not some conspiracy theory. I can actually provide you with links about that. This is something they've admitted, they have something accepted it. And see now that they're willing to even go for a fact that
did you also mention that Americans were dropping the weapon to the hands of ISIS?
Oh yes, my first, what did I say the first thing? I said that that this didn't start it by the United States and Israel, but it got hijacked. Yes, absolutely. I wouldn't be surprised if they provide weapons to even FSA. I'm not saying that the United States and Israel haven't done their part, and I said clearly that Iran took the bait. They wanted them to be involved, and they took the bait. And here's another thing. Before you getting upset about this particular matter, Iran kind of admitted this thing that they actually made a mistake. Let me give you another. Let me give you
another city. Iran had no choice to go in Arsalan. Do you know about that, or you just
what city are we talking about?
The ISIS came inside the Iran attack.
ISIS came in 20. When did they came?
Also, when did they came? Also,
when did they came down? When did they came?
when I have to look up the date.
It's after, I know, it's 2016, I believe. It's 2016. And they've been supporting,
Iranian people wanted the Iran had to go in because now they were on the street.
No, but they've been supporting Bashar al-Assad since 2011. It's 5 years difference, all right? And I guess come to another thing. In 2018, there was actually like a pact or a meeting between Iran, Turkey, and Pakistan. But it's a very sad thing that, the Imran Khan, the prime minister back then, he actually did not go to that meeting because Saudi Arabia stopped him, right? That's literally what happened. Guess what they discussed there? They discussed there that, supporting Bashar al-Assad was actually kind of directly they said, but they were like, yeah, Bashar al-Assad has committed a lot of crimes. We have to admit it. Guess what happened after that? This happened in 2018. In 2020, Bashar al-Assad goes and meets the king of UAE. As a matter of fact, in 2018. He started becoming. Let me go to the last thing.
Turkish were
Turkish
letting them perfectly helping this ISIS to go in from all over.
Yeah, they were actually helping FSA. They were helping FSA. ISIS has never been confirmed that they helped ISIS. They helped FSA a lot. And by the way, I'm against that. I am against any country meddling in other people's affairs, especially by giving the protester or a militant group weapons. I'm not in that favor. I'll be very honest. That includes Turkey as well. I'm not in favor of what Turkey did. And let me just say complete one last thing. But in after 2021, he met MBZ, Bashar al-Assad. In 2023, he met MBS. MBS even let him back in Arab League. So my entire point is that yes, you're completely right that Israel did. Israel did hijack this entire movement. I'm not saying that they did not, but Iran took the bait, and this is not something like personal opinion. Even Hamas leadership, they did say that. Look, we love and appreciate that you guys are supporting us, but please stop supporting the dictator Bashar al-Assad in Syria. They've literally, Hania Ismail said that, and another one who was they've said this multiple times.
Let's proceed on this. Arslan, let's proceed on the assumption that Iran took the bait and interfered in the Syrian regime to their detriment, I think you would claim, and to them eventually possibly also claiming that they committed some kind of crimes against humanity. Do you also accept that this is part of their ongoing war?
Oh, they carpet bomb whole villages. What are you talking about? They did. Not only they took the bait, they carpet bombed and did a whole bunch of atrocities against Syrians in Syria. Like, seriously, these people, it's just like me. Arslan, it's like me. Okay, are you going to condemn the Iran now fascists? Let's go. Let's hear you.
I just said.
You condemn it?
I just said this. Amir, I just said this.
Iran was not on this guy.
Can you repeat that? I didn't hear you. Can you please repeat it?
I said
I just said this. I said, Amir, let's G, come on, man.
Not dropping any bomb from.
Hold on, G. Stop defending Iran when we know the facts.
No. The Russians.
Stop doing that. Stop. Oh my God, this guy.
Iran was not bombing.
This guy will never accept any blame. This guy will never accept any blame. This G character.
You blame us.
Oh my God.
Amir.
Oh my God. Just mute up. Thank you. Yes, fascist.
Okay. Do you accept that? I accept that any human loss in any of these conflicts is a crime against humanity. I accept that, and I agree with you on this. But in state of war, there are sides in a state of war, and people can sit back and point out the crimes against humanity. Americans are now sitting back and they're justifying, oh, look, some girls was hit in Tehran, some schoolgirls, oh, well, that's just the cost of war. That's in their mind, right? Maybe half of America doesn't care, the other half maybe cares, okay? The half that doesn't care in America are the ones who are supporting the strike on Iran, okay? So we accept on the basis of there being wars at all, that there are going to be human casualties. But do you accept that the IRGC was doing war on behalf of Syrian regime at the time for the local interests?
On behalf of Bashar al-Assad, they were about to topple him, and then Iran and Hezbollah had to come in and kill people and help Bashar al-Assad, the genocide regime, to freaking to prosper.
No, Syria is also neighbors with Iran. So when ISIS tried to...
I gave you proof. I put the link in the chat. The Syrian civil war was started by...
defending their land.
Hold on a second. It did not start by Israel and America. The evidence that was provided to me by fascists, it doesn't say that. Hold on, G. The UN says it. The UN says it. Are you going to deny the UN? Say the UN. Hold on, fascists. Fascists, hold on a second. The UN says, the same UN that says it's a genocide in Gaza. Are you going to deny that same UN? Are you going to deny the ICJ that's taking Israel to to court? That's an entity, that's UN body, by the way.
Are you going to deny? Amir.
I can't believe this.
Amir has asked me a question. G, respectfully, please, if this G is going to keep interrupting, I'm happy for him to go to the audience because you've asked me a question, right, Amir?
Sure, go on.
The answer is this. In 2024, who finished the job on the Syrian regime? It was Israel. They blew up their navy. They blew up all of their assets. They
didn't finish the job.
No, fascists was they blew up the Navy and the Air Force and all the military depots after the regime.
No, in 2024. Yeah, to permanently delete the regime.
Yeah, after the regime was deposed, not before.
To permanently delete.
Here, I have a question about this particular topic.
Yes, I am 100% sure because I am Syrian and I was following what was happening on the ground. I am the second at that time. And I'm telling you, it was after the regime was deposed that they went in to the Golden Heights, they occupied more land, and they destroyed everything that was left of the regime.
Yes.
Because the previous regime, by the way, was collaborating with the Zionists.
Yep.
This is also very well known.
And here's the thing, Bashis. One question about this particular topic. Here's the thing. If Bashar al-Assad was so pro-Palestine, all right, for sake of argument, what he could have done is that all the missiles, everything that he had in his control, he could have just fired to Israel, and then leave the country. That way, whatever the destruction took place would have never taken place, and he could have gone as a hero. People would have been like, okay, you know what? Maybe but he did not do that because he actually supported that.
Amir, you have been very consistently. Amir has been very consistently opposed. Amir has been very consistently opposed to U.S.-Israeli interference and in the region. Okay, there is more than sufficient evidence there that U.S.-Israeli interests were being pushed, regardless of how messy. War is messy. Messy things happen in war. Okay? War is messy.
Regardless. Hold on.
War is messy, Amir. You cannot be consistent.
Fascists.
You cannot be consistent.
Yes, you can. Yes, you know I don't. Here's the big problem. Benny Goy, I went back and forth with fascists earlier. Fascists made the claim the Syrian civil war was started by Israel and America. He provided some WikiLeaks cable, some bullshit, right? That the U.S. Embassy was talking about how do we topple Bashar al-Assad, blah, blah, blah. But nowhere in there talks about, how they armed the militias, how they armed rebels in 2011, how they try to, train them to go after Bashar al-Assad.
Julian Assange for releasing the WikiLeaks.
So, it's not completely wrong
for being involved.
So, that's not completely wrong. There was Operation Ajax. Not Ajax, sorry. I forgot what the operation was called. But yeah, they did arm them. I wouldn't say that that's the start of the Civil War. The start of the Civil War was actually because of
2011 March.
March 2011 is when the revolution started, not the Civil War. So the revolution started. I don't think America had anything to do with that, right? But when it did start,
a little experiment. Amir, go back to just a quick one. Go to Pakistan, start a little uprising, and wait for a call from Netanyahu.
Fascist, can you please let
Hold on.
Pakistan and fuck all of these other nations. I don't really care. I don't stand for it because I'm not nationalistic. I told you this multiple times.
Okay, hold on for a second.
The issue I have.
Hold fascist, please. This is what's really irritating, okay? Benny Goy is a Syrian. He knows this in and out, and I've heard him speak on this multiple times. And he's actually making a fair point here. And what you did, fascist, is you twisted with. Of course, we'll finish, but this civil war started, and once it started, the rebel groups were armed by the West. Once it started, the statement you're making is that this fascist, that this entire thing started was
Israel and America.
Exactly, and then they went and armed them, right? So Benny Goy is being very, very fair here. He's saying yes, that they did have a part in it, but after the fact. So anyways, go ahead, Benny Goy.
Yeah, so the West was acting opportunistically, unless you want to suggest that the whole revolution from the beginning, right, was started by the West. And if you really trace the origins of the Arab Spring altogether, because Syria did not happen in isolation. Syria happened after Tunisia and Egypt. And that all started with some guy, some street vendor, burning himself alive named Hamad Bouazizi in Tunis, right? So unless you want to say that, like, the Zionists, like, convinced this guy to burn himself alive because he was being abused by the police, and that's what triggered the whole Arab Spring, and this was all like a domino effect that started the Zionists, and that's a very hard argument to make. I think the West was acting opportunistically. Yeah, I think the West was acting opportunistically. And as soon as the revolution started, and they saw that the government was being very brutal, right, in the way that they were torturing kids, and that's literally how it started. Because when it first started, it didn't start on the basis of toppling the regime. It started on the basis of reforms. And when those kids that were asking for reforms were brutally tortured and had their nails literally, pulled out, other shit happened to them. Yeah, that it ramped up. And the West absolutely did have a part to do with the ramping up after the fact. I told him to.
When was the West America put sanctions on the Syria?
That was the Caesar bill. I think it was like 2015.
Okay, thank you so much.
Something like that.
Yeah, thank you so much. Pressuring the people. Thank you for admitting that. That's for Amir to understand that.
No, that's not pressuring the people. That was pressuring the
idiot. The Civil War started in 2011, not in 2015. You idiot.
Yeah.
This was 2011, you idiot. It did not start in 2015. Not okay, man, in the head. Seriously.
Yeah. By the time the sanctions
first, then they wait for the uprising. Then they arm the uprising.
No, man, the sanctions happened after the uprising. You're not listening, you're not following the timeline. 2011 is when the revolution started, March 2011. By the summer, arguably maybe September at the latest, it basically escalated into a full-blown civil war. The sanctions, the Caesar bill, the biggest sanction, mechanism, was passed, I think, in 2015 or 14, something like that. So it was well after the situation had escalated into full-blown civil war, well after basically the economy had collapsed and people weren't working and yada, yada, yada. So that does not place sanctions on people, that places sanctions on the government.
And since you're from, and also those oil pipelines that for many, almost decades, they tried to Bashar al-Assad to let that pipe oil go from this Arab neighbor go to the Turkish authorities, the Euro, and Bashar says no to them because obviously beneficiary was obvious. Who was the beneficiary? Conflict or not? Who was the beneficiary?
Hold on.
Yeah,
2011 were the sanctions on Syria.
The Caesar bill was 2011?
Long before the 2011 uprising, Syria was one of the most second countries in the world, well before the civil war began. So the pattern is the same. They put sanctions, they pressure internal dissatisfaction. Hold on. Uprising. But that was then they armed the uprising.
Okay. So there was always no. But
Hold on. Go back to 2011 sanctions on Syria.
There was always listen. There was always sanctions on Syria from like the 70s, right? Like that's not something new, right? And from internally within Syria, there was a reluctance to deal with the West. In Syria, we didn't have Pepsi until 2004, I think, and that's not because it wasn't selling us Pepsi, because the government refused to buy let these American companies into the country. Which, by the way, I was a fan of. That's something I liked. But the point is that the sanctions ramped up. Despite the sanctions, a lot of the wealthy in Syria were parking their money in Europe and America and yada yada yada. The Caesar bill, which I just looked up, actually passed in 2019, was the ramping up of sanctions on the elites. So the sanctions had nothing to do with the uprising to start with. Otherwise, the uprising would have happened long ago. The uprising started, it would not have started without the guy burning himself in Tunis in 2000. That's just like, everybody knows.
It is a very
It was part of the Arab Spring.
Criticism of U.S. foreign policy at that point of pre-2011 sanctions as evidence that the United States had long-term interest in regime change, regardless of the internal serious uprising. By the time the protests started in 2011, the Syrian economy was already isolated and struggling, which some analysts believe made the country a tinderbox for the civil war that followed.
No, again, the Syrian regime was isolated by intention, not because of the actions, but because of internal dynamics. That's how the country operated for decades already.
And the
uprising had anything to do with
in the United States?
Sorry?
You're now a Syrian living in the United States?
No, I live in Canada.
In where?
Canada.
You live in the West?
Yeah, I live in the West. I was born outside of Syria, to be fair, but yeah, my parents left a long time ago. But I used to visit every year.
Okay.
Up until I could. Yeah.
I'm sorry to say this, and I hope you don't get offended. Okay, but it tends to be the case that the West stores the people that weren't getting on too well in their countries of origin. Even it's a very Western thing to do.
Oh, it's by design.
They stored it. Yes.
Yeah, I know that.
Okay.
I mean, but this is
I'm glad you're not offended.
No, I'm not offended. I mean, this is actually part of the Israeli plan. Like, this is not something the West, even wanted to do intentionally. This was like a Jewish psyop. But the point is,
I'm surrounded by people who did not get on well in Iran during the 1979 revolution. I have literally people within 100 meters of me currently who were loading their planes with money and jewelry and escaping Iran at the time of the revolution, because the West likes to store these people. I'm not going to disclose that.
Syria?
Listen, yeah, I'm not saying that the West had the best of intentions for Syria, but you also have to go back into the dynamics, right? So explain to me this. Syria, between gaining full independence from the French in 47, so roughly, up until 1967, right? In that 20-year span, had multiple coups and civilian governments. Like we had, I think, during that span, on average, probably about one government lasted per year, roughly, give or take, maybe a little bit longer, right? Maybe a year and a half. Once Bashar al-Assad took over, there was no more coups. Not from the West, nor from the East. The coups were usually by America or by the Soviet Union. Once he took over in 67 de facto, in 71, I believe, de jure, there was no more coups. Why? That's a good question you have to ask. Why did America stop?
I just want to express my respect for Amir's position, because I think crimes against humanity are bad regardless. But in war, there is sides. There is sides in war. And it is very obvious that the sides are very clearly painted here. We have a US-Israeli axis, and we have the Muslim axis. It's as simple as that.
Yeah, there's sides, and you mentioned Amir, but what side are you on? Where are you from?
Yeah, it's not. Fascist is very biased. He's pro-Iran.
No, he's
There's a lot of internal
interesting, like the fact that sorry, go ahead. Just a very quick thing, all right? Again, Gaddafi, I wasn't a fan of him either, because dictator. It's very interesting that he was caught by the West thanks to Bashar al-Assad. He literally helped them out. So it's not like Bashar al-Assad was anti-West or anything like that. That was just something that started to work for him. That's exactly what happened. And I think someone brought up this oil pipeline thing. Yeah, absolutely, that's true. But there's another interesting thing is that after Russia helped them out, all the other reservoirs and all the deals, Russia got the best deal out of that. About the oil, I think, going back and forth from Syria to Russia and all and back and forth as well. So again, I get it. I'm not saying that the United States have the best interest, Israel has the best interest, but Russia isn't angel either. They're also out for their own interest, and they would not mind if entire outer world is burning in flames for their it helps them.
I worked in Libya in 2001 in time of Gaddafi. The people there were very happy. Guess who destroyed it for them? Mr. Socialism himself, Barack Obama. We talk about a very socialist country under Gaddafi. He had his green book, or whatever it was, the green book philosophy, and he was brutal, but the people were very comfortable and very happy with the way oil money distribution was occurring. And it was a very socialist state, if you think about it, because the sovereign wealth of the nation was being used to bolster everybody. And even then, the US didn't care. Even then, the Democrats of the US didn't care. And they brought that country to its knees.
Oh yeah, there's nobody's denying. Again, not one person here is saying that the United States and Israel have best interest or any good thing here.
The whole point was, brother, that we can sit here, condemn Russia, condemn ISIS, condemn all of these people, but as soon as we bring up IRGC or whatever, you have people like G. They go in defense mode. They condemn even a single ounce of crime that was committed by Iran, Syria.
Fascist does it. So G, fine. He may have nationalism. Yesterday him and I had a great conversation, right? There may be that part of it. But fascist over here, this is a part that I hate. Even if you stand with one side, but you need to be honest here. Yes, atrocities did occur that the RIGC was responsible for. It doesn't mean that when we condemn them for those actions, it doesn't mean that when we condemn them for those actions, all of a sudden we're pro-West or I'm pro-West or I'm pro-Israel or I'm pro-USA. I'm not at all. I'm coming from a place, and I know, but we need to be very, very honest here. Any and every government is very capable of doing harm to others. Okay, that does not make it inherently evil, but if there's a pattern of that we see with Israel, clearly, yes, it is evil through and through. So, this is why I just want fashion to can we not say, let's just say we go with what you're saying, okay? I'll say that fine. Let's just say the US and Israel has started this whole thing, right? But along the way, weren't civilians harmed in Syria by the IRGC?
Okay. Yeah, listen.
They were, right? They were. 500,000.
I agree. But the conditions, the initial conditions.
Yeah, which is fine. But again, hold on, right? Let's just say these are the initial conditions, right? So then it makes your argument worse. Then it makes it seem like the RGC just stepped themselves right into the trap. And so, you know what? Go fuck your neighbors up. Well, pretty much your neighbors in the region.
One way to look at it is a trap. The other way to look at it is the solidarity with reference to the initial conditions. If the IRGC are demonstrating solidarity with the fact that there is a war between Middle Eastern interests and US-Israeli interests, then the casualties of that
please
war...
don't do that. Don't do that. Don't do that. Talk about this very
doing
specific thing.
I am doing
You're not making it philosophical and ideology, right? And ideological war. I know, but that's okay. But then now you're giving away from the point again.
It was never
right?
Actually, what was the ideological? No, what was the ideological bent of the Assad regime? What were they?
Well, they were just a pro-Arab regime. I don't even think they were necessarily. Yeah, it's true. They were not even necessarily. On paper, they were pro-Arab regime.
They were pan-Arabist, socialist, seculars, right?
They had the Ba'ath Party,
which was socialist, secular, and pan-Arabist, right?
Are we talking about the social structure of the Assad regime, or are you talking about their objective?
The ideology of technically the party in
power. Well, look, they were a fascist regime.
Okay. Sure. Opposed to saying that, but on paper they were secular, socialist, and pan-Arabist.
Yeah,
right. That is in complete conflict with Iran's regime, which is theological, right? So not secular. Socialist. I mean, I don't think they would call themselves that, but I don't know about that. And in addition to that, Iran is they have a lot of big problems with the pan-Arabists.
I'm not disagreeing with you. What I'm saying is the Ba'ath Party were primarily Arab-focused regime. They weren't necessarily interested if you were Muslim or you were not Muslim or whatever.
That means secular.
Okay? That's correct. They were not anti-Muslim, though. Okay? Israel is anti-Muslim. Okay? And by default, the US now becomes anti-Muslim also. Because the US... giving
that's fine, but that's what I'm trying to say is that on paper, Assad and Iran should not be allies because ideologically they do not align with themselves.
They do. They align they have the unified Syria at the time, and Iran had the same objective of resisting US-Israeli interference in the Middle East. That was their unifying objective. If they had have coalesced into a singular Islamic state, that would not have worked.
Yeah, because the thing is, the problem is that the Assad regime was complicit in many ways of aiding and providing information to the Israelis. If you talk to the source for that. So, for example, the ex-girlfriend of Bashar al-Assad himself, the woman who was cheating on his wife, right, who was very close to him, who died mysteriously in a car accident. She was actually an asset for the Mossad. This is very well documented, very well known, right? In addition to that, you ask the people in Hezbollah, people really in the know, they are the ones who say that the location of Hassan Nasrallah when he was killed was provided by the Syrians. And if you need a clincher to all of this, Israel could have gone in, destroyed the entire military, and occupied the Golan Heights when Assad was still there. They didn't do any of that. Why? And this goes back to what I was trying to say earlier. Why was Assad never cooled? In 30 plus years, him and his father were never cooled. Why?
because he had an under-the-table agreement with the West that I'm going to give up on the Golan Heights and you're not going to cool me.
Okay. Benny, I'm not disagreeing with you, but what I want to point my finger to is the real directions in here. The real direction is that you have a U.S.-Israeli interest and regimes within the Middle East, their interests. Now, you can break it down and continue to confuse it into these different complexities with minority interests, with different regime interests, different ethnicity interests, different religious interests, and we can conflate the situation millions of times using these different leverage points. But when you boil it down to the fundamental truth is that U.S.-Israel dominance versus everybody in there. Okay, so if we find Syria, and we find Syria pre-2024 Syria, and we find IRGC forming an alliance during this time, okay, that I don't have a problem with. But then we might get to a Amir's point where, okay, during this alliance, crimes against humanity were committed. I'd have to see the sources on that myself. Let's just assume they're true. I don't think Amir is a liar. I think Amir tells the truth. Then, yes, I don't like these things. I don't like when people are killed, but it still refers to the underlying principle here is that these killings probably wouldn't have happened without the foreign invaders making these things happen.
Nah, that's not necessarily true. Okay, hold on. So what happened in 1982 in Syria? Do you know? I think that's enough. There was, you can Google it, it's called the Hama Massacre, Hama, right? Where there was an insurrection from the Muslim Brotherhood, mostly Muslim side of Syria, and no foreign involvement whatsoever, by the way, right? Americans did not no complicity. The Americans involved in this, right? Because again, we have a deal. Assad went in to one of the cities, one of the strong Muslim Brotherhood, right? Surrounded the city for 40 days, and the number of deaths is obviously speculated, but they say there was about 10 to 40,000 deaths in the span of 1 month, roughly. There are no pictures that come out of that. My mom is from that city. The stories I've heard from like my mom's family is fucking atrocious, right? So like this is a regime who has shown. Sorry.
I'll tell you, this is a person actually. I remember when I was a young child in high school, there was a particular boy in the playground who wanted to fight with me. Okay? Except he was too coward to come and fight with me himself. So he used to arrange other people to come fight with me first, before he ever fought with me. Now, these casualties of his interests, because I think, I'm being honest, I don't want to brag, but I did actually deal with all of these other ones that came to fight with me. They were still all part of his little crusade against me. Okay? So I actually felt sorry for these guys afterwards because I thought to myself, well, you know, they were all manipulated by him. They were sent by him, but they were dealt with by me. But the truth is, the underlying war in that playground was between him and me.
That doesn't apply to the situation, right? Because, like I said, there was no complicity of America or Israel in terms of, you know, the Muslim Brotherhood in Syria, which I'm against, by the way. Like my family is against that. My mom, who's from that city, her father, my grandfather, was a general in the army before, because he got out because he was an Muslim. Anyway, so he was very against Muslim Brotherhood. There was a lot of people in that city who were against Muslim Brotherhood. They didn't give a shit.
They surrounded that city. They killed tens of thousands of people in the span of 1 month in the most atrocious ways possible to silence freedom. That hasn't worked, to be honest. That city that I mentioned, by the way, remembers so much what happened that during this civil war, that city remained largely untouched. Why? Because they remember what happened 30 years prior. So they didn't come out, not very much. They had one major protest and everything, but when it got bloody, they shut the fuck up and they stayed home. Which is why that city remained largely untouched. A very conservative city, mind you. Yeah, this regime was absolutely brutal.
Okay, I heard enough of genocides, wars, but you guys don't know that Afghanistan has been at war for 40 plus years. So here you're talking about this what happened to my people, this one. You cannot imagine what the people in Afghanistan are going through for 40 plus years of war. It's constant war there. So can we just change topic? It's depressing and we all know what's going to happen. Iran is going to win this war. There's a lot of people are going to die. Not from the Iranians.
The problem I have from people like G, they're not willing to condemn what their entity has done. I'm willing to condemn anybody.
But neither is Zari.
I'm willing to condemn Taliban for the atrocities. I'm willing to condemn. No, there's no investigation. I have put the link in the chat.
So you cannot make someone condemn something without actual proof.
Investigation?
Did you not hear Benny Boy? Did you not hear Benny Boy? Senator Mosari?
Wow.
What?
Is that not? Did you not hear Benny Boy?
Just because you're Shia, you believe that you have, you want to defend this nation. No.
He's making sectarian at this point.
Hold on. The reason why I'm saying this is why you support Iranian regime because of the religion. Okay?
And you support Israel because of your religion. I get it.
I don't.
Fine.
Okay. I know you're very young, right? You're very passionate.
And I know you're very old and delusional.
What I'm pointing, hold on a second. Sorry, what I'm pointing out to
Amir supports Israel?
Yeah.
This is the problem. How can we have conversations with people like you?
Just trolling, guys. Come on.
Are you serious?
No, she's dead ass serious. Betty Boy, you missed yesterday. Hold on for a second. Betty Boy, be very grateful. I was watching PQ and I'm like, you know what? Let's not. You missed a shit show yesterday, okay? The people were on here literally siding with all the actions of the RGC, not condemning anything that they've done. There was, I think somebody said, you know what? But they had a reason for it. Who is that? I forgot that guy. That there was nonsense Sunni Shiite crap, which is again a division. You should, and you know this about me. I'm obviously fuck the West, and we are the West. But no, but the sad part is, there's G, there was business, there's...
Okay, I'm leaving this. There's obviously Sunnis are siding with Israel.
Oh, I'm not a Sunni. I'm a Sikh. I'm not Muslim.
Okay, so
I'm not Muslim.
I'm not even Muslim either, by the way.
If you're not a Muslim, let's speak on Shias.
Oh no, I'm not speaking with Shias. I'm saying this. You said it. You brought it up. You said don't bring up the sectarian stuff, right? So no. Well, I know. And I'm saying yesterday there's others that are also doing it. So hold on. When did I fucking say that? Are you deaf or are you deaf?
Why are you denying?
No, I said others than justice.
I'm so delusional.
I didn't say it.
Extremely.
Sorry, do you see yourself? Sorry, do you see yourself in the chat?
Do you hear yourself?
I hear myself all the fucking time.
You're not even Muslim, but you call
so what?
Crap?
No, I said let's not do this division. We don't need to divide it. Oh my God. You guys should be coming together. You guys should be coming together. Do not be dividing each other.
Here's the problem with these people is for some of these people like Zari and there's other people like that, even that Emperor guy, right? And G, they're not willing to condemn, the actions of IRGC, what they did in Syria. And this is why the Sunni world doesn't side with Iran. Hold on, Zari. This is why the Sunni world doesn't side with Iran. There's a lot of people in Sunni that pissed off at what the genocide that happened in Syria.
And now, see, this is my issue, right? The past, and there's division that's done, and now Sunnis are celebrating
in Syria as to what's going on in Iran, which again is despicable to me. Even if stuff has happened in the past that was absolutely wrong, which I agree with, yes, the IRGC did commit crimes against humanity. No government is perfect. Like, what is wrong with you guys? This is what the Zionists do, right? They sit there and say, oh, no, it never happened. It could happen. It's the same argument. Like, let's just keep it a buck. And yes, we can still say, I still stand behind Iran. You can still say that. But I condemn the things that did occur in the past. Stop denying them.
There is no evidence of IRGC committing crimes against humanity.
No evidence. Have you heard Betty Goy?
No, I didn't. And I don't want to hear because he's full of lies.
Oh, so now
I'm a Zionist.
Yeah.
I'm a Zionist. The Jews are God's chosen people. Yeah.
There you go. He said it.
He's playing with you. He's being sarcastic. Sorry, can you not?
Things that are like this, unfortunately. You know, and you will get sillies as well on the other side.
Can we stop doing this?
He's more
What's with me stopping it? I don't know.
It's true. Ace, you can't deny that.
I don't care. Okay, Betty Goy, you're the worst.
Israel because am I the worst?
No, because now you're going to bring in that division. Let's let this go.
He's more about Zari.
Reality.
He's more anti-Zionist than I could ever be.
Oh yeah, Betty Goy is borderline.
Betty Goy is more anti-IRGC than I could ever be.
Have you seen the name? The name itself tells you something.
Seriously.
He gets called anti-Semitic. Like.
Look at his picture.
I call myself anti-Semitic.
I know. I'm just proud of it. Like, Zara, you don't actually know the people here. Like, I fucking despise Israel. Okay, fuck Israel all day long. They have done more harm on this planet. Excuse me, huh? What? I know, but he's trolling. Do you not see this? Oh my god, the thing is already not personality here.
President being blessed by a Jew. By a
rabbi. Do you see that?
I don't think they see Giuliani and they just switch off.
Sure.
Yeah, but that's the thing. People are stupid. People are stupid. People are sectarian. People are driven by religion. This is the problem. And not even like religious values or anything like that. No. Pure sectarianism. My team versus your team.
That's human nature. Very good. That's human nature.
Yeah, but it is a problem.
I'm going to point it out.
I'm actually going to leave. This is getting like a...
Okay, sorry. You don't have to pronounce your leave.
Look, can I tell you something? So Zari doesn't support Taliban, right? It's because
but
of
you
the
do, I mean... But you do.
Because of the security part.
I know you support ISIS too.
If the Taliban was Shia, he would stand with them.
I know the Iranian supporters, the Iranian...
That's true, right? You're being sectarian right now. You're being... Oh my God, this woman, I don't know why she even comes off the mic. Please sit in the audience. Thank you.
Is she over 26? Have we established that yet?
I don't know.
I officially know what this stage is made of, so I'm gonna do...
What is it made of? What is it made of?
I mean, we exposed you so bad today.
You're from Afghanistan, right? And you support IRGC that has committed atrocities in where? In Syria.
No, they didn't.
Oh, okay, they didn't. Okay, keep
we have videos of Syrians killing their sons, okay, and blaming it on the Iranians. So investigation's still going on. When the truth comes out, you're gonna start beating your chest like Shias do because how embarrassed you are.
Zari, you okay?
Are you okay?
You're being sectarian.
You guys are forcing
You were calling me out.
You guys are forcing people to condemn like IRGC for no reason at all. When evidence of truth comes forward, you're gonna be ashamed of yourself.
Evidence is plenty of evidence right there. I provided
you believe Israel.
I gave you the UN links, all the sources. Anyway, I gave her your ChatGPT link. It doesn't matter.
The only person that believes ChatGPT is you.
It's because she believes Iran, to be the holy land because of religion.
I'm sorry, IRGC.
They're no different than Zionists. They are really. They're just the other side of the coin.
Agree that much.
You guys are no different than the Zionists either. Like, that's crazy to me.
No, I have condemned any government that does anything like
government is perfect.
I don't even condemn Saudi Arabia government. I don't even think they're being I'm just an idiot.
The problem, do you see why I am equally as anti-IRGC as I am?
I do not believe you.
Amir, you understand me now? Ace, do you understand now?
Yeah, I know.
Wait, why?
No, obviously, Benico, I've always understood. your position, right? I always have. But with that being said, I just, again, have such a hard time. Again, see, I'm the non-biased person here, right? I have no connection to the place, to any of these places, actually.
You call the Shia crap.
Sorry, can you, no, I never said Shia no crap.
By the
I
way,
would never
sources
say that.
from
One
the
second,
UN.
hold on. Hold on. I would never call Shiites crap. That's very blasphemous. I respect everyone's religion.
She never said
I'm not Islamophobic.
I never said that either.
1 second, let's stop this crap between the Sunni versus Shia. All this sectarianism needs to stop. It's what I'm saying right now. I did not call Shias crap. And if you heard that, I'm sorry. I would never say that. I respect Islam, okay? I'm a Sikh. We are made to respect everyone's religion. With that being said, I'm so on the outside, and when I see this, it's why, god damn, why is no one, I can condemn the fuck out of shit, the crap that India does. And I'm North Indian, I'm Punjabi, okay? And I can say it all day long, and people have heard me say that. I can say things about Canada and the USA all day long, okay?
Hold on. Please, you would even condemn if your people were to do atrocities.
100%. Fuck yeah.
Yes, you have to be consistent.
The Sikh terrorists, she would condemn that.
Oh, 1000%. There are Sikh terrorists. 1000% I condemn their asshole. Yeah, 100%. I'm not going to sit here and say, because that goes everything I stand for. That makes me inconsistent. That makes me blind. So if we're going to sit here, again, you can support Iran, sorry, all day long, and I support Iran. Iran has a right to fucking defend itself right now. To what the West is doing, fuck it. And you know, it affects me, Betty Goy, Amir, other people who are in the West more than anyone else. We are actually technically choosing, things that are anti-Western, I guess, agenda, right? That actually affects us and what happens to our economy. That actually directly affects us. So we're still standing, well, I'll speak for myself. I'm still standing on the side of saying, you know what, Iran is unprovoked attack. Hell no. I talk shit about all these stupid ass monarchists, and there's so many in LA and so many in Toronto. They wanted to be bombed. Are you stupendous? I get disgusted when nobody wants to blame the USA. It was a Tomahawk who hit us. We doubled back and then Israel bombed it again 30 minutes later. The same tactic they used in Gaza. And they killed medics. 13 hospitals. There was a children's hospital that's destroyed. So what I'm telling you right now is I stand by the Iranian people. And right now the Iranian people are going to stand behind their government because obviously the country's being bombed to death. Even if they don't agree with their government. Do I believe that people should have a choice? Yes, the RGC is not the best. And if the Iranians want change, I stand behind it. The ones that are in the country, not these fucking diaspora people that have nothing to lose. So that being said, I can be very objective and say, yes, the RGC has done atrocities in Syria, and this happens. It's nothing that, do you think the RGC is completely pious? They haven't done anything towards anybody, whether it's their citizens or people on the outside that's bad? Sorry? They're perfect? Sorry. Is the IRGC perfect? They've done nothing harmful.
There's
to
no
anybody.
evidence of them doing it.
Okay, then you need to. See, right now, this establishes everything. Even.
Can you show me the evidence? Can you send the link?
Perfect. They're so perfect. Are you
She provide the evidence?
Are you stupid?
I did. I put the link in the chat.
It's such a big claim. Like,
hold on, sorry. Hold on. I put a link in the chat. This is from a ChatGPT. It has all the sources.
This room is like full of Sunnis, bro.
Mute up.
I'm leaving.
Okay, leave. Get lost. I put the link in the chat. It has all the UN reports on there, one by one. Benigo is the one that did a deep dive. He's Syrian, and he even shared his experience. Literally, IRGC played a role. Hezbollah played a role in Syria. Russia played a role. ISIS played a role. Israel played a role afterwards. But the initial that was started by Israel, initially was started by the Syrians themselves, because Bashar al-Assad used to torture and kill a whole bunch of. They used to use rockets against his own people. This is how demonic this guy was. He was basically a terrorist. Check it out. There's a link in the chat. Lulu, respectfully, please check the link in the chat. And you can go with the sources. And it's the same organization, the UN, that says it's a genocide in Gaza. the same organization talks about starvation. The same organization, ICJ, is a UN body, is taking Israel to court for genocide. We can't cherry pick stuff. Oh, UN is not right in here, but it's right over there. We can't do that.
By the way, that wasn't even a deep dive. That was just like a very shallow dive, to be honest. If you want to actually deep dive and go into like what the journalists from inside of Syria were saying, it gets much worse. That's stuff that didn't even make it the UN stuff, right? No, it got very, very bad. You know, if you want to just Google the torture videos where people were being tortured and forced to say that Assad is their god, they will only worship Assad, and La ilaha illa Assad, and stuff like that. Like, it was. But Iran can do no wrong.
You heard it here first, guys. Iran can do no wrong.
We have K here. Look, we have K here. He's Iranian. He doesn't support IRGC because he knows IRGC is responsible for a lot of atrocities. Paco comes in here, he says the same thing. But they both don't support Raza Pahlavi or IRGC. You have Mazi, he doesn't support IRGC and he's actually a Muslim. He's a Shia Muslim, right? You have a lot of people there, but the one thing that I think is true right now is a lot of people, even though the ones that don't support IRGC, they're siding with it because as a country has a right to defend against America and Israel, which is justified, for a temporary situation. You see what I'm saying? Look, Arash is going to come up and he's going to attack me now. Watch. Arash, come up. Come here, you never gave me like. Go on, Arash.
I really want to, for once, very peaceful.
Oh, it's a great fan. Oh my God.
Yeah, this is Wait Fan version 2. I'm back to being Iranian.
Why did you have to make your name Arash?
Are you gonna attack me, Arash? Arash?
I think he's taking a break up here.
Is he the ones that want mini skirts or?
No. So Saya, there's people that are divided. There's Raza Pahlavi supporters. Yes, I could hear you.
Yeah, no, I know. The Raza Pahlavi or the mini skirts?
No, not all of them.
So I lost internet for a second. So is my sound good? Can you guys hear me?
What's wrong with mini skirts? I don't understand.
Oh, I love
It's an inside joke. It's an inside joke.
So Benny, so the thing I'm trying to like the way I understood, there was a uprising in Syria, and Bashar Assad, president of Syria, the person in charge, asked the IRGC for help. Am I right?
Yeah, that's true. That's correct.
So the president of a country asks another country's militia to come and help. And the other country goes there. And this is the key thing. Is it IRGC members they were actually doing, or they were providing logistics? They were
mostly providing. So mostly it was IRGC providing logistics and coordination, right? They were like the leadership, but they also brought in mercenaries basically from the Hazara, from Afghanistan, and from Hashd al-Shabi in Iraq, and there were some Iranians as well inside of Syria. So it was a mix.
But the majority role they play was logistics.
And bringing in mercenaries. I mean, those mercenaries are very. And Hezbollah, don't forget about Hezbollah. I mean, Hezbollah's effectively part of
Hezbollah is Lebanon. We're talking about IRGC. So these are all.
Yeah, but Hezbollah is basically an extension of Wali al-Faqih.
I mean, Wilayat Faqih is
they said
Hezbollah. Now, if you go back historically, Wilayat Faqih is an extension of Hezbollah. Hezbollah formed before
like the movement in Lebanon formed before the Iranian Revolution. So
what? That's not true. Hezbollah formed in the 80s.
Yeah, no, like the group which was like upstream of Hezbollah. So these are all like
no, the group that was upstream of Hezbollah was Harakat Amal, the Amal movement, and they were actually not related. Okay, this is why Hezbollah actually fought them for control over the Shia.
Wait, let's not get direct. Okay, I'm just talking about nationality of people who did this genocide in Syria. They were not Iranian, so the Iranian role was logistics. I mean, very minor. Like,
most of them are. Come on, let's admit.
No, actually, most of them were not. No.
Because
most of them were. They were mixed bag.
It was a mixed bag. It was a mixed batch, but there was Iranians, so you can't say there wasn't any.
I mean, like for example, I followed those times. There were like 1-2 Iranian who died. Like there was one person from Isfahan, ISIS decapitated him, and the movies came out in Syria. They were not like systematically like sent there. They were like people who just go there on their own.
Well, the thing is that the ones that were systematically sent were more Iraqis and Afghans.
Right.
But sent by Iran.
Iran played a logistical role. On the request.
Yeah, so they were sent by Iran. So like, I don't understand what's your point.
This is the thing. On the request.
Yeah, of course.
Majority of those tribes in Afghanistan were by the Iranians too.
So what I'm trying to say right now, if for example, Iranian leadership asked help from like Iraqi government to send Hashdu Shabi to come inside Iran. Iranian government is responsible for whatever Hashdu Shabi does in Iran. It's not.
No, there's also responsibility of the Hashdu Shabi. Like these are people, they have agency, right? And in addition to that, in the case of Hashdu Shabi, if Iran invites them to come, they're still going to be in control. What happened in Syria is Iran was actually in control. Iran and Syria effectively became a vassal state of Iran. So they were calling the shots. They were the ones in command in many of the cases.
You get my point, Benny? So if IRGC goes inside Syria, it will listen to Syrian commander. It's not going to listen to like IRGC commander.
No, you're not understanding. The IRGC had effectively become in control of Syria after the many defections from within the ranks, because a lot of the Syrian army defected.
I mean, still on the very top, the command is in the hand.
What IRGC?
No, I don't.
Yeah.
So at the very top, like Bashar Assad is like, come on, look at his wife and his lifestyle. How can he be like anyone in line with the IRGC ideology? Bashar Assad is much more aligned with Russian ideology. He was a Russian.
Why does that matter? The ideology doesn't matter. The point is, but
if
listen,
it was like IRGC puppet, they would have replaced him. They would put somebody.
No, they're not going to replace him mid-Civil War, obviously.
I mean, after the Civil War finished, after that...
The Civil War never finished.
No, the Civil War kind of finished. It was later.
No, there was still a lot of people in opposition, and the opposition was still holding segments of the country. Yeah, they were looking like they were going to win, and if they actually did win and sign a peace deal, and the Civil War actually came to an official end, yeah, maybe Bashar would have been taken out. They would have put someone else. That's very possible. But the point is, it doesn't actually matter. Listen, man, if I hire you to kill somebody, right? What are you going to tell the judge? I got hired, so it's not my fault. No.
Today, I just want to make a difference here. Then the difference you're putting IRGC is the same as IDF. It's not the same. IRGC was hired and helped with the genocide. IDF did genocide on their own.
Okay.
This is two different things. So
both are complicit in the genocide. One was ordering the genocide, the other was helping the genocide. Are you happy with that? Okay. If that makes you happy, then sure. I don't really care.
No, that makes one stupid and the other one devil. IRGC is stupid, it's illiterate. They did not understand.
Oh no, it's not devilish to commit a genocide.
So a lot of people, like for example, a lot of Jews here right now, they come and claim it's not a genocide, and they come to hell and support it. Or they are stupid, they are baby, they don't understand what they are doing. But those people were actually doing genocide.
So Iran didn't understand what it was doing when it was starving people, doing ordering barrel bombs to be dropped, ordering civilians to be tortured and arrested, and all. Like they didn't understand what they were doing. They were just acting stupid.
The order came from Bashar Assad. Bashar Assad gave those orders, not IRGC.
Again, even if that were true, it does not matter. The point is that they were complicit. And actually, if you look into it, they were kind of leading.
Right.
I don't care.
Right. So they're complicit because they're stupid, they're illiterate. Not because
they were complicit because they wanted to maintain control over Syria, because Syria was their lifeline to Hezbollah. Hezbollah was effectively part of their Waliyat al-Faqih. So in order to maintain control over Syria, they had to commit atrocities. They had no problem committing those atrocities in order to keep their empire intact. It wasn't out of stupidity, it was out of pragmatism.
Syria, Bani, Iran never had control over Syria.
Yes, that's true.
Stupid over Syria.
It was not out of stupidity, it was out of pragmatism.
I want you, like as a brother to brother, make this distinguish that they are stupid, they are not bad people.
No, they're not stupid. I do not believe that the Iranian regime is stupid. I refuse to believe that they are stupid. They're actually probably one of the smartest actors in the region.
They're smarter than you think.
What's happening to them? See what's happening to them. If they were smart, they would let Afghans and Turks come inside the Iran and create the mess they created. They are very stupid, man. They are very stupid, but they are good people. But very illiterate. They trust wrong people. And they don't know what is good for them. This is the challenge they have. They trust Afghans. Afghans came and killed a lot of them. They trusted Turks. Turks came and created a riot. Those are Turks who created.
Harsh, how long was Afghanistan in war?
Afghanistan, I think since 50 years.
Exactly. So imagine a country with 50 years war. As an Afghan, I'm blessed that Iran gave us homes, gave us opportunity. But did they treat us right? I don't really think so, right? But at least they gave them shelter.
No, but I'm just saying that IRGC commanders, they trusted Afghans, and Afghans betrayed them. I'm not saying that like.
But they didn't.
How did they betray them?
Huh? Yeah.
How did the Afghans betray them?
The 12-day war, it was all Afghans. Afghans were the one who betrayed IRGC. And the Russians were Turks.
Arash, why can't you take responsibility? Why do you have to blame it on
what are we talking about?
Arash, instead of taking his word as an absolute, ask him for videos to prove what he's saying.
What
I sent you a video last time, you didn't watch it.
You didn't send anything. You didn't see.
You want the video of the guy being tortured and forced to say that the Shabbos is gone?
You have sent a ChatGPT link, and the video that you're talking about does not incriminate Iran or Hezbollah, Habibi.
Again, the incrimination of Iran and Hezbollah has been established by the United Nations, Human Rights Watch, and many other international organizations. The United Nations of America, the very same United Nations, which is trying to prosecute Benjamin Netanyahu.
By the United Nations of America.
Are you denying United Nations?
Yeah, I don't care about United Nations.
No. But United Nations is the one that recognized genocide in Gaza.
there's millions of ways to see the genocide in Gaza.
But hold on. Do you know ICJ? Do you know ICJ is a UN body?
United Nations is the first stupid ass organization.
But do you know that the ICJ is a UN body which is taking Israel to court for genocide in Gaza?
And what did it do? Absolutely.
It takes time. It takes time.
No, it's worthless.
Yes. There's been cases that it took like 10 years, 15 years to get.
When it's not for the benefit of America or the whites, it's worthless.
Okay. What about
so the first organization? The first organization.
And he's a Palestinian, by the way, so I'm going to believe it.
The first
I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised because here's the thing, Amir. This is one of the worst tactics Baptists have used, to use oppressed and persecuted groups against their own people. And the best example I'll give, which Al-Cal is not going to disagree with me, is that Saddam Hussein used Palestinian refugees to torture, the Iraqi Shias. Absolutely. So this is not something surprising. Bashar al-Assad used another persecuted group against.
Don't get me wrong. I don't give a monkey ass about Bashar al-Assad. Okay, did he kill his own people? Yes, he did. Did he did massacres? Yes, he did. Is what happened in Syria genocide? No, it's not. It's massacres, it's civil war, yes, but not genocide.
So define genocide. Define genocide.
Wait a sec. Let me finish, brother. Did Iran and Hezbollah did all the things that the so-called revolutionaries that America and Israel came running to save did that? No, they didn't. I dare any guy to bring me any video of Hezbollah or Iran doing anything of what he claimed that they did. He will bring me nothing. But I can bring videos of the so-called revolutionists doing rapes, taking people in slavery, beheading people, cutting people's arms, and so on. But he can't prove anything from what he says.
Even if you prove.
Just Christ. Let me finish, brother. Just in less than a minute, and I will just listen to you, and I will not interrupt you. Thank you so much, Altala. And he just cries so loud because there is the Americans and the white West who support his propaganda, and just they killed 6 million of us. They killed 6 million of us. They killed 6 million of us. When it's not. Did that
Why did I say they killed?
Yes, they did. Let me finish.
When did I say they killed?
I know.
Half million.
No,
not 6.
No, who said about the 6 million? Not the 6 million.
The Jews
was their allies. Yeah. So
listen, man. I can bring you every single video, evidence, journalism. You won't care.
Evidence.
You won't care.
It's at the end. It was a link of LGBT. And then,
and did you look at the sources in that link?
And another link of the United Nations of America, and another link of West propaganda.
Okay, can you tell us what is UNRWA, El-Cal, UNRWA that's located inside Gaza and the West Bank and East Jerusalem?
UNRWA?
What is UNRWA?
UNRWA.
Yeah, what is UNRWA?
The organization that recognize the Palestinians refugees and give them some food and some education. Wait a sec. After they have recognized Israel on their own land, and so they give them a scrabble of bread. Yeah.
But UNRWA helps a lot of people, right?
The same
UNRWA is a UN body, or is it not a UN body?
For me, maybe UNRWA did more bad than good. For me, UNRWA was created
on our suffering. They recognize Israel, then they defined us as refugees. They gave Israelis our homes and defined us as refugees.
Hold on. It wasn't the UN, it was actually America first recognized Israel as a state. 1948.
Look at the.
Should we go over the facts? No, we'll go over the 48. Do you know in 47, I can give you facts. 47, you had Harriet Truman receiving letter bombs. You had the UN partition plan, right, in 47. You agree?
No. Before that.
You agree that, do you know that the US was part of the UN partition plan? Okay, before, what year you want to go down to?
Wait a sec, I'll bring you the exact date.
1939 white papers, British cleaned their hand, they said, we're not part of it anymore.
And after that, what the UN did? When they recognized the UN didn't exist.
UN didn't exist. US came to existence after World War II. After 1944-45. Okay.
Just give me a sec to bring you the first resolution. It was the very first resolution. It was only the coast of Palestine, the west coast of Palestine, and a couple of lands.
What year was it? Do you remember?
I'll bring you the year. The moment I don't remember it. That's what I'm searching for.
Okay, cool.
What's funny is when I talk to like the Lebanese Hezbollah, like the Shia in Lebanon, right? No, I'm saying the Shia. Like I remember during the war, right? And these were like close friends of mine that I knew from like back in the day. When I used to tell them like, you know what Hezbollah's doing in Syria is fucked up, they would admit it to me. They'd be like, yeah, we know. Like it's fucked up, but you know what? This is what we have to do to survive because if Syria gets overthrown and becomes like pro-America, our lifeline is cut off. So like, they would admit it. They knew it. Like this isn't like a secret or something like that.
Can you prove it? Can you prove it with any video?
What do you want a video of? Okay, you watch the like, what do you want the video of? What do you want the video of?
Any video incriminates Hezbollah. About raping, about beheading, about killing children. The three favorite categories of your accusations.
Like you want the video of a Hezbollah soldier cutting someone's head off?
Not a
like documented reporting is not sufficient. Citizen journalism, credible journalism. So like you don't want like journalism about it. You just want like a video to see it happen.
A video, yeah.
Like really, like what? Like most of the crimes that were committed were not committed on video. Like this is a stupid standard to hold. If I don't see it, it didn't happen. Like this is what you're saying.
Revolutionists, no, you revolutionists always claim that there is videos about Hezbollah, about Iran killing your children and beheading your people and raping your women.
Would anyone like to hear from someone that's actually lived in Lebanon and gone to Hezbollah territory? Because I'm that someone. If you're interested. So, first of all, I want to say that I'm not pro-Hezbollah in the sense of what they've done recently to get involved on October 7th and to do what they're doing now in the Iran situation. I do think that I'm grateful that they attacked the IDF occupation when they were in Lebanon and liberated the South. But I don't agree with their general policy, sometimes putting Iran before the Lebanese interests. But I believe like two things can be true. And, basically most governments practice, when they get involved in war, practice some kind of fear for political gain. So unfortunately, most of the world's governments, when they get involved in war, are equally terrorists, to be quite honest with you. That's just the truth. Now, of all the
groups involved in Lebanon. Hezbollah has the least blood on their hands when it comes to ending harm on their own people. That's just the truth. Okay? I've lived among them. I've visited them. We use hands that the Christians do against their own Lebanese, and that the Sunnis do, quite honestly. Now, they're all my brothers and sisters. I'm not Shia, and I'm not pro Hezbollah, but I have to speak the truth. So, did they do some immoral things in Syria? Probably, yes. Did they besiege towns and shell towns? Sure. I'm not excusing it. But did they commit the same level of crimes that Daesh did? Okay, absolutely not. Did they commit the same level of crimes that the current Israeli government is committing? Absolutely not. Everybody's evil in this situation, and if we want to start stacking who's more fucked up than the other, you put Daesh at the top, you put ISIS at the top, you put Al-Qaeda at the top, you put Netanyahu at the top, and then you start figuring out who's worse.
I want to ask you a question. You said that you lived in Syria in the zones that was controlled by Hezbollah, right?
In Lebanon.
Okay, so we were talking about Syria here, brother. I thought that you said that you lived there in Syria.
Syria, I misspoke. That's one.
No. We were talking about Syria because because Benny Goy he claims that Hezbollah and Iran used to kill kids, rape women, and behead people.
I doubt it. I honestly, I'm not a Hezbollah defender, but guys, this is not. I would be completely shocked. And if there's evidence for that, fine. By the way, I'm not saying they didn't kill and they weren't aggressive, and I'm also acknowledging they're terrorists. But if you want to know the kind of atrocities that were committed by Lebanese groups, you start with the Lebanese Christian militias, and you see what horrific crimes they committed in Sabra and Shatila. Hezbollah never 3,000 people they murdered.
Hezbollah didn't.
I put the link in the chat for Mabaya. What happened in Mabaya and the starvation? Hezbollah was a part of that.
Mabaya, that your fellow Syrian the other time said that it was filled with Daesh, right? With ISIS.
Yes. Mabaya, but there was also women and children there.
Yeah.
So they besieged the whole town. And they starved everybody.
Yes, they did. I don't deny that they could have done tactics where they knowingly harmed the innocents along with their enemies.
I mean, this is just the quickest. Man, there's so much. It's very clear to me. I'm gonna get back to making my food.
Habibi, give me a video of them raping or killing.
Oh, you want a video of them raping? Really?
Or killing a child or beheading someone?
This is the standard of evidence that you want?
No, just
like no journalistic. Dude, listen. No journalist in the world. Listen, Habibi. No journalist in the world, no humanitarian aid organization, human rights organization in the world will have that standard of evidence. Like, if I don't see it happen, it didn't happen. No. Like if a woman claims that she was raped, has fucking DNA testimony, DNA evidence inside of her that she was raped. Yeah.
Then
there's other forms of evidence, like video evidence is not the only thing in the world.
Then how do you always claim that there is videos of them?
There are videos. Okay, bring them.
You say there are videos, then bring them. If there is not, then say there are no videos and there are only articles.
The problem is a lot of videos have been taken down. That's the real problem. No. Nothing on the internet. Like here, for example. I'm just doing this just for out of courtesy. Here's a link. It claims that there's a video, and it gives you the link for the video of Hezbollah militants summarily executing their captives. But you click on the link to the video, and the video's not there anymore because it got taken down off of YouTube. So this is something from a long time ago. Obviously, it's going to be hard. Or it never existed also. Yeah, they wrote a whole article, linked the video, right? Provided a link to the video, but the video never existed. Really? Yeah. Why would they write an article and link the video? Why would they just say, "Oh, there was a video, but we can't share it, or we don't have access to it"? If they really wanted to lie, they would do that. Come on, man! Like this is ridiculous.
Yeah. This is ridiculous. But we still can get the videos of the so-called revolutionists taking people into slavery.
It's the same thing.
And so on. But
no, it's the same thing. A lot of those videos got taken down as well. It's the same thing. A lot of those videos also got taken down. Like you would have to sit and search. And I'm sure there's somebody who has archives of all of these videos. So, right? If you really want to look into it, you can find it.
Benny Goy.
I'm not going to sit here and do your argument, do your homework for you.
Benny Goy, what's your point? Are you isolating Hezbollah as worse?
No. I never said Hezbollah is worse than Daesh. I never said that Hezbollah is worse than the blah, blah, blah. I'm saying Hezbollah committed atrocities, horrible atrocities that are very well documented. Of course. And yes, that's what Khan refuses. Khan is saying that Hezbollah and Iran never did anything wrong.
No, I didn't say that.
Guys,
I literally said that Hezbollah and Iran did never raped, beheaded, or killed children.
No, except for the children that were killed. Except for the children that were killed in Madaya. In Madaya, yeah. I mean that. Yeah. The what? The children. The children were ISIS now?
Yeah, I know.
Okay. So you're going to kill them? Beautiful. The Palestinian is telling me that I can kill the children of the terrorists. That sounds familiar to me.
I didn't say that.
That sounds very familiar to me.
No. I said the 30-year-old children.
There was no children in Madaya?
Clean your ears, okay?
There was no children in Madaya?
No, definitely not.
حبيبي ما كان في اطفال بمضايا؟
ما تشتغل شغل اليهود حبيبي
حبيبي ما كان في اطفال بمضايا؟
I'd like to
Yeah, the bearded children.
Bearded children. Yeah. So there was no children in Madaya when it was being sieged, right?
Yeah, of course. There was the 45-year-old child.
My God. You see, this is the problem.
Hezbollah, I strongly doubt, and I don't even think Benny Goy is saying this. Hezbollah did not target children on purpose.
No, he says that he targeted them on purpose.
No, you speak Benny Goy?
Yeah.
They went out of their
Or they were at least part of, at least, and at the very least, they were willing to kill children in the process and starve children.
There's a chat I'm listening to that, so I don't know. Do you want to read up on it?
I look at it, but look, did Hezbollah accept a potential children death as collateral damage? For sure. That doesn't, to me, like that's, so does the United States. And so does every other country that does.
Hezbollah was controlling the Captagon trade, right? So you know who they were using to do all of that trade? They were using Syrian children. They literally, like, there's a lot of testimony and people who had to work for Hezbollah. And videos. Yes, there are videos of their testimonies. Yes, there are videos of their testimonies where they were testifying that Hezbollah. Oh my God.
Bring the video. There's the videos, no? Bring them.
Guys, Hezbollah Hezbollah, like.
And anyway, you think that Syrian girl might have it on the Telegram group?
Syrian girl.
But guys,
you know that Syrian girl, right, on Twitter?
No, Syrian girl is pro Assad.
What do we
actually do? Yeah, I forgot about it.
Guys, the Lebanese and the Middle East were filled with a bunch of devils, and you have to pick which devil is the least. It's not whataboutism. This is the reality of the world we live in, guys. So, I mean, it's not that interesting. It's all disgusting. Yeah, right now, he's a fucking filthy dog.
He is.
So I mean, what are we talking about here, guys? You can't pick any leader.
No, but Shane, what we're saying, I started the conversation early on with fascists. Fascists made the claim that America and Israel played a role behind the Syrian civil war.
And that's the truth.
No, but it didn't. I gave him the sources. It doesn't say that.
The Western sources? That's the point.
Western
That's the point, brother. I mean, like, for example, amnesty. You will bring me amnesty.
I didn't bring amnesty.
No, I give it as a hypothesis, club. I give it as a hypothesis. Like, for example, you will bring me that amnesty said that and that and that. But I know that amnesty say that the Palestinian resistance also raped Israelis on the 7th of October when they did not.
It doesn't say because they don't have the evidence. I'll give you some videos of the UN. She said we didn't see any evidence. Evidence was provided to them.
Go back to the UN, the United Nations of America.
Yes. This
is the problem. They accept UN when it comes to Palestine.
No, I don't give a single ass fuck about UN, to be honest with you.
Okay, were the Palestinians the refugees in Syria that got butchered as well?
Yeah, they got butchered from both sides.
By who?
By both sides.
Okay.
By the so-called revolutionists and the regime. By both sides.
And Hezbollah and Iran didn't play a role in this.
I told you, they got killed by both sides.
So Hezbollah did play, are you saying yes or no? Hezbollah and Iran did play a role.
Did play a role on what? In going to Palestinian camps and killing them because they are Palestinians?
In Syria, no. They were just there. They happened to be there.
They killed them because they saw them, you happen to be there, you're dead now?
Mm-hmm.
Or because some of them joined ISIS and joined the Jabhat al-Nusra and joined them. I literally said, Amir Habibi, in the very beginning that there is Palestinians that got killed by both sides. You told me, so Hezbollah. I told you, there is always there will be some side damages. Okay, some innocent people going between the feet, in these types of wars. But did they got killed because they are Palestinians? That's why they got killed. Like for example, let me tell you something. Like the so-called revolution and revolutionists, they say that they got killed by Hezbollah and Iran just because they are Sunni. Not because they were backed up by America and Israel. Not because America used to give them weapons. Not because Israel used to.
In some cases, that was the case actually.
Yeah, but so Amir, brother, you asked me about Palestinians being killed in Syria. Yes, there was Palestinians who got killed in Syria.
So how many do you think they were killed by Hezbollah and IRGC?
Come again, I didn't hear you well.
How many of those Palestinians in the refugee camp in Syria were killed by Hezbollah and IRGC?
To be honest, I don't know.
But then you made an argument. You said how many of them joined the joined the militia?
Jabhat al-Nusra and ISIS. Yeah. Also, I don't know. But it's known that there is quite a few. The Palestinians, listen.
the Palestinians in Syria used to think of themselves as a lot like Syrians. So they interfered in both sides. They entered with the revolution, and they backed up. Some of them backed up the revolution. Some of them backed up the regime. Some of them went that way. Some of them went that way. Some of them, like they were literally like we call it in Arabic like Ibn al-Balad. Like the son of the street of the son of the streets of this country. Okay.
Right.
So some of them joined the regime and helped the regime. Some of them went with the revolutionists. Some of them went with the revolutionists.
Jump in, Prince. Jump in. Prince is here.
Assalamu alaikum. ولكن لسه عايش.
He sounds just like you, man. He's like your brother.
No, Shabib. I don't want to see a Palestinian violence.
No. He's an old nemesis ship.
Oh, sure.
There are things that I agree with and things that I disagree with. Khalid is correct when he says that there were Palestinians on both sides, and both sides did kill Palestinians, but
let the son of the people who talk.
The extreme majority, that's funny because if Benny Olive was here, he would say I'm Hamas. If the extreme majority of Palestinians in Syria are opposed to the regime. Okay, this is a dilemma that not just Palestinians are dealing with, all the Arabs are dealing with it, Iranians are dealing with it, the Turks are dealing with it. People are hesitant to choose sides because of the history and what happened, some because of sectarian divide, Sunni Shia, some because of how Iran conducted itself in Syria and Iraq, and some because of how Saudi Arabia and the Arab Gulf has conducted themselves since their inception. Everybody's suffering from this dilemma, including, of course, never mind. The fact here is I am yet to meet a single Palestinian from Syria who is not opposed to the regime and to Hezbollah and to Iran. As Palestinians, I say that there is disconnect between Palestinians who support the Axis and Palestinians who lived through the 14-year war in Syria. The extreme majority of Palestinians in Syria hate the Axis, oppose it, and oppose al-Assad. That being said, in the refugee camps themselves, it's not just a matter. The majority of Palestinians who did fought on the side of the revolution. The Palestinians who joined al-Assad forces were a minority Palestinian faction called the PFLP General Command by Ahmed Jibril. Hamas fighters in Syria fought against Assad and trained.
And what did the Sinwar say?
No.
You wanted to put the Palestine.
شوف الفيديو اللي بالشات. شوف الفيديو اللي بالشات. And this is the other I can't watch this shit.
تؤمر خيا تؤمر. أخيرا جبت لي فيديو. Prince حبيبي, when you want to put the resistance in the middle, you have to say the full story. That at the time, Khalid Mishal, who just wanted to please the Turks and the Saudi Arabia, was in command, and he issued these things about being against the regime of Syria, and at the same time he agreed and he sided with Saudi Arabia when they bombed Yemen, and then when Sinwar came. And then when Sinwar came, he fixed all of these stupid acts, sectarian acts, and apologized for it.
Okay.
So you put all of this together, then you talk.
No, what you said is partially accurate.
Yeah, I know, Habibi. As a PLO level, I know it's partially.
No, don't do that, Hamlet. Look.
Prince, it's been almost a year since we met. Come on, let me have
No, but we do it in Arabic. It's funnier.
طيب خليني هيك ابسط شوي حبيبي واخذ راحتي معك. كل سنه مش شايفك حبيبي قلبي.
Okay, but look, Hamas, number one, is not a one-man rule. Okay, you cannot say it's Khalid Mish'al because that's not true. Khalid Mish'al was the radical faction of Hamas, but Hamas has Majlis Shura, who, if they deemed it necessary, they
that was divided. That is divided into اللي هو مقسوم لتيارين.
Yes,
that's divided in two ways of thinking. One who believes in sectarian. I'm a Sunni lion. I need to have the Sunni lion smell. And the other one who thinks, oh, I'm a part of a bigger nation, and we are all a nation, and we are fighting the same enemy. That's the
it's not.
No, it's not the Sinwar. It's not Muhammad al-Dafia. It's mine.
No. About this, that the one faction wanted did it because they were sectarian. That's not true.
Really?
They did it.
Really?
They did it.
Can you say that Khalid
Let me clear my argument and then you can.
Okay.
Clear my argument.
So you can clear that in the way. Can you clear that Khalid Mish'al didn't side with Saudi Arabia, who always sided against us, always, just sided with them against in Yemen, against the Houthis, just because they are Sunnis and the other ones are Shia?
Yes, I can claim that.
You can claim that. That he didn't do it from that point.
No. Yes, he did not do it.
Okay, then explain to me why he did it.
I will. You have no evidence.
No, I have no evidence. Yeah.
Wait, let me respond. You have no evidence showcasing that Khalid Mish'al did this because he's a sectarian individual and he hated the Shia. That's not true.
If you just give me
let me respond to you, bro.
أنا بس أروح 30 ثانية حبيبي بس أشوف الفيديو اللي بعت لي إياه بنيجوي حبيبي إلي
أسبوع. In English, please. This is an English room. Please keep it in English.
Yeah. It's in English. No more.
Look, so I agree with some of the things Khalid is saying, but I don't agree fully because he is misrepresenting the history. There has been a divide inside Hamas, and there's probably a divide today. Hamas is not a monolith even within itself. It's a structure. It's an organization with different opposing views on politics and how to move forward. But to claim that the divide was 50-50 is not true. The mere fact that Khalid Mish'al led this initiative against Assad in Syria and supported Saudi Arabia and Yemen means that Majlis Shura, the Shura Council in Hamas, was in agreement. That means 50+1 members of the Shura Council agreed with the Khalid Mish'al policy. That's number one. So it's not about Khalid Mish'al. He didn't do it on his own. It was the policy of Hamas. And when Sinwar came, it wasn't the policy of Sinwar. It was the policy of Hamas because Majlis Shura, the Shura Council, agreed on the new policy by Sinwar. That being said,
so you want to tell me that before the Syrian thing, they had no problem in siding with the Shias, but as soon as the Syrian thing became a thing, they said, oh, you know what, fuck Shias, we are Sunni lions and we need Spain and Turkey.
I never said we were Sunni lions. I never said it's a Shia thing. That's not true. Hold on, even when Khalid Mish'al was the leader, Hamas never said that. What happened was you're missing the bigger picture. There was an Arab Spring. Hamas had a great ally.
The Zionist Spring, yeah.
Hamas had a great ally in Egypt, the biggest Arab country. Mohamed Morsi came into the presidency of Egypt. Hamas was very close to the Egyptian presidency at the time. And their position in Syria was also based on the reshaping of alliances in the region.
When did Morsi rule? And when did the bombing on the Houthis started?
The bombing on the Houthis in The bombing of 2015, 2016.
Exactly. And when did Morsi rule?
2013.
Exactly. He ruled only 1 year. So what's the connection between these two?
No, the connection, hold on. The Syrian Revolution happened in 2011. The Arab Spring in Egypt happened before the Syrian one. The Muslim Brotherhood in Egypt were opposed to take the government. It was what Hamas did in Syria was a part of a bigger geopolitical move in the Middle East. It wasn't just Syria. That's the point, right? So what I'm trying to say is, yes, objectively speaking, putting religion aside, putting nationality aside, it was a high risk, high reward for Hamas at the time. The only problem with what happened is that it failed, right? Morsi failed in Egypt, and al-Assad by 2019 was still in power. There was a stalemate in Syria. Hamas is not the only one that reversed what it did in Syria. Saudi Arabia, 2 years later, reversed it when they invited Bashar al-Assad to Riyadh, and many other Arab countries, the UAE and other Arab countries and Egypt, reopened their embassies in Syria. So a lot of Arab countries reversed their moves in Syria because there was a stalemate and Assad stayed in power. So Hamas lost the political bet in Syria. That's the point, right? But I'm only in disagreement with that, by trying to show Hamas as if it's a one man's rule that Khalid
I'm not trying to show that. I'm literally showing that Hamas has two flaws in it, help me, Prince.
Factions.
Party.
Factions party.
Factions. Okay. So, which is one that was led by the Sinwar and Muhammad al-Day, and the other one by Khalid Misal.
I agree.
And the others.
Yes.
So, what I was saying is, when those were in power, they were against from the very beginning, like Khalid Misal and his group was from the very beginning against being in alliance with Hezbollah and Iran, and the others.
From the beginning?
Yeah.
Remember, Khalid Mishal was living in Damascus, Khan. That's why
living in Damascus, Habibi, but he was never ever with the idea of Hezbollah and Iran.
What's your evidence for that?
Okay, he is the only leader in all of the Hamas that never ever went to Iran, or never ever went or talked with Hezbollah or any Shia.
That's not true. No, that's not true.
Really?
That's
Show me video.
No,
by the way, Binigoy, the video that you have sent is a famous one to be a joke inside of Lebanon.
By the way, keep in mind,
keep in mind,
Khalid Mishal is the head of Hamas right now. Don't forget.
Yeah, no, I know, and you can see that when he changed a lot of things that fucked us over. Like, for example, when Sinwar was in the lead, he was asking for Russia and China to be the ones to monitor the ceasefire. But when Khalid Mishal came to lead his Sunni Brotherhood, he asked for Qatar and Egypt and Turkey.
You see, you're doing the same mistake again, and then you claim it.
No, I'm not doing the same mistake.
It's not Khalid Mishal's decision. He does not decide this on his own. Stop trying to present
Habibi, when I say Sinwar, Habibi, listen. When I say Sinwar, I mean Sinwar and his group. When I say Khalid Mishal, I mean Khalid Mishal and his group. I'm not about one person. I'm talking about a group of people inside the same party who has the same idea that is led by.
Yes, but the faction I agree, okay, but the faction led by, and by the way, we don't know that. Let's just be clear. we don't know who voted on what inside.
There is evidence all over it. There is evidence all over it. You can also see it. You can also see it.
No.
Wait a second. You can also see it, Habibi, in stupid ass declaration that for the first time in all of the Palestinian history, our resistance do such a stupid ass declaration, which is writing a declaration about some Twitter accounts, and the only thing in common between all these Twitter accounts that they attacked Khalid Mishal.
Okay, I can listen. I can agree with you on that.
Not like it's just so Habibi, don't tell me it's not led by one person. It's led by a group.
It's not led by one person.
No, it's led by
nobody. We don't know.
It's led by a group of people that's represented by that person.
Okay. Nobody even knows the members of the Shura Council in Hamas. We don't know the full number. We don't know who's in the council. That's number one.
Those are the hierarchies in Hamas.
Yes, exactly. Number two, we don't know who voted. Some people belonging to faction A, the Sinwar faction, voted for Khalid Mishal's proposal. It could be that some of the Khalid Mishal factions defected and didn't vote on the Khalid Mishal proposal. We don't know that. Don't present it as if it's like complete bias.
They still didn't vote to be just to let you know.
No, the ceasefire they voted.
No, not yet. There's still a lot of conflicts inside.
No. Okay, sure. I'm not saying that there's always been conflict inside Shura. That's normal. That's healthy. But what I'm trying to say is when they got to the ceasefire, the Shura Council voted on it. Well, and we don't know the intricacies of all of that. I'm just saying, like, let's not paint the picture as if it's Khalid Mishal doing this, Khalid Mishal. He doesn't have the power.
No, I brought up Khalid Mishal because he was in the power at that time. That you've mentioned about Syria,
yeah, but
and then when the true and the only one who deserved to be in that position came, he fixed all of this. Otherwise, we would have been fucked up for eternity.
Muhammad al-Dif has been the commander of some brigade for decades and years.
And that's why Habibi al-Qassam had a clear order from Muhammad al-Dif to not interfere in Syria. But listen, but some of them didn't listen, and they created a Knaf Beit al-Maqdis, which fought against the regime.
Okay. Listen, if that is true, my problem with you, Khalid, people, the faction that you belong to, and to be clear,
access of resistance.
No, I'm talking about the Palestinians who support Hamas who share your views. Look, what you're saying is untrue for a simple reason. Inside Gaza itself, there has been multiple protests supporting the Syrian revolution, and there are multiple videos and pictures of Al-Qassam fighters inside of Gaza holding up the Syrian revolutionary flag and holding up signs against Assad. What I'm trying to tell you, it's not. Don't go to the black and white, brother. This is politics. What Hamas did not because of Khalid Mishal. Hamas did because the majority of the Shura saw that this was a great opportunity. This was a good political move. They did it.
Okay, what was the good political move except being led by a sectarian to agree with Saudi Arabia, to agree with Saudi Arabia and give a legitimacy to Saudi Arabia to bomb Yemen?
Okay, look, if Hamas's bet in the Arab Spring was correct and they won, they would have been in a much better position.
But they are people of ideology and Aqidah. They are not betters. They are not gamblers.
When you're doing politics, you're gambling. I don't care who's doing it. But look, if Hamas's bet was right, then they would have had Egypt on their side. they would have had Syria after Assad fall on their side. What Hamas, they miscalculated, and there were counter-revolution in Egypt, and Assad didn't fall. And what I'm trying to tell you is you have to look at the bigger picture. It's not just Hamas. A lot of Arab countries that even, forget about Hamas, Arab countries that funded rebel groups against Assad reversed their decision. Saudi Arabia spent billions of dollars in Syria fighting Assad, and they reversed their decision and invited Assad to Saudi Arabia. It is politics, bro. Stop saying it's sectarian. You know
Baby,
what?
baby. Okay, give me the reason. Give me the only reason. Give me a reason to side with a government that has been always against our people, and always sided with America and Israel on us to bomb Yemen. Other than being a sectarian, and we are the Sunni Lions.
No. That's a very immature way of respect. That's a very immature way to view politics.
I think you guys should get a private drone now.
You know what, Amir?
Yeah, maybe.
There's so much love in this space.
We will continue on later. But just to tell you, Prince, so it's in front of you. The first time I saw Amir, he thought that I was you.
Wait, who thought that?
Amir.
Oh, he sounds just like you. I thought it was you.
He's my cousin.
I know. He's Palestinian. Yeah, this is what you sound like.
Maybe a distant cousin, but we are more like, like rivals, nemesis, this type of thing. Like, I'm the white and I'm the white, he's the black color.
You're the wife in the relationship, he's the husband?
No, I'm the white.
Going on here?
I'm the white, he's the black.
My husband, oh my God. Don't say too much, Riz. Anyways. Is Bibi in the audience? He's probably recording. No, he's not here. All right. Oh my God. All right.
I'm wasting my whole time on this conversation.
No, just eat your suhoor and let's say leave it to us.
Really?
We're gonna move on. We're gonna move on now. All I wanted, Cal, was just a condemnation from all sides. That was it. Condemn everybody that does evil. That's it.
No,
even if it's one person, we gotta condemn it, brother. We gotta condemn it.
I condemn every person.
I'm not gonna. Just single out. Look, I'm not gonna single out Iran. I said Russia. I said everybody played a role.
No. I condemn everyone. Everyone.
Yeah, that's good.
Who killed
we're done.
Who killed a civilian with the intent of killing a civilian, who raped a woman, who did any of these things. That's why I asked for evidences, clear evidences, like they claim that they have. So if that's true, I would condemn these people and I would hate them and I would fight them. But when there is nothing, then it's just accusation.
Oh, I did put a video for
the video that you've put is a famous video, Habibi, that was shot in Lebanon, and it was a joke. And the day after, the Hezbollah, and the Hezbollah caught the guy and beated his ass. And it's a famous shitty thing that happened in Lebanon. You can look it up.
Syria in 2014.
Yeah, I know.
And I don't know how you got children to pretend like they were going to get their head chopped off and their hand chopped off.
No. This is a joke. Because the ass who did the joke was a Lebanese, and it's a famous video. You can look it up.
No, this was not a joke.
Okay, I will find you the link that shows you the guy.
Okay, I'm not going to believe it because it comes from the resistance.
Shows you how he was beaten up.
Okay, so, hold on. So, who is it that's claiming that this was a joke?
I told you, it happened, Habibi, the video that you have put, it happened in Lebanon,
and the guy who did it got beaten.
What evidence do you have for that? What evidence?
I will bring you the evidence.
Okay. Where does it come from?
Habibi,
because the same way that you question the sources of basically every international human rights organization, all of the international media organizations, you're probably going to deny Al Jazeera, you'll deny all of these things and say, oh, if I don't see it myself, it didn't happen.
I will bring
you know what? If I don't see myself, yes.
I will bring the evidence and you will see it yourself.
Okay, fantastic.
Don't worry, Habibi.
Yeah.
The same rules I ask you to I apply on your evidences, I apply them on mine. Don't worry, Habibi.
Okay. So, by the way, the standards that you're setting are ridiculous, and there's nobody that sets these standards.
Yeah.
You also have to accept
I know.
Testimony.
I know.
Not just because, I didn't see a video of it happening, therefore it didn't happen, this is retarded. Nobody says that.
Habibi, when you claim that there is videos of something that happened, you should be able to provide these videos.
I didn't always claim that there was a video.
I have a question.
No, I didn't always claim that there was a video. I said that there's evidence for it. That does not necessitate a video. Not all evidence with a video.
There's videos.
I got a question for you, Carl. I have a testimony of a Palestinian. He said he was in Israeli dungeon with two more prisoners. Okay, they chained up all three of them, and they forced a dog to rape him and rape two of the dogs. I'll put a testimony in the chat.
No,
right? That's his testimony. Would you take his testimony?
That happened. So,
No. That video doesn't show any animals. I'm talking about literal dog. Okay, I'll put the link in the chat. I want you to listen to it. It's in Arabic and it's in has translated into English. I'll put the link right here. The video we seen that's not about dog, not bestiality. I'm talking about a Palestinian prisoner that came out of prison. We don't have any video of him getting raped by a dog. But his testimony, we have to take it at face value. I'll put the link in the chat. I want everybody to listen to it. This is a Palestinian prisoner right here. I actually have it saved up on my clipboard. I'm going to it right. Where is it?
Palestinian prisoner in Israel?
Right here. Yes, Palestinian prisoner in Israeli dungeon. His testimony. There's no video. You have to take that testimony at face value. Just like the UN report and the amnesty that Benigor posted. That's testimony of what witness. So now, if you're going to deny this is your Palestinian brother that's speaking. You can put the link in the chat. Everybody can listen. He said he was chained up with two other guys in a dungeon, and they forced a dog into raping him and raping two other Palestinians.
We have literally a video doing this thing.
No. We don't have a video of dog raping a Palestinian.
Also the video.
I already seen it, bro. Respectfully, I've been covering a whole bunch of. I'm telling you, brother, we don't have any video. You can have Jindip. He lives over there. He's Palestinian. Jindip, have you ever seen any video from Israeli dungeon, literally a dog raping a Palestinian? Or should we go based on their testimony?
When you say a dog raping a Palestinian, I've never seen a video raping a Palestinian.
Yeah.
The video اللي طلع بحرب غزة.
That one is to shove the guy there shoving the pole. I'm not talking about shoving the pole. I'm talking about
what's the point?
Israel does use
the point is that there are plenty of things that happen that don't have video evidence for.
Yes,
but we have credible testimony for it, and there's other evidence that can be provided. Despite the fact that we're not on video.
Those are widely used by the Israeli army to terrorize.
What is Benny?
Show us the video.
So 1 second.
Yeah. Show me a video.
So when a female says she's raped,
show you a video of
hold on for a second.
I'm sorry, show you a
when
video.
When a woman gets raped, but there's no video of it, so I guess you don't believe her claim.
Women lie.
Exactly.
You know what Asa didn't do.
See, this is why I'm trying to explain to you.
No.
The standard of, if I don't see a video of it, it never happened, does not work in terms of the legal system, your journalism, or human rights organizations.
The problem is you claim that there is videos. Then when I ask you don't believe the testimony.
No.
Then
I claim that there is video. You were the one who kept on asking for videos. I was the one who claimed that there is evidence. Evidence is not only videos. That's what I was trying to explain to you.
The testimony is more than enough.
And in addition to that, I did provide video evidence of Bashar al-Assad and his العناصر تبعه الشبيحة تبعه torturing people. You can find a lot of these videos online, and you can find claims that Hezbollah also tortured people. You can find claims that Hezbollah was controlling the drug trade and threatening to kill people and their families if they didn't work for them. You can find all of these claims, and this is sufficient evidence.
There's also a pattern of behavior, right? Like you're seeing a pattern, that should also be a problem.
So when the Israeli person, when the Palestinian brother says that, there's a pattern of behavior that aligns with the actions of the Israeli army for you to believe that story. When you're putting these claims against the IRGC and Hezbollah and these people, you're going to have to whatever, because they don't have that type of history. The Israeli army does.
That's what I'm trying to explain.
I'm pretty sure if you...
The problem is when Jindab wants to speak, please allow Jindab.
I'm sure if you Google looking for videos of Israeli soldiers using dogs to attack Palestinians, you'll find plenty of them online.
To rape Palestinians.
How do you
rape?
get a
What
dog
the
to
fuck
rape
does that
a
mean,
person?
rape?
I don't even get this. Like, how does this even work? I'm trying to think of like the way that this would happen. You tie them down like what is this?
I want you to listen to the testimony. It's in the chat. This is the testimony.
This is a very well-known fact that Israel uses dogs, vicious dogs to torture Palestinians. Can somebody shut up when I'm talking for a minute? It's widely known. It's very visible. You know, the Israelis do use dogs to attack Palestinians, and they unleash dogs on Palestinian teenagers, on Palestinian kids. Dogs are widely used in their operations. I mean, it's a well-known fact.
And it's a very well-known fact that Syria was using torture, rape, and child abuse throughout the entirety of the Civil War, and their allies were right there with them while they were doing these things. And a lot of the allegations, their allies, like Hezbollah, Hazara, Al-Fatmiyun, Hashd al-Shabi, they were all complicit in these crimes in accordance with the testimony of the people, the victims. Just because we don't have a video of every single incident,
I agree with you, but you need to understand also what the regime Shabiha were doing to the Syrian people in general.
Yeah.
Exactly my point, Jindab. That the people who did these things are Syrians, not Al-Hizb, they were both. And when he said no, we have videos about it. I told him
no. I said there is evidence. I said there is evidence. You said I need to see a video.
You said videos, Amir?
You said to bring the video.
No. Not
you said I will believe it. There's a video.
You said it. Didn't say that there's videos.
No, you said it. Hold on.
Wait a sec. And when I asked him today, is there videos about it? He said yes.
Yeah, and I showed it to you. But again, I will say Khan. I will say what I said at the beginning. I said there is evidence. You said I have to see a video. If I don't see a video, it didn't happen. That's what you were saying. You were the one who set the standard at if I don't see a video, it didn't happen. And I explained to you from the beginning that no journalistic, credible journalistic organization, nor human rights organization, nor legal system sets the bar at if there's no video, it didn't happen.
Yes.
No one does that. This is a standard that you have set arbitrarily, right, and unjustifiably.
Yeah. And just to make a point here, I have attorneys, so I'll throw this out there. Evidence is, yes, there could be physical evidence. There could be actually expert evidence, there's testimonial, there could be eyewitnesses, there could even be circumstantial evidence that goes into courts. There could be expert opinion that also gets used as evidence. So there's all types of evidence. So when he said evidence, it does not,
the problem is they always claim that there's videos.
No, he said there's videos all He never said, he said there's evidence, but then he did speak of it before when you actually dismissed it.
You're the one brought up the video part. He didn't bring up the video.
Before Benny Goy even said, hold on, Benny Goy brought up a video of these children that were just, I mean, I've seen that video. It's fucking disgusting.
The video.
This guy here said, oh no, that was fake. That was a real, it was comedy. Like, are you all there?
Yeah, I agree with you. It happened in Lebanon. It didn't happen in Syria.
Guys, can I finish what I started half an hour ago?
You didn't start anything,
he came and derailed it. Benigoy, the point. I just need 2 minutes with Benigoy and then I will.
2 minutes with Benigoy?
Yeah, because I wanted to see with IRGC Benigoy, right now we see U.S. Army is complicit with whatever IDF does in Palestine. The genocide, the raid, everything they do, and they provide logistics for it as well. Do you consider U.S. Army members same devil as the IDF, honestly?
With regards to their complicity, the level of first of all, the level of complicity of American complicity in Israel is not as high as the level of complicity of Iran in Syria.
What?
I would go and say that the Americans, I would say that the Americans committed war crimes, horrible crimes in Syria and Afghanistan, and using that as a standard, as a pattern of recognizing that as a pattern, then yeah, they would have no problem with what Israel is doing to Palestinians.
So to you, the U.S. Army and IDF are same devil entities. Is that right?
Not with regards to Palestine, no. Because you don't have actual American soldiers. No, because you don't actually have American soldiers on the ground directing the actions of the IDF. In terms of Syria, you had IRGC members on the ground directing the actions of the Syrian army and the various mercenary organizations that were fighting for the Syrian army, like Hezbollah, like Hashd al-Shaabi, like Fatima Yun Mabar al-Shul.
We agreed IRGC commanders were consulting and providing logistics, the same as Americans are consulting.
No, they were not just consulting and providing logistics. They were directing actions on the ground. So you have American soldiers directing the actions of the IDF.
Right now we have American soldiers attacking.
Yeah, like the GHF, because GHF did do the crimes when he goes, so we have.
Yeah, GHF is not American. It's not American military.
But it was a construction, the private contract.
Yeah, it's a mercenary force. Yeah.
Yes.
Again, you don't have U.S. military officials like you have the equivalent of the IRGC, right? Directing actions on the ground.
Right now.
If you did, I would have no problem. I would have no problem condemning them. But you don't have that. In the case of Israel, it's the IDF that's directing the actions on the ground.
Again,
Jalal just provided a YouTube short of an American shooting at Palestinians on the ground. Go check it out. So now what do you have to say?
Actually, is it U.S. military, or is it the private contracting agency?
That's the American government.
What's the difference? Hold on for a second. So when we provide, when we provide any type of weapons for our allies, even if we sell it to them, and if there's any knowledge of there being any type of crimes against humanity, we're just as complicit. And there is more than enough evidence to suggest that the U.S. does know and is knowingly giving them these weapons to allow them to commit, which is a direct. There is a connection to it, right?
Yeah, there's a level of complicity.
You're 100%. Okay,
I'm not denying that there's a level of complicity.
Oh, Hunter was more. Look, a second. Biden was one of them, who I don't like this guy either.
Yes.
And he said, I'm not going to give you certain types of bunker buster bombs because there's more than enough evidence to suggest that it's being used in civilian areas. And he also threatened and said, if you're going to move to Rafah, where the refugee camps are, and do your onslaught, we're going to stop our weapons.
I don't think you understood me.
But you don't physically have to have a soldier there.
You're not understanding the Ace. You're not understanding. Complicity comes scale. It's not a binary.
It is huge. There's lots.
I'm saying no. I'm saying it's a scale. It's a gradient of complicity. It's not like
this is
either all or not, right?
Complicity. Okay.
Yes.
These, and then you could say
hold on.
The government could say
you're not understanding my position.
What's your position?
There's a scale of complicity.
Okay.
Right? You can be somewhat implicated, or you can be very, very implicated.
Do you think the U.S. is very, very implicated?
I'm saying that the IRGC is more implicated in the crimes that happened in Syria as opposed to the level of implication of the United States in Israel.
So is it very, very? You say the U.S. is very, very implicated.
Absurd.
No, because somebody was making an argument here. I think maybe they misconstrued your point because I heard the argument. Because I think someone else was saying in this room that
they fund the entire
army. The U.S. is not.
I'm talking about.
Yes, and
their entire army relies on America. They so to you to compare the IRGC to America in
so the IRGC in Syria, right, was propping up Syrian government, the Syrian military, and all of its divisions. In addition to that, there were commanders from the IRGC who were sent into Syria, amongst them was Qasem Soleimani, right, who were directing the actions of the Syrian military, as well as the militia forces, mercenaries, that the Iranians themselves, that the IRGC themselves had brought into Syria, foreign fighters from Iraq, Afghanistan, and Lebanon, that the IRGC had brought into Syria. They were also directing their actions. So that's why I would say that the complicity of the IRGC in Syria is greater than the complicity of America and Israel, despite the fact that both of them are complicit in those war crimes.
It's not greater. I think
Benny, I think you're just being a little biased in your assessment at this point. Like, you have a lot of truth claims, you have no video evidence, and 3 days ago I also asked him here, and I said I've seen videos. I don't know what you guys are talking about.
What videos are you talking about?
I was like 3 days ago on here. I told Benny Go, I don't know, these talking points about Iran committing rape and bombing Syrians and stuff.
Hadi, the question is, evidence, does it just have to be videos? I posted you in the chat. This is a fair example, okay? This is my argument. I can provide you UN reports, and I'll go based on UN reports all day long. Okay, in relation to Syria or in relation to any other country's atrocity. My question to you: there's a testimony of a Palestinian prisoner. He made a video. He was stuck in an Israeli dungeon with two more Palestinians. He said he was chained up, and they forced a dog into raping him and raping two other guys. Do I take that testimony at face value, or do I need an actual video to see him getting raped by a dog? No, not you. It's on Hadi.
Yeah.
So what should I do?
Yeah, look. So there is a claim being made, right? And then you apply your rational thought to patterns of behavior. Is Israel notorious for raping their prisoners through strange means, right? Have they been protesting to allow themselves to rape Palestinian prisoners? Yes, they have. So when a truth claim is being made by a victim, it's highly believable based on recognized patterns of behavior towards people. IRGC also was in Iraq when Mosul was taken 2014 by ISIS, and they don't have a way of condoning these behaviors that Benny Gori is talking about. Yes, you can say they were complicit because they were trying to help the failed state of Syria regain control because they understood the proxy and that the Syrian airspace was going to be used against them.
So what did we do?
They were protecting their own interests at best, but to say that they owned it, you guys are saying that they are for the the Syrian government.
What did we do? What did we do about the testimonies that are on the UN reports and Amnesty International? Did we just deny it?
What did the testimony say?
The Hezbollah, you have Iran that was involved in, and that Benny Goy, yours said about raping, right? Hezbollah was involved in raping, right? I read a little bit of it. I didn't read the whole thing. It said about raping. It said about raping, sexual abuse, child killing, turning children into child soldiers, and there was a whole bunch of other things on there, right? Now these are testimonies. That's how they, base the report on. Now, do we actually need a video to prove that? I mean, I just don't see it.
These are claims until there's any kind of...
These are human rights organizations, Hadi.
Yes, they're human rights organizations that are complicit to Israel.
No, I can't say that.
No. They claimed on the
because you had
resistance raped kids, killed kids, and raped women.
Yeah, but did you read the report? They're not putting the blame. They're not putting the blame on Hamas. They said rape did happen, but they're not putting the blame on Hamas. That's how. If you read the report, Carl, you come across. If you do a deep dive into it, and you'll understand.
I'd love to. I'd love evidence other than a Palestinian video and I saying that got raped by a dog. Anything else here?
Not to mention, you have the UNRWA. That's UN office is literally inside Gaza, right? Feeding them, clothing them, offering, giving them medical service or whatnot. And then you have Amnesty International, making up reports as well. You have Human Rights Watch. You have the kitchen workers. You got a whole bunch of these entities. You got Doctors Without Borders.
But they're all saying, what are they saying about IRGC specifically?
Yeah.
So I'll put the link in the chat. Actually, Benigo put the whole chat GPT and he just did a minor search or whatever and pulled up all the sources. I'm going to put the link, repost link in the chat. I want you to look at one by one. They provide sources as well.
Do you have the same criticism of the Syrian rebels?
Yeah.
Yes, absolutely. Yes, absolutely.
Yes.
So why are those not being spoken about?
Because nobody's denying their crimes. The problem is that people are denying the crimes.
We are denying them in a way. If you're primarily focused on what the Syrian government soldiers did, Hezbollah did, and the IRGC did,
as soon as you ask me,
primarily focused, that means you're ignoring the crimes that the Syrian rebels did. Beheaded
as soon as he asked me about the Syrian rebels, I immediately said yes.
How am I denying the Hafid al-Shahabi, but yet you don't bring up the other groups in Iraq that are Sunni that also committed atrocities?
Because nobody's denying that they committed crime.
We're not.
It's not the fact that you're not denying it. It's the fact that you're not speaking about it in the same level.
Jalaluddin, the problem I'm having from the people that are staunch IRGC supporters, they're not even condemn anything when they're presented with the evidence. All right. Hold on a second. Hold on. No. We had G in here. G, Sina. There's a whole bunch of them that support IRGC, like the staunch IRGC supporter. All I want to hear is at least I'm willing to condemn freaking Russia that was in the Syrian civil war. Willing to condemn the ISIS. A whole bunch of these. Even Israel was in there. Fucking, a whole bunch of other rebels. Everything, even including MBS. That fucker, that king. Claims to be a king. I don't even know who made him a king. The UAE, that retard is involved in fucking genocide in Sudan. I'm willing to condemn anything. I am even willing to condemn terrorists that come into my room all the time. But mine is, when there's people that are staunch IRGC supporters, when they're presented with the evidence, why don't they fucking condemn shit? What's wrong with that?
Hadi mentioned that a lot of these
I didn't say Hadi. I said G.
Okay, let me speak. G or whatever. A lot of people who support RGC.
I'm the one.
Listen, a lot of people who...
Because Amir Habibi, just give me a second, Jalal. Because Amir Habibi when someone is famous for lying, you don't believe them on every shit that they claim. Okay, because when you see the same person dies in 20 different places, you stop believing these people. So when they claim such things, you and they all not only Benigoi, all the Syrian revolution.
I mean, we're going to condemn many who as well with this first name.
Let me finish the sentence and then respond to me, brother. They all claim videos of Hezbollah.
You made a you were the one who saw the video. We didn't say the video. We didn't say the video.
You guys did.
Oh my God!
You said that 3 days ago. You said it.
Yeah, and Khan was there. I was there. And
Khan is the one that kept on saying that bring me the video. If I don't see a video, believe me. I said there is evidence. I said there is evidence.
You didn't say it. You didn't say it, Benigor. There was a claim made that there is evidence of Hezbollah soldiers committing atrocity in Syria. That was a claim that was
evidence, not video.
No, someone said video. They've seen.
I don't know who said video. Listen, man.
Someone said whoever said that is and they have seen them.
I heard them and Hal heard them. Two of us.
Okay, I'm not speaking about whoever that is.
This is a Human Rights Watch report in relation to Syria. Let's see if you guys, and I'll put in one by one source in the chat for you guys. The one that I chat, it actually talks about abuses, strong evidences of this done by Assad camp and its allied militias, including groups backed by Iran, while publicly available evidence that isolates Iran or Hezbollah as the named direct perpetrator in each sexual crime case is more limited. That's a Human Rights Watch. Now let's go over the OHOC. This is a Human Rights Watch, the UN. Let me put the link in the chat first. This is the UN General Assembly. Let me post the link in the chat. We can go one by one, man. All right. Now this one, the link that I posted in the chat, it talks about pro-Assad Syrian forces and allied affiliated militia committed rape, sexual violence, torture, and abuses against children in Syria.
Listen, that's a Syrian army failure.
Allied affiliated militia. Do you know who they're referring to?
Who?
Hezbollah and Iran. All right. You should read. I'm using the ChatGPT. I'm going sources of sources. They did on the top. It said allied militia. That's all that.
Who are the allied militia forces?
Yeah, who are the allied militia?
Russia.
Russia was carpet bombing Syria for them. Why don't you put them on the list too?
No.
How many troops did Russia have on the ground versus how many troops did Russia have on the ground?
The claim that you're making, Benigor, is that there were IRGC commanders that were watching Syrian soldiers take advantage of children and women who did nothing to stop it. That's the claim.
I don't know if they were watching, if they knew it.
So you didn't even know they were watching. They somehow knew that the Syrians...
They knew it was happening because these things were widespread in Syria. Because these things were widespread. You couldn't have been there, been in an operational capacity.
Understand what their mission was in Syria. It was a failed state under severe distress, and they were trying to back the state into regaining control because of the proxy. So I'm not worried that Iran had some evil intention with the Syrian people.
Yeah,
you can't substantiate it with what you're providing.
Okay. This other link that I posted in the chat, Hezbollah has been reported in UN link reporting as recruiting children in Syria in small numbers. I put the link in the chat.
Recruiting them for what? Rape or for militia help?
Militia and other shit. You can read up the report.
Recruiting them for drug trafficking. Kurdish soldiers.
Mm-hmm. Then you can read up the report.
Kurdish soldiers.
Okay. You should read it or scroll down. You'll be able to find Hezbollah and what they were, what they were involved in.
Who were the rebels backed by?
No. Iran and Hezbollah. Some of the rebels.
No, the rebels.
No, listen. If you want to do who was worse, right? I like it's gonna be a downhill. Like it's not everybody's gonna
who's worse.
Don't get me wrong, right?
Who are they backed by? Who are they backed by?
They were backed by mostly Turkey, Qatar, America, And in some cases,
these Zionists like backed people, basically, right?
Sorry.
The Zionists, this whole like America, this is like they were trying to push their agenda there, right? Yeah, all these countries that are associated with the Zionist government, right?
I mean, some of them are, yeah.
Who's the Zionists? Don't they control the media? Don't they want to control the narrative? So why can't I be skeptical of these reports?
Because these reports come from the very same organizations that denounce the occupation and the crimes of the Zionists.
Name them.
The UN, Human Rights Watch,
Amnesty International.
Human rights organizations in general. All call Israel an apartheid state.
If the RGC commit these types of crimes, then I condemn those crimes.
This last link that I posted in the chat.
You have like the same energy with the other side too, and then
listen, I'm not a supporter of the other side. Don't get me wrong.
I'm saying when we're talking about this topic at this point, during this war, the one thing you can't deny is that the IRGC are the only Muslim country fighting against these Zionists.
No, do you know why they started the fight? Can you please tell us who attacked who first? Was it Israel or was it?
Does it matter?
No, it doesn't matter. Can you hold on? I went over this with Hadi earlier. Can you tell us was the embassy attacked by Israel, the Iranian embassy in Damascus, Syria?
Okay, what's your point?
Okay. And then Iran did the attack back, correct?
Yes. Okay.
Okay. This particular conflict between Iran and it has to do between two countries. It doesn't have to do anything with time. This is the part that this is
Hold on a second, guys. I'm a Palestinian. Let me take this, Habibi. If Iran after the revolution then say that they side with Palestine and don't side with Israel, and they didn't side with America, I swear on every single martyr that we have in Palestine that there would have been no sanctions, they would have no trouble, they would have nothing of the problems that they have. And you know what? Every single Arab and every single West would have no problem with Ayatollah Khomeini and Ayatollah
100%.
I'm talking about this war right here, brother. I'm talking about this war. Who did the first attack?
These cowards are not going to stand it. Amir, you're honestly a fucking coward. You fucking piece of shit.
Sit in the audience like a little cunt you are, fucking bitch. You always like to crash out on me. My question to you, Kal.
They attack them. Why did they attack them?
Hold on a second. Hold on, mister. Hold on. Kal. Please don't teach me the history, please. Hold on a second. Oh my God, mister. Can you please stay muted? Thank you. Kal. Israel attacked where?
Okay, so Israel, the first thing that happened, if you want to take it in the...
I'm talking about the embassy in Damascus, Syria.
I'm going to take it even before. They helped.
We're talking about after 7th of October.
Okay, after the 7th, they attacked, they attacked, see? Iran responded with Al-Wa'd al-Sadiq al-Wahad, which is the truth... the true, how do you say it? The true promise one?
No, it was Israel attacking the embassy. Hold on. Israel attacking the embassy. Israel. Okay. Hold on. We need to do it. We need to be objectively correct on this, because hold on a second. A country A attacks another country B's embassy. Country B, they attack back to country A. Country A attacks again, or country B attacks back. It's between these two countries.
No,
you don't.
Attacking them in the first place. Why is Israel attacking Iran's embassy in the first place if they don't oppose each other?
Please answer this question, Amir.
Please, just let me, because for me it's like paying back a little for what to us. Okay. Like Habibi, when you want to take Iran and their conflict Israel, you need to take it to the beginning. to the very beginning. When
Which
Israel
beginning?
had no problem, when Israel had no problem with the Shah, and they helped them.
We're not talking about the Shah, bro. Calm down. We're talking about the 7th of October. Come on, man.
Why did they attack? Why did they attack Iran?
You can't start everything from the side.
Oh my God.
You can't start
After 7th of October. After 7th of October.
You can't start everything from the
Okay.
enemies from the very beginning.
Carl. There's a lot of countries in the Middle East that don't recognize Israel as a country. Okay? If Israel, hold on a second, Saudi Arabia hasn't recognized Israel as a country.
But they work for them, so does
no, they don't have diplomatic relations. UAE has diplomatic. Hold on a second. Diplomatic has relationships with it. Qatar only has a small relations because of the Iraqi need that was going to Hamas because it's under occupation by Israel. You can look it up, Mister. You could,
brother, could you just answer this one question about why did they attack Iran?
Well, yeah.
Avoiding this question.
Okay, let's go.